for day one of this LV Insurance County Championship match between Hampshire and George Scott, James Tracy, Miles Hammond, Graham Van Buren, Ryan Higgins, Tom Lace, Don Goodman, Jared Warner, Ajit Singh Dale, Josh Shaw, and Mohammed Amir.
And a very warm welcome to the Ageas Bowl, where it is the first morning of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. The news from the toss of the coin is that Hampshire captain James Vince called correctly, and this time Hampshire are going to bat first. Unlike last week where they decided they would... well, they did have a bat, actually. What am I saying? They did have a bat first last week as well. The wicket doesn't look quite as green as the one from last week, but anyway, we'll talk you through that as the day goes ahead. Your commentary team today, a little later, former Vipers Academy all-rounder and TMS's Melissa Story is with us, fresh from parking a car about half a mile away, or a mile away. And Joe Weatherly, the Hampshire's injured opening batter, he's going to join us later on in the day. But to take you through this next period of play, as and when we get underway, myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Gloucestershire and BBC Bristol, Ed Seaborn. Morning, Ed.
Good morning, and it is a lovely morning here because we've got some sunshine. We had some sunshine, it's gone now, but it's still very pleasant watching conditions as far as cricket goes. And Gloucestershire, well, they're coming off an enormous innings. Having said that, only 4 of them actually managed to bat, so we'll see. It's been a while since a few of them have managed to get out into the middle, and it was a complete washout on day 4 of the match against Surrey, which, to be honest, was probably a good thing for all concerned as far as that one was concerned, because Gloucestershire had already picked up maximum batting points. There was nothing left to be gained out of that match. Surrey 603, Gloucestershire 443 for 2. I was told by the players that the pitch wasn't quite as flat as those numbers might suggest, but I suppose what do you go with, the evidence or what people are telling you? But either way, Gloucestershire are going to be hoping for something similar here as far as the runs are concerned. However, the double centurion from that match, Chris Dent, is sadly unavailable, as are both David Payne and Matt Taylor as far as the bowling attack goes. So it's a slightly depleted Gloucestershire side here. I think there's a total of 8 players unavailable. Of course, one of them is Naseem Shah, but Gloucestershire have managed to pick up a rather handy replacement for Naseem Shah by the name of Mohammed Amir, so we'll see how he goes with the ball this morning. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this one. Of course, the scene of Dom Goodman and Josh Shaw's stubborn resistance last year, denying Hampshire the victory. And I think they're going to need something similar in terms of the approach here. It's going to have to be dogged resistance, I think, of what is a very good-looking Hampshire line-up. And Gloucestershire, as I say, are a little short-handed, but we'll see how it goes.
I've heard all this before, Ed. We certainly will see how it goes. I'm sure it'll be a lot closer than Ed's making out. So I make it 4 changes for you guys from your last game against Surrey. Ed will go through the Gloucestershire side in full as we wait for the umpires. Hampshire, 1 change, is enforced change from the drawn game against Lancashire here last week. Joe Weatherly, who injured his hand in that Lancashire game, has unfortunately had to make way. And Nyrin Donald, who's been scoring some runs for the second team, and well, he's been out for at least a couple of years or so with some horrible ACL problems, but he's back, which is good news. So Hampshire are, and it looks like Felix Organ is going to open the batting. He has done that in the past, so it's not totally unusual. It's going to be Felix Organ, Ian Holland, Nick Gubbins, who's in great form, James Vince, the captain, Liam Dawson, Ben Brown, Anarian Donald, Keith Barker, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas.
And for Gloucestershire, well, I'm guessing at the moment, because I'm not exactly sure who's going to open the batting. I suspect that George Scott will come in to open. We'll see. There are two different ways they could go. Miles Hammond could come to the top of the order and George Scott could come in down the order. Or I suspect what they will do is have Scott open and then everyone else can kind of stay in the position that they were. So I think George Scott, who did actually open in the match last year at Cheltenham, will open with Marcus Harris, then James Bracey, Miles Hammond, Graham Van Buren, the skipper, Ryan Higgins, Tom Lace, and then this bowling attack, which looks rather different from the last match. Dom Goodman gets his first game of the season. Jared Warner comes back into the side. Mohammed Amir is the only one of the pure bowlers that keep their place, but only due to injury rather than anything else. And Ajit Dale will play against his former county, so that's the 11. And, well, yes, in fact, I hadn't even got as far as totting up the changes, but George Scott's in, Dom Goodman's in, Jared Warner's in, and Ajit Dale is in. So that is your 11 for Gloucestershire, and it's going to be an intriguing one to see what order they come out in, as I say, because not only you've got the question of who's going to open, but what order's the bottom four going to come out in? I suspect Goodman will probably bat at 8 and Warner at 9, but we'll see.
Well, Dominic Goodman needs no introduction to Hampshire fans, because it was him, along with Josh Shaw last year, that put up a stoic last wicket resistance against Hampshire, denying them an almost certain victory on the last day, and that draw did knock the wind out of Hampshire's sails for a little while. The performance levels did drop a little bit, but fortunately, as the season wore on last year, they did get back on track. So it is, well, there's a bit of sunshine. There is a few white clouds in the sky, a little bit of blue sky, so we're okay. It's reasonably warm for this time of the morning. Just to repeat, Hampshire won the toss, elected to bat first. It's second against 9th here in Division 1. And it looks like it's going to be Felix Organ to face the first delivery from, looks like Ryan Higgins. He's a good little cricketer for you guys, isn't he, Ryan Higgins? All-round, really competitive guy.
Yeah, definitely, and it's rare. I think it was Paul Edwards who commented at Old Trafford. He said he's never seen Higgins not do something, whether it be with bat or with ball. But he's not quite been as prolific with the ball so far this season as he has in previous seasons, so he'll be wanting to right that ship. And well, he's got the ball in hand on the first morning here to try and do something about that. He hasn't had too many kind of bowling friendly pitches to bowl on. That's been a bit of a running theme so far, but there we go. That's what we wanted from the county championship this year, it seems.
Yep. That first week, wasn't it? I think Hampshire were the only winners, weren't they, in Division 1? That first week of the county championship, as the first ball is right on the money, and Organ pushes forward and plays it back to Higgins. Right arm over. It's very much medium pace from Higgins, but he gets the ball to wobble a little bit. That's why he has taken wickets in the past. I think it was about 50 wickets last year, I think he got.
Yep, it was. It was, well, I can get the exact number. It was 51. 51 wickets at 22.4.
That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is, yes. I think it's his time with Gloucestershire, it's been 51, 50 and 48 last 3 seasons.
There he is then. That's way down the leg side, and a good diving take there from Bracey. That's pretty consistent, isn't he? Having come from Middlesex, and I know a few counties were interested, weren't they? And he chose Gloucester. I think he was touted around here for a little while, but I think there was a bit of umming and ahhing going on, and they decided against it, or maybe not sort of, going into it properly, but it's been a good move for him.
Certainly has. Yeah, very successful.
He's bowling from our commentary end, the hotel end, the northern end here at the Ageas, and that's a length ball, and Felix Organ pushes it back to the bowler. This wicket is cut to the left of the square as we look, whereas last week's wicket against Lancashire was cut to the right. So we're not quite at two opposite ends of the square, but certainly quite a long way apart. This is towards the east side of the ground, towards the tunnel area is where we're playing.
The tunnel area.
The tunnel
like
area,
that.
where all the groundsman's equipment is there. Or well, I say groundsman, I mean he is a groundsman, but of course it could be a groundsperson. As Organ's on the back foot, that's fielded in the gully. Let's just say groundspersons.
Ground staff.
Ground staff. Grounds people.
Anyway, that side. I did see the photos of the pitch last week. It did feel a bit as if somebody maybe kind of tipped the ground a little bit. So you kind of, I don't know, everything was kind of slanted off to one side.
Oh, okay. Here's Higgins. Bowls, that's nipped back a little bit, but it's outside off stump, and Organ lets that one go by. Be interesting to see how much this wicket does move compared to last week. It did a lot in the first hour, but as I say, I don't think it's quite as green as that one. So maybe a good toss to win. We heard Graham Van Buren say, didn't we, pre-match, that he would have batted first? Yeah,
but I think it seemed like not really the obvious choice, but it seemed like the thing that you kind of had to do on winning the toss.
Yeah. Oh, leading edge there from Morgan as that goes out towards point, and that is the first over of the morning. It's a maiden from Ryan Higgins. Hampshire, who won the toss, are 0 for 0.
Mark Halliwell, good morning to you. Third opening partner in 4 games for Harris. Of course, it's only 3 games that Harris has played, so it was only the last 2 matches where Gloucestershire have had the same opening partnership. So I think we're guaranteed to have another opening partnership as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. Just who it is, won't find that out for, well, we'll see how when we find it out. Gloucestershire's point of view, they'll hope it's not too far. Should say also there's been a change in the slips cordon as well, because George Scott is fielding at first slip. Miles Hammond's moved to second, having spent the season so far at first. Marcus Harris is at third, and we've got Tom Lace in the gully as Mohamed Amir is in now and bowling left arm over the wicket, and that's worked away by Holland out towards backward square leg, and that will be the first run for Hampshire, one without loss. Ian Holland, who Gloucestershire will be rather too familiar with bowling at from last season, scored runs in both fixtures, and in his 50th first-class match, I notice. Today, Ian Holland. So
very nice. You've done a bit of homework, haven't you?
Well, no, I haven't actually. I've just got it on the screen right in front of me. Handy, that. So Organ on strike. Amir in bowls. Oh, he's had a bit of a feel at that one as Felix Organ, the left armour, angling it across him, just continued to move away from the right-hander there. He's now just already, after one ball, retaking his guard. Ian Holland down to have a few words with him. Mohamed Amir went wicketless in his Gloucestershire debut, but it certainly wasn't for the lack of trying. He had 3 catches dropped off his bowling and passed the outside edge on numerous occasions. So, yes, I think they'll be hoping to take their catches off Mohamed Amir this week, it's fair to say. As Amir is in, that's angled away down into the gully by Felix Organ, playing it nice and softly down way in front of Tom Lace at gully. He's only here on a 3-match deal, Mohamed Amir, so this is the second of his 3 matches. He'll play in the local derby next week.
How'd you say that?
The local derby.
Oh, is that what they say down there? So
no, they don't. That's just what I'm saying. Against Somerset next week.
I could just imagine a couple of thousand in the crowd all going derby.
No, that's just me.
All right. Very impressive, though.
Right. Impressive in what sense?
The way you said it.
Here comes Amir. Bowls on leg stump and flicked away down to long leg by Felix Organ, and he'll get off the mark. And it's now 2 without loss.
He's so he's replaced, is it Naseem Shah?
Yes, so Naseem Shah played in the first match of the season against Northamptonshire, and unfortunately he managed to injure his shoulder throwing the ball in from the boundary, so he couldn't take part in the second innings there, and Gloucestershire will, I'm sure, point to that as one of the reasons they couldn't get over the line there. if they'd had Naseem Shah available, then who knows? But they didn't. So that's when that happened, as Amir is in and bowls, and that's worked away into the short square leg region, and they come through for a well-judged single. So Ian Holland, strike rate 100, 2 runs from 2 balls, Hampshire a 3 without loss. But yes, and Mohammed Amir signed prior to the last match against Surrey. So didn't play in the match at Old Trafford, although he was there doing a bit of bowling. But last match was his first-class match since August 2019. But he seemed to hold up very well, actually. He didn't bowl on the second, or with the second new ball, I should say, on the first evening. But when he came back in the morning, certainly seemed to be firing on all cylinders. As Amir is in wide delivery, flash and a miss from Felix Organ, looking to hammer that one through the offside, but misses it. And after 2 overs, Hampshire 3 for no wicket.
Yeah, a bit of an ambitious shot at this stage on day 1. Doesn't seem to be any real appreciable swing there from Amir, but that might be early days. Doesn't look a bad pitch at the moment from what we've seen from the first couple of overs, but again, maybe a little too early to tell. Just to repeat that Joe Weatherly injured his hand in the last game against Lancashire. That's why Felix Organ is opening, and we're expecting a Nyrin Donald to come in at number 7 for Hampshire. So just a straight swap there. Organ from 7 to 1, and the Nyrin comes in at number 7. So Ryan Higgins' first over was a maiden. Ready to bowl. Ian Holland is just patting the pitch a little bit and having a look around. 3 slips on the gully for him as Higgins comes in from our commentary end. Bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump by Ian Holland. So 4 changes in the Gloucestershire side. That's a lot, isn't it, from one game to the next?
Well, yes, it is, and the fact that they are all due to injury as well is quite something. Chris Dent, ankle ligament issue, which is obviously not good. Matt Taylor missing, David Payne missing.
Yeah. Forward is Holland up to mid-off.
So David Payne, we're told, minor ankle injury. I think it's the same, it's probably the same thing, just guessing, that helped to, or hindered I should say, during his pre-season preparations. He got COVID, but I think there was that niggle, couple of niggles as well. He said he was kind of easing his way back into bowling last match, but unfortunately it seems like he's going to have to do that again.
Higgins straight as Holland again pushes forward into the covers.
And then Matt Taylor also with a foot injury, so hopefully that's not too serious. And Matt Taylor, I think, was probably the pick of the bowlers in that Surrey match. Was accurate, and he sometimes, it was actually the case that Gloucestershire moved the ball about a bit too much, but Matt Taylor managed to find the kind of right balance between just enough movement to get a couple of nicks and not so much that he was not getting the nicks. So yeah, he bowled well last match, Matt Taylor. So again,
yeah, no,
just disappointing that, you know, unfortunately, I mean, the T20 Blast campaign for Gloucestershire was a bit like this last year.
Higgins in, and he's nipped back and he's wrapped on the pad. Probably did a little too much, but a bit of encouragement there from Ryan Higgins off the pitch.
Yeah, good bit of bowling. He's got the ball to come back a couple of times already, has Ryan Higgins. So a little bit of assistance, which you'd expect first morning of the match, new ball. But yeah, it's just been one of those things, unfortunately. What can you do?
It's annoying though, isn't it? Here's Higgins. Oh, is he edging through to the keeper? He's gone. Yeah, that is the first wicket of the morning. Good diving take there from Bracey in front of first slip. He drew Holland into the shot, did Ryan Higgins, and that's just nipped away. And that is the first wicket of the morning. Hampshire 3 for 1.
So previous ball gets the ball to come in, and then that ball on and around off stump manages to get the outside edge, and well, it's taken them a good deal less time to remove Ian Holland in this year's fixture than it did last year. So that's a huge wicket for Gloucestershire, and having lost the toss, we'll see. It could turn out to be quite a good toss to lose for Gloucestershire if they're able to take a few early wickets this morning, and they are going to need to, because you look at the bowling attack, and obviously there's plenty of potential there, but on the face of it, you'd say the opening spells of Higgins and Amir are absolutely vital, and they've got one of the big guns for Hampshire already, but out comes a man who, I think he's in pretty good form, isn't he?
Not bad. Excuse me. A couple of hundreds in the last game. A couple of very good hundreds. When Hampshire were 40 for 5 in the first hour against Lancashire, to come out of that with 100 not out, it was an absolutely terrific effort. And then in the second innings, to add another 100 to that and set Hampshire up to be going into the final day in a very strong position. Unfortunately, the rain put paid to that. But yeah, but of course, you're only as good as your next game, Ed.
Yes, don't we know it? Who knows? lining up the potential replacement for for the next match against Somerset alongside Anthony Gibson already, I'm sure. Yeah, always the pressure on up here to have a good game.
Right, so it's the left-hander Gubbins to face Ryan Higgins. Sunshine still out here at the Ageas. A bit more of the crowd to our left now all of a sudden, because, as I mentioned last week, the wicket cut to the right and everybody moved over to the right, so it was the west side of the ground, and now with the wicket very much on the left-hand side, they're back on the east side. Here's Higgins then to Gubbins. Bowls. Gubbins leaves that one outside of the off stump. The ball offered to come back, but really didn't do so. And that, I think, is the end of the over. Everybody seems to be taking a while actually to move between overs, but they're finally moving. 3 for 1 Hampshire. Yep,
last year it was Tom Alsop along with Ian Holland that provided the bulk of the runs for Hampshire. They scored 470 in that first innings of the match, which was in Group 2, of course, of the conference system of the county championship. Let's just confuse everybody with that. Ian Holland scored 114 in that match from memory. I think he was dropped in the 20s. I think it was Gloucestershire's overseas signing at that point, Craig Brathwaite, who dropped the catch. Hopefully he's not listening, I've just reminded him of that. Here comes Amir then, starting his second over. Forward goes Organ and defends quietly out towards backward point, and there's no run. Tom Alsop made 149, and they shared in a stand of 226. That's a lot of mental arithmetic to do at 11:15 in the morning. I just should say, actually, I did erroneously say that it was a throwaway comment, but all 4 changes were due to injury. They're not, because Jack Taylor's not injured. He's the one of the 4 changes that's not due to injury. Here comes Amir in and bowls, and drawing Organ onto the front foot once again, and it's defended back to the bowler. So we've gone from 2 Taylors to no Taylors in this match. I'm sure there's a gag in there somewhere, but I'm not going to attempt it.
You can get in touch with us several ways. Ed, how do you get in touch? How does
at Ed Cricket 6 is my Twitter handle. That's probably the best way as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. From a Hampshire point of view, at Sonant Sport, or on the email sonantcricket@gmail.com.
Here comes Amir, he's in and bowls wide, driven away, and that's a terrific stop at backward point, and that's Dom Goodman fielding there. It would normally be George Scott if he were in the lineup, but as I say, he's at first slip, and I think they quite enjoyed that one, the Gloucestershire fielders.
What is it about Dominic Goodman and the Ageas Bowl?
Oh,
he loves it here.
He just seems to, doesn't he? Well, we'll see when he comes on to bowl, but no, it's great to see him back in the side, because he's an impressive prospect. He's very tall, should be able to generate some bounce. Yeah. We'll see.
I thought he bowled well here last year.
Here comes Amir. He's in now and bowls, and left this time by Organ, going through on the angle to James Bracey behind the stumps.
A little bit taller than most, gets a little bit of extra bounce, doesn't he, from time to time? Yeah, I do think he was a good player, not just because he held Hampshire up, but and coming in at number 11, there was no way. And I said it a million times last year, and even now it gets up my goat that he came in at number 11 and blocked it out. But you can tell I've got over it, can't you?
Yeah, no grudges born or anything like that. Yes. Well, let's have a look at his figures from last year. 25 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 54. It wasn't it wasn't a particularly easy pitch to bowl on. So I think you look at a young bowler bowling from a good height, bowling at 2.2 and over in that innings, but he bowled really well on his debut against Somerset as well. As Amir is in and bowls, angled away, open face of the blade from Felix Organ down to Tom Lace in the gully, but there's no run to be had there either. But yeah, so it's good to see him in the side and not batting at number 11. I'm sure, whilst I'm not exactly certain on the bottom four, my best guess is it's probably going to be Goodman 8, Warner 9, Amir 10 and Dale 11, but we'll see. But you'll be pleased to know, not batting it at 11 this year. There is, of course, Jared Warner, who almost saved that game for Gloucestershire against Lancashire a couple of weeks ago, as Amir's in and Organ's had a fish at that one and missed it. It's gone through to James Bracey, and then Organ looks as if somebody just, I don't know, somebody just put a, I'm not going to say a rocket where, but he jumped up in the air in some surprise there. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what that was. It was an extraordinary reaction. I quite like it, but yeah, it was a bizarre jump from Organ, who's been tempted into a couple of fishes outside the off stump already.
It's like somebody who said boo to him behind him and sort of sneaked up on him.
Electric shock or something like that, perhaps. Yeah, so Jared Warner, 10 off 119 balls in that match against Lancashire, stayed there for almost 2 hours, almost got Gloucestershire the draw.
Higgins to Gubbins. Gubbins is forward. He's going to take a quick single. I'm sure the throw will come in somewhere, but it doesn't, actually. Dominic Goodman at a point. I thought he was going to shape to throw at the bowler's end. He didn't. He was going to shape to the throw at the keeper's end, and by the time he decided, it was an easy single.
That was fantastic. I loved that. I'm sure the throw will come in somewhere. Oh, it hasn't come in anywhere.
He's not decided in the end. It took too long. Tom Johnson has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hoping for lots of runs today. Shame about Joe Weatherly. Yeah, I agree. Here comes Higgins, runs away from us. Forward is Organ up towards mid-on. And there's no run. I tweeted last game that he wasn't in the slips after his 2 drop catches. That's right. Joe dropped a couple. Thinking it was a mental thing, but I guess that's when he fractured his hand. I agree. I haven't had a chance to talk to him, but as I say, he's around later. He's going to join us on commentary, so he'll be able to talk you through that. Hopefully he's back very soon. Tough job for Organ coming in, but great to see Onari Donald coming back. Thanks for the commentary. I agree. I think a lot of people will be pleased that Donald is back in the Hampshire side. Higgins works that, well, he bowls middle and leg, and it's worked through square leg by Organ for a single. Felix Organ doubles his total to 2, and it's 5 for 1.
Yeah, well, he looks a little more comfortable against the right armour so far, Felix Organ. I think part of the reason, possibly, because Ryan Higgins has made him play quite a lot, and he looks, against Amir, it looks as if he wants to feel that bat on ball, and Higgins will tend to bowl mostly stump to stump. He doesn't tend to bowl too many spells just trying to fish it outside the off stump. He's looking to bring those stumps into play. Yeah,
there's Higgins on the back foot there as Gubbins pushes that out towards extra cover. A couple of tweets here. Mike Martin, morning to you at Solent Sport. My favourite innings versus Gloucestershire was Hampshire's Gordon Greenwich, who made 100 before lunch on one leg at the old ground at Northlands Road. And at lunch, Paul Terry was 17 not out. It was the great man's 71st birthday last week. That's Gordon Greenwich, 71, eh? Wow. On the back foot, steers that just too backward of point. Gubbins may turn for 2. He'll have to hurry here. Good piece of fielding, but he's home. 2 runs takes Gubbins onto 3, and it's 7 for 1.
He's a quick fielder, is Tom Lace, and he got the throw away very quickly, which is what I think brought just a tiny bit of panic into Gubbins' running there at one point, but in the end he got the throw away so quickly he couldn't get any power behind it. But he's not usually a fielder to take on as Tom Lace.
We'll keep an eye on that over the next few days as the sun gets a little stronger as Higgins comes in again and bowls to Gubbins, and he's fuller, and Gubbins just punches that back to the bowler, and that'll be the end of the over. 5 overs gone. Hampshire winning the toss are 7 for 1. Stewie Neal, who's also tweeted you actually, Ed, and at Solent Sport. Morning, Ed and Kev. Great start for the Gloucesters. Hopefully this week will be our first win.
Yep, 2 draws, 2 losses so far, and it came very close to winning the first match against Northamptonshire, but then so did Northamptonshire. It was a terrible break with tradition last week, where Gloucestershire weren't the last team left playing. The first 3 weeks in a row, Gloucestershire were I think the only side left, or at least one of the last to finish, I think, in the case of Lancashire, as Amir starts a new over and bowls wide, driven away. He's got the drive away that time as Organ, and that will fly away to the cover boundary for 4, and that is the first boundary for Hampshire. It's 11 now for 1.
Yeah, he's got his foot out there a little better, hasn't he? The one he wafted at one that previous over. I mean, he's aiming it across the right-hander, so you've got to be a little bit careful. But that was also a fraction fuller as well. Good shot. Yeah,
exactly. He wasn't playing at a ball that wasn't there to be driven. He's put it away in quite some style. But yes, it's kind of become a saying, really. It's not a Gloucestershire game if it doesn't come down to the last hour on the last day. Here comes Amir over the wicket, bowls to Organ, who's up onto his toes and blocking the ball down into the ground. And Amir will pick up off his own bowling. But yeah, as I say, the last day against Surrey completely washed out, and I think it was one of those instances where the umpires were probably rather glad that they didn't have to make any kind of iffy decision on whether to play what would have been a thoroughly pointless hour or something at the end of the day. Thankfully, the weather just turned for the worse again at the right point, just as it looked to be clearing up, and they didn't have to make the decision about whether to come out and play. Amir then round the wicket, bowls to Organ. It was another wide delivery. Organ's had a thrash at that one out towards the deep cover boundary. It's rolling away, but it's not going to get there. Van Buren in hot pursuit, and they've come through for 3 runs, so not quite timed as well as the previous drive there from Organ. I think it was just a little bit further back, that one, but it's already showing potentially, even that shot, that this might not be that bad a pitch to bat on, and it's 14 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, for me already, that ball's not quite doing as much as last week. And also for me, I mean, I think that from time to time he looks like a bowler that hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket last couple of years. We all know he's a good bowler, of course he is. I mean, he's got a great record, hasn't he? I mean, was it 36 test matches, 61 one-day internationals, but for me there's just the odd ball which I don't think is quite as tight as he normally bowls.
Amir to the left-handed, Gubbins flicked away through square leg by Gubbins. Goodman's trying to get around from the long leg boundary, puts in the dive. As he kept it in? He has kept it. He's kind of done a spin round, and the ball is now, it's hit the rope now for sure. Yeah, signalling 4 now. So that is a boundary to Nick Gubbins. He put in the dive at the last moment, wasn't sure that he'd actually kept it in, did, and then the ball just trickled onto the rope. And it's 4 more. So an expensive over, this. 11 runs from it, and Hampshire 18 now for 1. Just a little bit too straight.
Yeah, there's no swing for him at the moment either, is there?
No, actually, you could probably imagine might have been starting it on that line, hoping it would swing. Amir in and bowls. Gubbins forward, defending firmly up towards mid-off, and there's no run. The defensive shot that he played to the last ball of the last over, and just everything coming forward at the right time, made a great big crack off the bat. Even if he just defended it back to the bowler, he tends to show you that somebody's in quite good form when they're doing that, and so far Gubbins has been in no difficulty. He's got 7 from 7 already. Gloucestershire sending somebody else out onto that leg side boundary, so down to 2 slips and a gully already, and a deep forward square leg, I'm going to call that, as Amir is in over the wicket to Gubbins, who looks to drive but just punches the ball out to Higgins at cover, and that's the end of the over. We've had 6 so far. Hampshire are 18 for 1. The wicket to fall. Ian Holland caught behind to a good catch by James Bracey off Ryan Higgins for 2.
Matt Bino Hunt has tweeted at Solent Sport, great to have cricket back and fab commentary. Thank you. Gosh, we've only been going a few minutes. Just think what it's going to be like after 4 days.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got to get that kind of thing in early.
Yes, that's right. It's been fab commentary for 25 minutes. Thank you. Following on from he's following on the live stream whilst working from home with some very high-scoring matches in the opening rounds. Have the ECB stroke grounds, I'll say people, listen to how batters need to bat on better pitches at the start of the season. I don't know, really. I think the first round of matches suggested that there was a lot of flat pitches around the country. I'm not sure it's been always that case.
No, well, Gloucestershire has certainly had a few, but the thing is, it's not, to be honest, and I think I read this in Rob Key's column that he did a few months ago. I'll come back to that.
Here's Higgins to bowl to Felix Organ. Short. Organ pulls it away, helps it away down to fine leg. It's gone very fine. There is a leg slip in, and it's almost like he helped it over leg slip. And that is 4 runs up towards the pavilion. Organ moves on to 13, 22 for 1.
Well, just on that, though, that's a strange ploy. You don't see that too often. It's as if Gloucestershire have already decided that the ball's not doing a huge amount and they're going to something else, trying to get him caught with a strangle down the leg side with a short delivery. Marcus Harris is in there at leg slip, but they just didn't have their fine leg fine enough for that plan.
It's a bit bizarre. Higgins bowls. It's another short one. Interesting. Wouldn't mind it at that pace. Bowling short. Got plenty of time to duck underneath.
Yes, this is an odd one. We'll see.
Really.
It's a cunning ploy. Let's see if it pays off. But what I was going to say about the pitches, though, is there's all this focus on it being good for batting. You know, batters need to spend a lot of time out there in the middle. But actually, it's a combination of that, and there does need to be some pace in the pitches. There've been a couple of pitches that I've seen where it's just completely dead by about day 3.
Higgins bowls. The leg slip has been taken away as that's worked to mid-wicket.
There's got to be some sort of a balance, and I think part of it is, I'm afraid, April, and a lot of the focus on April is, you know, these green surfaces. Ground staff haven't prepared the surfaces properly, but I don't think it's to do with that at all. And it was gratifying to read that in Rob Key's column.
Yeah. Higgins comes in again and bowls just short of a length, and Organ's on the back foot, steers that up to middle.
So what we actually need is pace at the surfaces, and ideally, it's not easy because you've only got 4 days for a championship match rather than 5 for a test match, but it would be lovely to see the odd pitch actually start to break up. Yeah. Every pitch that I've seen so far, there's been turn from the footmarks way outside leg stump of the right-hander, for example, but nothing anywhere else.
Organ works that one again to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Lace. Yeah. No, I agree. I think on the whole they've been okay, but I think the weather's helped.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably on balance you'd rather have what we've had than 150 plays 150, and you've just got to, the only way that you can score is just to play a few shots and hope. I'm not sure we want to see that.
No. Here's Higgins again. Again, that's gone towards mid-wicket. That's the end of the over, 22 for 1. I think you've only got to look at games at Chelmsford, and if there's runs at Chelmsford, then you know the groundsmen are putting in an effort.
Well, I suppose actually there were more runs for Northamptonshire than Essex, and Northamptonshire have been off to a pretty decent start. They've drawn their first 3, but could have won a couple of them. I noticed Surrey are batting at the Oval against Northamptonshire in this round, so we'll see what kind of an oval pitch is prepared. I was chatting to Dan Norcross in the week, and he was saying, well, I hope it's not going to be a flat one, because obviously Surrey are eyeing that matchup as one that they can win, but at the same time, got to watch out for Northants. They are not a pushover by any stretch. No. Amir then into his 4th over. 2 slips in the gully, and the fielder out at deep forward square leg and the long leg as Gubbins tries to flick the ball into the leg side. There are yelps from various quarters out there, but in fact it's been signalled a run anyway, so I'm not exactly sure what that was. Maybe it was inside edge onto pad which got them excited. I'm not exactly sure because it looked to be missing leg anyway, but I'm sure there must have been something. 23 for 1 as Gubbins moves to 8 with a single.
Tweet here from Tom Eep. think I've got that right. I've probably got it wrong, but apologies, Tom. Solent Sports says, I may have missed it, but has Weatherly been dropped or is he injured? No, he is injured. He has a fractured hand or something like that. That's the only reason he's missing.
Amir round the wicket to the right-handed Organ, who fishes at that one and misses, and then does an extravagant swish of the bat around his body as if to admonish himself. And that was not a great shot, it's got to be said.
I think Nick Gubbins is just probably telling him something along those lines, walking down the wicket.
Yes, perhaps a bit less broadcastable.
Yeah, well, yeah. But it's got to be careful outside the off stump. A couple of times Felix Organ has just had a very airy-fairy waft and not in a great position to be playing in that area. So just needs to be careful. A little bit different batting at 7 than it is opening the batting.
Amir round the wicket, he sent deep forward square out again, but bowls well wide of off stump, and Organ has nothing to do with it this time. A few perhaps suggestions there from Mohammad Amir, as he certainly at least gave him a stare, maybe a word or two.
I think he's already having his follow-through looked at by the umpire at the far end, coming round the wicket.
Well, it's an odd one, that, because the only spinner Gloucestershire have got is Van Buren in this line-up, so would have thought it wouldn't have been particularly in Gloucestershire's interests to get too close to the stumps. It's not as though they've got Zafar Gohar in the line-up. Amir in now and bowls, and a tighter leave this time from Organ, but still a good one. Gets everything out the way of it, and it goes through to Bracey behind the stumps.
Gohar injured as well?
No, he's an overseas player, so only allowed 2 overseas per match, but you can have 3 registered.
Quick 30-second look back coming up. Hampshire won the toss this morning, and they are 23 for 1 against Gloucestershire. The wicket not quite helping the bowlers as much as it did last week against Lancashire, but even so, they've lost a wicket this morning after 10 minutes of play. Ian Holland edging the medium pace of Ryan Higgins through to keeper James Bracey, who took a good catch in front of diving in front of first slip. He went for 2. Organ is 13 not out. Gubbins is 8 not out. One change in the Hampshire side. The injured Joe Weatherly, who fractured a hand in the last game, isn't playing. And Narin Donald back. He hasn't been in a Hampshire shirt for over 2 years. 23 for 1.
All right, 1 ball left in this Amir over. That'll round out the first half hour plus. 15 off his 3.5 so far, as Amir is in and bowls over the wicket to Organ, who's forward and defending the ball out to Goodman at point, and that is the end of the over. 23 for 1 after a few more words from Kevin James. Melissa Story will be in for the first time.
Thanks, Ed. Martin in Holland, who's tweeted at Solent Sports, says, again, looking very much forward to another Thursday start for Hampshire, and fine commentary from the team. Let's hope the weather holds out for 4 days and a favourable Hampshire result. That's right, well, I think the weather's OK. Mind you, we thought that, didn't we, for the last game last week against Lancashire. I think we were all caught surprised that the whole of the 4th day, well, it wouldn't say it was washed out. I mean, it was just a light covering of rain, but it was enough to keep the players off the field and no chance of a result. Melissa Story, welcome back. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good, thank you. Very excited to be here again.
Even though you've parked miles away.
I think I'm parked in Portsmouth, to be honest with you.
Here's Higgins bowls, and it's a length ball, and Gubbins plays that late into the ground. Fielded that 3rd slip, but that's off the middle of the bat. There's a lot going on at this side of the ground, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, usually it's a bit difficult to find a parking space because at this Hilton end, there tends to be a few Land Rovers which are covering more than one space in the car park, so it's always a struggle. But yeah, I wasn't quite expecting to be parked on the far corner of the ground today. I was already running a bit late, so had to sprint across the ground.
Other makes of car available, of course, as Higgins bowls and Gubbins pushes that out square of the offside. Are they just your favourite car?
No, they're not. I think other car makes which fit in car parking spots are very much available, rather than ones which take up more room than they need to. But, you know, a matter of opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I thought you were just angling for a sponsored vehicle there for a minute.
I mean, I wouldn't say no. So if they are listening, you know, I wouldn't reject it.
23 for 1. Here's Higgins, bit of a shadow across the ground at the moment as a cloud goes above us, and cut away by Gubbins, back on a point. That'll be 4. Little bit too much room, a little bit width there from Ryan Higgins, and definitely, Melissa, there's not as much movement in this pitch as there was last week.
No, and even last week we were saying that across the duration of the match, we started to see less sideways movement. The only thing really going for the bowlers was this bit of extra pop off the wicket. But even here today, it's just looked flat from the first ball, really. And I mean, as you two were remarking, interesting how Gloucestershire with Higgins and Mohammed Amir in that last over, just a few of the shorter balls, and it's not working for them.
No. Yeah, I was surprised a couple of overs ago when he went to that short ball tactic. Edge spin to the ground, and it's half stopped at third slip. Certainly it's taken the pace off the shot there, and that is a single to Gubbins. That's Marcus Harris behind the wicket doing the diving there. 28 for 1, Organ has 13, so has Gubbins. That
last delivery there just proving that, I mean, it was more pitched up. It caught the edge of the bat. Obviously, it was a controlled edge there from Organ. It went straight down into the ground. Gubbins, sorry. But, you know, it's worth... We're not even at 10 overs. It's still a relatively new ball, a very new ball. So it seems far too premature for Gloucestershire to be going in and trying to bowl these shorter deliveries when there's still something there for them if they pitch it up.
Agreed. That's why Holland's out. That's tucked away from middle and leg by Organ, safely behind square on the leg side for a single. He moves on to 14, 29 for 1. Andrew Tebb, morning to you, who's tweeted at Solent Sport. Great to see Onara and Donald back and watching online from Chipping Norton.
Ooh.
I think that's a good spot, yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
From what I've told. Also, Ed's saying something. What, Ed? Ed's trying to talk through eating a pastry.
Yeah, it's a good selection today.
There is, very good. Yeah, I love it. Well, it's a good selection.
I'm eating them with my eyes.
Oh, you can't eat those, can you?
No, I can't. So it's a bit of a struggle. You come to all the cricket games, there's cakes and pastries everywhere.
Yeah. A lot of willpower needed. Not by me, that's for sure, Ed. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. We'll quite happily have your portions, don't worry. End of the over. Ryan Higgins has bowled 5 overs now, 1 for 14. Hampshire 29 for 1. Having won the toss this morning. Nick Jenkins at Solent Sport says, morning chaps. Just recovered from my AFC Bournemouth celebrations. Yeah, great stuff from them a couple of days ago to go back up into the Premier League. Hopefully a Hampshire cricket win will be a perfect end to the week. Great to see Onara and Donald back. There's been a lot of messages about that, hasn't it? I mean, we've missed him, haven't we?
And I think it's so well deserved because, I mean, at the time of his injury, he was in such good form. He was really kind of making headways, of course, having moved over to Hampshire, and it was just so disappointing to see him just struck down like that. But the way he's come back this season, got those 200s for the Hampshire second 11. He got 109 off 73 balls versus Durham, so he's not hanging about. He wants to get back into this first 11, and then that 143 off 117 balls versus the Surrey second 11. So proving he's got that good strike rate. Both games, I think, maybe down on that nursery ground, and that is a fantastic wicket. So you can just tell that he's really getting into form, and what a great opportunity for him today to come into this squad, albeit perhaps a bit lower down the order than he's been playing for in the second 11, but hopefully he just slots in there in that place below Ben Brown.
Agreed.
And gets that support needed from the Hampshire batting lineup, as it's a change of bowling, and it's Dom Goodman in first ball, and it's for the ball, and this is just chipped over the tall figure of the bowler, and actually there's a misfield here, so the batters managed to get through for a single.
So Amir, 4 overs, 1 for 15. Sorry, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. His spell this morning.
He hasn't half had a struggle coming over. I mean, Ed saying that, of course, he's only over for the 3 games. Last week being presented with the motorway at Bristol, having to just almost work away looking for those wickets, which of course he didn't find in the end, probably hoping for green wickets, but being presented with a pitch more like he would find in Pakistan, as in comes Goodman again, and on the back foot is Organ pushing into the offside for no run. And then suddenly here, first 4 overs come in and not much movement, not much give for him. You can almost feel just going, please, for my final game here in England, just give me a green top.
Yeah, we're so used to see him swing the ball into the right-handers quite late as well. That's what's made him really dangerous, I think, over the years, but there was none of that here. If anything, he got a couple of balls just to seam away at the right-hander, but that's about all. Hit the deck okay, but that was about it.
Goodman into Gubbins, and that's left outside the off stump through to Bracey behind the stumps. I mean, there was a discussion on a podcast I was listening to recently, talking again, as you and Ed were talking about the pitches and whether perhaps they're, you know, too good batting surfaces, whether they are perfect batting surfaces? Are they entertaining pitches? All of that. And one comment which was remarked that obviously it's been so dry here. There hasn't been that much swing, but also we've got this beautiful pristine square in front of us at the start of the season, so the ball can't even get that roughed up to generate in late swing as well, when reverse swing as that's left outside the off stump by Gubbins. So you aren't getting much from the surface. You're not getting too much from the conditions because we've had glorious sunshine, and obviously start of the season you can't even throw the ball into those used wickets alongside the pitch just to scuff it up a bit. And of course can't use obviously sweat or saliva on the ball anymore to shine it up.
Very true, of course.
I found a way around that actually at the weekend at my game, I must say.
Oh, good.
Which I'll explain after this delivery from Goodman to the left-handed Gubbins, who's on the back foot, tucking this into the leg side, mid-wicket, for no run.
Go on then.
Well, so I had my first game. Actually, so if anyone was listening, I had a game scheduled on Sunday, which was actually rained off in the end, just like the day 4 of Hampshire, Lancashire, because it was just that horrible drizzle in the air, which meant it was a bit unsafe to play on. But I had a T20 on Monday, and I dropped a catch. And not only did I drop a catch, but I made a complete drama out of it as well. As Goodman in again, that strikes him on the pads, an appeal from the slips, but not a confident one. That would have been going down the leg side and striking Gubbins outside the line. Just that angle. Goodman comes and yeah, very confidently.
Bit of shape back into the left-hander. Yeah, anyway.
That over quickly completed, Hampshire 30 for 1. Yeah, so I completely messed it up. Took the seam right to the finger, bleeding all down my hand. But I was bowling the next over, so the pink ball suddenly turned red. Ooh. And I actually got some swing that over.
Did you?
So
what are you saying? That in future you need to cut your hand? Maybe
you need to find a way to bleed out on the wicket from your own bowling hand just to get the ball to swing.
But that does seem a bit extreme.
It does, and to be honest, it was such a pathetically small cut as well, but just one of those ones where it just non-stop bleeds. So everyone's wondering if you're okay, and you're either like, I can play into this, or I can just wise up.
Higgins to Organ, who's playing a missing outside the off stump. Ball just straightens away from him as it went through to Bracey. So in other words, just carry a sort of a pot of blood around with you and put that on the ball instead.
Yeah, exactly. That's not, a bad omen or horrifying in any way whatsoever. I'm not sure the ECB would agree with us listening into this to encourage players to carry around pots of blood.
No, I'm not sure you can just buy them off the shelf anywhere.
No, maybe the black market.
Yeah, here's Higgins bowls forward his Organ. That's gone back to the bowler. That certainly wouldn't have been, well, I say it's during COVID times. I mean, I'd say we're post-COVID, but certainly a couple of years ago, that would have been totally frowned upon. Any blood on the ball, I mean, that would have been a big no-no. That would have created a major incident.
Well, it's interesting to think what kind of lasting impacts COVID will, of course, have on the game, and especially those tiny little rules such as cleaning the ball.
Organ pushes that to mid-wicket. Another good length ball from Higgins.
Because, of course, speaking about no saliva on the ball anymore, no sweat on the ball, and just coming out of the society, that post-COVID society, where I think people are a lot more conscious about things, hygiene and things being sanitary. And I mean, we haven't quite returned to shaking hands yet, actually, at club level. We still favour the fist bumps, which I don't mind. I'm quite partial to a fist bump.
Higgins bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Organ. So, did you get any runs?
No. Oh, this was the best part of the day. I was on the cards going at number 3, so I was absolutely fearing having to bat. And our opening partnership they were completely unbroken, so we were 122 for none at the end of the 20 overs. Wow. So I sat there with my helmet on, eating sweets for an hour and a half, and then went out to captain. It was glorious.
So that was your only game of last weekend? Organ's on the back foot, pushes that out square on the offside. Yeah,
although I managed to fit in 2 overs. Still can't move my arms above probably my shoulder height. I'm in dramatic amounts of pain, so I dread to think how these poor bowlers are feeling. I genuinely think they're superheroes, because anyone else who probably played club cricket this weekend feel probably quite similar to me.
Right.
In enduring pain,
And that was only after 2 overs.
Only after 2.
What are you going to be like when you bowl a 5-over spell? Organ gets one that comes back into him as he pushes that to mid-wicket. End of the over. Hampshire, having won the toss, are 30 for 1.
That's the joy of being a captain. Maybe this is the season of 2-over spells. I'm surprised more captains don't do that, to be honest. But then, of course, you don't get bowling captains so often. So.
Sure. You got a game this weekend?
I don't actually know.
No. So you're just down for the 2 days? And then
just down for the 2 days, yeah. I'm going to go to some training tonight because those 2 overs proved a bit that I do need to train a bit more.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very slow start to the season for me. More watching as a fan rather than participating, which is a lot more enjoyable, I must say.
And this is the Hersley Ladies, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's a very successful club, which is just north of Southampton, if those of you are not quite sure where Hersley is.
Always recruiting new players.
Oh,
if any men or women are listening who need a new club around the area. As Goodman to continue, left outside the off stump again, full, and just seeing that late inwards movement towards the left-handed Gubbins. Perhaps the only bowler so far we have seen a bit of sideways movement from. Of course, we spoke about his height and what that brings to the equation, but it also looks like from his first 7 deliveries, which isn't much to go on, but he's not afraid to pitch it up so far. He's been bowling really full and just pushing it outside Nick Gubbins off stump, trying to lure him into that temptation of driving through the offside. As in and left again, and Bracey behind the stumps there having to wildly go to his left then because that ball just moved so much.
I was surprised. This is only his 5th first-class game, and he's only taken 5 wickets so far, which seems it's not a large amount anyway, but I think he's a better bowler than that. But he is only 21. Still early days of a career. I think he's all right, don't he?
See, I actually know Dom from, we both went on the same holiday together with our cricket clubs in 2018.
Ooh.
As Goodman in again, left outside the off stump by Gubbins. So when I saw his name on the scorecard, obviously I was running a bit late, so it was a bit frantic, but I suddenly spotted his name, and yeah, very, very chuffed for him, I must say.
You've gone all red.
Oh, don't say that.
So what's this? So you went on the same holiday?
Yeah, so it was an organised cricket tour for the West Country counties. So there was Somerset under 15s girls and boys. There was a Wiltshire women, and there was a Gloucestershire under 19s. It must have been at the time. As Goodman in again, a bit shorter, but again the same result, left outside the off stump through to the keeper. And because of the kind of structure of the trip, the Wiltshire women kind of got paired with the Gloucestershire under 19 boys, and obviously a bit similar in ages meant that we did get to see some of them playing out there. And I mean, I must say his bowling's got a lot quicker in those few years. But yeah, nice to see a familiar name on the scorecard.
Well, there you go. He's getting a little bit of shape, isn't he? Just a little.
Goodman in again and left outside the off stump. This is just a patience game here for Nick Gubbins, because Goodman is very, very happy just to keep putting that ball there outside the off stump. But of course, Nick Gubbins, the man in form after his 2 centuries in that last game against Lancashire last week, he probably recognised very quickly that this is going to be a good batting surface and wants to be out there for the long haul. He can survive a few deliveries from Goodman and just wait out this spell from him. But good control being exerted by both the bowler and batter. Has passed the stumps on the back foot. Defending back to the bowler is Gubbins, and that concludes the over.
A message here from Charlotte Taylor, Southern Vipers off spinner. She says, if you want to plug the Vipers versus the Storm warm-up games tomorrow, which of course is relevant for both these sides because it's both in their catchment areas. The Vipers are playing the Storm in 2 warm-up T20 games tomorrow. They're down at Newport in Wales, so a bit of a trek, but I'm sure 1 or 2 of you fancy a day out. Tickets are free, apparently. Charlotte says it might entice some Gloucestershire fans. Well, so 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock at Newport tomorrow. Those 2 sides are going head-to-head in Charlotte Edwards Trophy matches?
Well, that's only about half an hour from Bristol, you'd say. Just
Yeah.
pop
Oh,
over,
actually,
quick
yeah.
visit over the bridge. Don't have to pay any more, of course, which is
No.
the best probably piece of news to come out of the 21st century.
Here's Higgins. If I was to Organ, is punching that up to mid-off. Do you know what? My younger daughter went to Cardiff Uni. I've told you this, haven't I? So what, 4 years at Cardiff Uni? Backwards and forwards over that bridge playing whatever it was. It used to go up 10p every year, didn't it?
Well, see,
on January the 1st.
my sister, of course, is at Cardiff now, and she's doing a 5-year degree. So I think the bridge toll kind of ended kind of halfway through, and I'm pretty sure we opened a bottle of bubbly or something to celebrate. It was a glorious day.
Here's Higgins. Well, that's worked into the gap through mid-wicket from a length ball there from Organ. He'll pick up 2, and he moves on to 17. I think that's Ageas Dale there doing the fielding, formerly of this parish. And Hampshire move on to 30 for 1. Yeah, the very last year of her university course was the last year of the top.
Typical.
I know.
I mean,
all those hundreds of pounds I paid.
But I think people now not even have to pay. They can pay off their mortgage now because of that.
I know.
The money they could save.
I forget how much it was when it finished. Here's Higgins. Forward is Organ, up to mid-off. I think it was about, oh, I can't remember. £4? No, it was more than that, wasn't it? What am I talking about? It was more than that.
I've walked over it a couple of times,
Have you
actually.
really?
We have a strange tradition in our family to walk over sea bridges in unbearable weather conditions. So I've scooted across the bridge to Wales.
Really?
That was a core memory.
Higgins bowls and Organ gets a length ball which he cautiously pushes out in the offside. So what's the worst one you've done?
Humber Bridge. 100%. So my family's from Yorkshire, and it's almost become a 10-year kind of every 10-year tradition now. So which we're going to continue, even though we deep down loathe it and despise it. But every time there's probably a storm on the radar, we just decide to walk across the Humber Bridge, and it's come into a lovely family tradition now.
Wow. Does it sway as you're walking past? Wow. Or he's taken the bat away, but it's hit the face of the bat. Fortunately for Organ, it's gone along the ground and it's fielded at second slip.
Yeah,
Really?
so and there's a picture of us always these kind of concrete places to take shelter at the end, where my dad will line us all up, me and my cousins at the end, where we're all completely miserable by that point, but the car's on the other side of the bridge, so you have no point but to go back, and just to kind of capture that memory of pure regret. But yeah, it's just some kind of challenge we've always taken on. Bridge walking.
That's turned away square. Look, it was a misfield. And that'll be 2 runs when really it should have been none. And that's Ageas Dale, who's obviously remembering the time he had here and thought, I'll just give the guys some free runs. Just make them feel perfectly at home. 34 for 1. Melissa Story, amazing some of the stuff you come out with sometimes. Stanley Marissa, who's part of our commentary team here from time to time, who's not with us this week because he's in Italy. He's actually tweeted at Solent Sport. He says, I'm tuning into the live stream for a quick half hour from sunny Capri. Listening to the team. Great stuff.
We also have another message in from Andrew Tebb, who's gone at Solent Sport. Go Vipers tomorrow then.
Yeah.
It's good to see that a lot of, counties can feel quite disconnected from their, women's regional teams. But down here at the Ageas Bowl and over at Brighton as well, there's a very strong support base for the Southern Vipers. And of course, as we were just saying, pop over to Newport if you fancy seeing them in action against Western Storm as Goodman to continue. 2 slips in the gully in place and through to the keeper. That first ball left outside by Gubbins. Again, and Newport is a lovely ground.
Is it?
I've had the pleasure to play there quite a few grounds. It's one where there's the 2 pitches adjacent to each other and beautiful flat outfields, glorious grass, basically what we're seeing in front of us, and the best tees I've ever had.
Really?
Obviously not that they may not be doing tees, but as a club player, they were fantastic. As Goodman in, left outside the off stump, he just raises a hand there and almost in trepidation, feels like there could be a wicket soon for Gloucestershire if they just keep persisting with this plan. Obviously, we spoke, they tried the short bowling plan a few overs prior to this bowling change, which didn't quite work. But since Goodman has come into the attack, there seems to be this real sense of control, and that Hampshire score has just remained quite stagnant. Around those 30s and 40s, and Nick Gubbins now, he's 13 off 27 deliveries. He's on strike, left alone to the keeper.
Nice tight line he's bowling.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice tight line. I mean, I suppose you could almost have argued that he could have taken the new ball at the pavilion end. Not that Mohammed Amir did anything too wrong, but 4 overs for 15, he bowled all right, he hit the deck all right, but there was, I don't know, there was a couple of balls there, weren't there, that weren't quite in the right places. I've seen Amir bowl quite a bit, as most people will have done, and as I said earlier, I think he looks slightly short of match practice when you know his own high standards from the past.
Goodman, fuller and pushed off the back foot by Gubbins, but straight to that fielder. It's almost such a risk and reward here, because if he does take to, you know, that risk of taking on the ball outside the off stump and hitting it, there's such a, almost, it feels packed offside field. There's only 3 fielders there, but just the angles they are, every ball seems to be going straight to that fielder, and there's nothing more satisfying as a captain to just perfect that field.
Yeah.
As 5th ball of the over. Goodman in to Gubbins, left outside the off stump again, and that last delivery interesting. Looking at the live stream, and for anyone following on there, that one, he's changed his angle a bit, but it pitched perhaps a bit wider outside the off stump, but went spewing off a bit further. So again, that seam movement from Goodman, a bit of sideways movement, not from the air, definitely must be going off the seam, because we have glorious blue skies here at the Ageas Bowl, scattered with cloud, and the weather's supposed to remain quite nice across these 4 days, which is good news for both teams. As Goodman in again, left outside the off stump by Gubbins, and that concludes the over. Hampshire 34 for 1.
Yeah, it's interesting, Goodman coming around the wicket there, I think trying to get the left-hander to play a little bit more, but I'm not sure that's quite working at the moment. Liam Williamson at Solent Sports, his entry to the Ageas free after tea. I think that was asked last week and somebody said yes, didn't they? Yeah, so it is. Might try and nip in after work if so I think you can safely say that is. The Severn Bridge tolls in 1966 was 2 shillings and 6 pence. That's a real help, thank you, Andrew Turp. In 1989 it was £2. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm not sure that's helped at all, but anyway, we wanted to know what it was when it actually ended. I think it was £6 something, actually.
Yeah, it was extortionate.
Yeah, it was.
That's all we need to know, but...
Yeah. Now, we've got Ajit Dale coming into the attack, who, of course, now is of Gloucestershire. He used to be here. I remember speaking to him for the first time during the COVID championship year, when he made his debut for Hampshire down at Hove in a 4-day game down there. So he's right arm, medium quick, I think it's fair to say. Played here in the pre-season game, I remember. These two played here in March. So he's going to be bowling to Felix Organ, who's on 19. 34 for 1 here, Hampshire, as Dale comes in, right arm over and bowls. It's on middle and leg, and that's nicely tucked through mid-wicket. Runs here. That may go all the way. And it is. Just lent into that shot. Felix Organ didn't try and hit it too hard, and Amir can't get there in time. And it's 38 for 1.
It's fortunate for Hampshire with that injury of Joe Weatherly. For anyone joining us now as well, he's got that fracture in his hand, which is preventing him from playing today. But Hampshire have options at the top of the order, and to be able to bring Organ where he was sat quite comfortably at that number 7 position, just giving him the opportunity at the top of the order, and he's just seized his chance so far, as you say, 23 off 47 deliveries, and he's a very, very competent red ball opener, and something Hampshire will have their eye on for the future.
Got 3 for 35 in that game on his first-class debut. Ajit Dale in that game at Hove. That's a good delivery. That's length, and that's just bounced, and it's left him off the pitch. As good a ball as we've seen this morning, apart from the ball which got Ian Holland out. As Ryan Higgins pitched it up, ball seamed away and caught the edge of Ian Holland's bat, and well caught by Bracey. I think that's only about the second time I think we've seen a ball like that this morning. Good start from Dale.
Not to compare points, but definitely to compare points. There's 26 separating these two teams at the moment. We spoke about how Gloucestershire, they've got their 2 losses and their 2 draws so far. Hampshire, on the other hand, they've won 2 games, they've lost 1 game, they've drawn 1 game. Yep. And just looking at their bowling attack, there may be a clue so far and why these results have gone a certain way.
I know you love your stats and you're very good at this. We'll come to that as that's pushed off a slight leading edge by Organ up towards wide mid-off. Go on then.
So across Div 1, just focusing on Div 1, wickets are falling for 34 runs at a strike rate of 67. So that's the average across Div 1. Now, if we look at Hampshire, they're taking wickets for an average of 26, so 8 runs less, and at a strike rate of 53 balls. So, goodness and maths here, 14 balls less?
Yeah.
So Hampshire significantly better than the average across Div 1. Okay. And of course, we've seen so far that there's been a lot of success for Hampshire with their bowling attack.
Dale comes in and bowls to Organ. It's full.
Gloucestershire, on the other hand, they're taking wickets for an average of 46 runs. So well above the average there, and at a strike rate of 82 balls. Now, of course, we know those stats have been skewed a bit by that last game at Bristol against Surrey, where it was an incredibly difficult surface for the bowlers to get anything out of it, really. But it just goes to show here, may just point to why the results have been so different between these two teams, because even on a flat pitch, as we saw against Lancashire, Hampshire's bowlers were able to create something just that bit different, which Gloucestershire may not have the same advantage of.
Ajit Dale again, down the leg side, and that's tucked away behind square on the leg side. Nicely timed by Organ. He's played 1 or 2 shots neatly off his pads. There's another one. Moves on to 27, 42 for 1. Of course, Canterbury was very flat, which Hampshire did well to pick up 20 wickets.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what's kind of making certain teams stand out from the others. With Surrey, actually, I was looking at it, and they're number 1, obviously, in the Div 1 table, but they have the 2nd lowest bowling points because a lot of their home games, they're being played at the Oval, which is notoriously good for batting on. And their main, their seam attack of Overton, Clark and Topley, they've taken 36 wickets, but the 8 other bowlers used, no more has more than 4 wickets.
Okay.
So they're struggling a bit in that respect.
More from Melissa, who's going to go through a few more of those stats, and Ed Seaborn will come in alongside her. As Ajit Dale, I thought that was the end of the over. It's not, as there's 1 more to go. 2 fours off this over already. As Dale comes in, right arm over and bowls to Organ. Length ball, Organ plays that into the pitch, and there is no run. Ajit Dale's first over goes for 8. Dominic Goodman's looks impressive. 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 1. We've already had Amir bowling this morning, 4 overs, none for 15. We've also seen Ryan Higgins at the moment, but definitely this pitch not quite as helpful to the bowlers as we saw last week at Lancashire, although as the game played out, there was less and less help, but even so, the first hour this morning looks like it's a good decision to win the toss and bat first. More from Ed Seaborn and then Melissa.
Well, Goodman off to a good start. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 1. But he talks about his height a lot, and it's the thing that kind of gets you as you look at him. But he does tend to bowl quite full. Noticed that in his matches last year. Just because you've got that height doesn't necessarily mean you've got to bang it into the pitch. And I think that was one of the things that was so impressive about him, actually. You'd think you'd be quite tempted to bowl back of a length all the time, as Goodman comes in and bowls full and left alone by Gubbins on the angle through to James Bracey, with Goodman bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. But it was kind of, he showed that maturity, actually, to realise that, okay, we're not bowling... we're not bowling at the whacker here. You can't just bang it into the surface and expect to get a whole lot out of it. So bowling full, bowling accurately, keeping the runs down, and that tends to be, I'm afraid, what works in England. Goodman's coming around the wicket now to Gubbins. Bowls full, driven away through cover point, and this is the slightly shorter side, and it's going to run away for 4. So Gubbins moving on to 17, and it's 46 for 1. Melissa Story's back.
I don't think Goodman has to be too worried about that shot. It was a glorious drive there from Gubbins, and actually you'd run that risk with pushing the ball full outside the off stump, that now and again the batter will connect with it. But I don't think, or hopefully, this won't put him off his line. He just needs to keep persisting, as we've said, with that channel outside the off stump, and he will get his rewards for it.
Well, 1 boundary in 3.2 overs, you can get a little bit greedy, can't you, after 3 overs of solid stuff. Goodman in, round the wicket, bowling to Gubbins, who's forward, playing it back to the bowler. Yeah, it's looking already quite tricky in terms of taking wickets. I know you have your stats there on the wicket taking so far. Of course, a lot of it is the fact that Gloucestershire have missed one of their best bowlers in David Payne for the 3 of the first 4 matches. Matt Taylor was rested against Lancashire, but it's been very much a depleted Gloucestershire bowling attack, and you combine that with the fact that they've been so far playing on really quite lifeless surfaces, it has to be said. As Goodman is in bowls, and Gubbins has laid back and driven that one with force through the covers for 4. That's a flamboyant shot from Nick Gubbins. You don't necessarily expect that kind of thing from him. He's got that back leg right on the ground and driven it hard through the covers, and brings up the 50 for Hampshire. In the 16th over, it's 50 for 1.
I mean, I do acknowledge that Gloucestershire has been plagued with injury, but I don't think any county team worse than Sussex. Because looking at some of their names, they've lost Stephen Finn for a while. He's got an inflamed knee. Jofra Archer, Jack Carson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, George Garton, and Dan Abraham all remain sidelines. They've lost their basic entire attack. So I'm sure they'll be able to turn around and say, you've just lost 1 bowler. Think of us, we've lost about 7.
Well, it's not just 1 now, though, is it? As Goodman's in and bowls another drive from Gubbins. This time he's shanked it up to mid-off and doesn't get a run. Well, no, I mean, now Matt Taylor's unavailable. Now, well, I'm not counting him as a bowler necessarily, but you'd say Ben Charlesworth's down, could provide some overs. Tom Price has not been available for selection so far this season because he's off studying at Durham. So that's another loss, and it's just I acknowledge that. It's a case of you're trying to fight in Division 1 for the first time in a long time. As Goodman's in over the wicket bowls to Gubbins, who leaves this time to drag the length back a bit. Another over that's gone for 2 boundaries. End of that one, it's 50 for 1 after 16 overs. But you know, you're trying to fight in Division 1. You need everything to go your way, basically, and so far it hasn't gone Gloucestershire's way, and they're not at the moment a side that can really afford to lose too many people. They've got a bigger squad than they used to, but it's a question of, is it Division 1 depth? And this is what they're having to try to find out now, with the likes of Dale, Warner playing probably more matches than you'd have expected.
Do you almost feel as if this season for Gloucestershire, as you say, it hasn't quite started to plan, as almost the season of survival, as you say, testing out those younger, less experienced bowlers and just making sure they remain in Div 1 for next year, and then they can come out with a bit more of a punch next year, a bit more of a solidified bowling lineup, and just be able to maybe compete with those teams like Lancashire and Warwickshire as in again as Ajit Singh Dale, and that's pushed back to the bowler.
Yeah, I think, you know, at the start of the season there's always a lot of optimism, isn't there? There's the kind of April optimism of
which slowly dies across the first few weeks.
Well, it's, you know, it's a bit like life, really, isn't it? You go in with such high hopes, and gradually life shows you that it's
BBC
not
Solent,
such a good thing.
Depressing viewers and listeners.
Yep.
All morning.
That's my job.
As Dale in again to Organ, who's on the front foot, driving down the ground back to the bowler.
But yeah, I think even it's not just me. Even from the camp, I think that the thoughts have switched towards, you know, getting good results. And actually, last week, even though it was probably not the match that potentially spectators and neutrals might have hoped for, it was a good result for Gloucestershire because it got 15 points out of it.
And I'm sure it was very good for a few of the batters' batting averages. If I was Chris Dent, I would not be complaining after going, yeah, I'll rack up a few 200 runs. Apart from poor James Bracey, of course, carrying that dark in Gloucestershire's innings as Dale in again, pushed off the back foot by Organ to extra cover. There's a slight misfield here, but it doesn't cost Gloucestershire anything.
Yep, poor James Bracey. And it was one of those weird things, like the ball hadn't been doing anything at all, and it was actually towards the end of the first new ball. I think it was the last ball of the 78th over that got Bracey out, and he got one from Jordan Clark round the wicket, pitched off stump, nipped away, hit the top of off stump, and you just think, where did that come from? Is this pitch really totally impossible to get anybody out on? I don't know. As I say, the evidence suggests that it was, but that wasn't what I was hearing from players necessarily.
Just for anyone who hasn't seen that scorecard, it did go 124, 207 as Dale in again and cramps up Organ here, who pushes it to mid-wicket. Then we have James Bracey duck. Then we have 75. So it's the kind of pitch where he must have gone back into the change room and gone, "Cool, that was a tough one to bat on, boys, wasn't it?"
Well, yeah, I mean, you'd think so, but I spoke to... I mean, Tom Lace was itching to get out there. But I spoke to Van Buren, who would have been in next, and he said, Lino, it's actually not that flat, and it's a long season. So it seemed as if he actually wasn't too disappointed that he didn't play on the last day.
I mean, he got 2 days of having his feet up in the changing room as a bowler on that pitch. Once you've done all the hard yards in that first innings, at least they probably knew they weren't going to have to go back out there as Dale in again, and that's past the outside edge. A bit of outward swing there from Dale, just the one slip in place now for Gloucestershire. But good signs here from Dale. He's just pushing that ball up a bit. And actually, talking of, obviously, Gloucestershire have had a few losses to their bowling lineup. I saw this tweet, actually, which proposed, of course, we've seen a lot more England players coming back into this round of the county championship. Joe Root's playing for Yorkshire, Ben Stokes for Durham. This person has suggested that all England Test players and prospects should be playing Div 1 County Championship, in my opinion, and that there should be some sort of loan/compensation system to allow them to play a league up, as Dale in and full pushed off the front foot to mid-off. What are your thoughts on that? So whether you could just go, we're a bit short on bowlers. Excuse me, Durham, can we have Ben Stokes just for this match? Like, do you think that's plausible? And I mean, do you agree that it's unusual and perhaps not great to see some England players playing in Div 2? Would you like to see them all playing in Div 1?
What a question.
Yeah,
well,
I'm throwing you in the deep end.
I think, in a word, no. I think what I would say is, my opinion, only my opinion, so it counts for absolutely nothing at all, but if they're only going to be playing a couple of rounds, does it really matter where they're playing them? Does it really matter that much? I mean, I know you could say, well, if they're going to go and play against a side at the bottom of Division 2, it might be potentially a bit too easy for them. I'm not sure about that. Goodman starting the next over, bowls, left by Gubbins. Not a huge amount of carry through to James Bracey, it has to be said, on the first morning. Taking that one down pretty low. Gloucestershire were down to 1 slip last over. They've got 2 slips in the gully this one, but I think already they're starting to feel, oh no, here we go again. This is another pitch that we're playing on where the Knicks aren't going to carry. Well, yeah, as far as that goes, though, as far as this loan system goes, as I said, I'm just not sure it really makes that much difference, does it? Goodman in, bowls, Gubbins plays quietly out towards backward point, and there's no run. It's what, is it going to be 2-3 matches max? That's
what I was thinking, because of course as well there's that argument to suggest that, okay, if you're playing in Div 2 then go get some runs, go get some wickets. If you think it's obviously, you know, if you think you should be performing in Div 1, go perform for your team. And it's the same as when England is a test side, obviously not at the moment because we're sat at the bottom of the World ICC Test Championship, but going against a team such as Bangladesh and suddenly saying, there's no point us playing them. No, go prove that you're a better team then, if that's how you think.
Goodman is in, and a bit of lift that time. Bracey still taking it around about hip height, but there was a bit of almost more tennis ball type lift off what was a fairly full length. And this is actually the problem again. If Goodman does get a bit of bounce, how quick's the bounce? If it's not quick, then it doesn't really matter so much, because even if it pops up, likely not to be with enough pace and fire that it's actually going to carry through to the slips. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like another one of these things where you can kind of focus on the minutiae of why England aren't successful at Test cricket at the moment. As Goodman's in, bowls, a little bit tighter to off stump this time, but left alone once more by Gubbins. But to be honest, you know, that feels like a pretty small drop in the ocean, that particular issue, I've got to say.
Especially with some of the class of the bowlers actually in Div 2, of course. I know it's the example I always use, but Shaheen Afridi playing for Middlesex in Div 2, and with Stuart Broad playing for Notts last week. If Sussex had a fully fit side, you would have been having Jofra Archer playing in Div 2. So in terms of that, you know, blurred distinction between Div 1 and Div 2, I don't think at points there's actually much difference. I hate to say it.
Well, yeah, here comes Goodman, and bowls on the hip of Gubbins, flicked away out towards long leg, and there'll be a single there as Warner comes off the boundary. 51 for 1. Gubbins 22. Organ has 27. Yeah, I'm totally with you. I know, obviously, there is a step up because Gloucestershire are finding it, but at the same time, I think it's just that relentlessness of Division 1, the fact that you don't get any game off, whereas maybe you might get, you know, say once every 3 matches or something, you might get a slightly easier looking fixture. But yeah, exactly, you pointed right to the strong attacks that exist in Division 2. As Goodman comes in and bowls, left alone by Organ, well wide of off stump to end the over. 51 for 1 after 18 overs. Hampshire, the man out Holland, caught Bracey Bell Higgins for 2, but since then it's been pretty plain sailing for Organ and Gubbins. But you know, who are you pointing at when you talk about the Division 2 attacks being weaker? You look at 2 attacks which you might not necessarily kind of think that they're jumping out at you, the likes of Derbyshire and Glamorgan. What are they? 3rd and 4th in Division 2 in the early stage?
Yeah, Glamorgan 4th in the table at the moment. Derbyshire's 2nd, and I'm
they're 2nd.
So happy for Derbyshire because, of course, they've got this new coaching in. They're trying to set up this great academy now, looking in the Midlands, and they really come and said, "Hey, there's 18 counties here, and you are not sweeping us under the rug, because we're going to come out here this season and we're going to perform," and they've done just that.
Yeah, well, it's gratifying to see, and obviously you've got Northamptonshire in Division 1 at the moment, doing pretty well, 3 draws out of 3. Really, you're saying you want to get rid of us?
Dale into Gubbins, and that's a straight good length delivery, pushed to mid on for no run.
It does, you know, but it's the same argument really, isn't it, as far as sides that are so weak that test players aren't going to get any practice playing against them. But you know, it's I suppose the argument is raising the standard of the top flight. But I don't think there's any thought at the moment of not looking at this as an entire kind of county-wide approach. I don't think you can start treating Division 1 like it's some sort of Premier League.
Dale to Gubbins, left outside the off stump, and just a bit of variation off that seam again. We've seen so much this morning. And speaking of the other counties, just to maybe run through some scores this morning, if we haven't already. Of course, Essex playing Yorkshire in that crucial match between those two. Essex batting first, they're 52 for 1. The wicket to fall so far is Brown. He got a duck, but that means Cook and Wesley at the crease together, and not. You can have worse people at the crease. Well, yeah,
Nick Brown, he's not on great form, is he? And it's been surprising, really. Is another one of those openers who could almost put Chris Dent in that category, says whispering it quietly, as England's opening problems have started. Come back to that.
Dale in, left outside the off stump.
Almost as England's opening problems have got worse, the forms just wasn't quite there. Of course, Dent's now massively kicked himself back into form with that double century, but as there are so many potential slots, and Nick Brown's someone in particular who would have been mentioned. I mean, he's opening on tough pitches at Chelmsford for a long time, and he's just not had the form in recent times.
He is, but I think, of course, that's why context is so important to looking at this, especially solving the problem of England's opening partnership is what pitch is their home ground, potentially is it a good batting surface as Dale in, left outside the off stump by Gubbins, and as we were saying, Chris Dent got that boost of confidence, but then when you go and look at the wicket and you look at the scores around him, then you suddenly, not to detract from how much patience and skill that innings needed.
And the fact that he was doing on an ankle ligament injury.
Exactly, but then looking at others and going, for example, James Bracey's centuries at the start of the season, and those were in difficult situations. There was wickets falling around him, and he went and took the initiative. The same with Nick Gubbins in the first innings of this last match against Hampshire. Wickets falling around him. I think Hampshire were about 40 for 4 at one point, but Gubbins just continued to bat with that lower order and tail and carried the innings through for Hampshire as that goes past the outside edge of Nick Gubbins' bat, and he just swishes it away like a lightsaber to remind himself not to go prodding at those balls. And speaking of openers, in the game between Lancashire and Warwickshire batting first, they're 50 for 2. Davies, again, a duck. It's a big day for ducks today for openers. And Yates, the 2 batters, dismissed. But Dom Sibley, he's on 32, not out. And he hasn't had too many runs at the start of the season, so I feel there's always that psychological milestone of getting past 30, and then suddenly you're a bit closer to 50, and then once you've got the half century, all the confidence comes flooding back to you, as Dom Sibley will hope, as that's driven back to the bowler, and Felix Organ at the non-strikers end there takes evasive action. He thought that ball was being stroked back to him and threw himself on the ground with as much speed as someone in a battlefield, when actually the ball was probably about 2 meters away from him.
He's quite animated out there, is Felix Organ, isn't he? So it looks like somebody who likes to keep himself entertained. Yeah, I know, I agree with what you're saying about the openers, and I think as an opener, sometimes you are going to get those lean runs, and I think what you hope is that if you can eventually get yourself in, you need to be the type of player that really goes big and you know, not just gets to 100, but makes it into a big 100, and that's often the mark of an opening batter, because you know, sometimes you are just going to get dealt a rum hand, and you go out on a pitch which is, you know, you can't really tell the difference between that and the outfield, and the ball's doing all sorts. Mohammed Amir replacing Dom Goodman, and starting off with a full-ish delivery on off stump, and Organ defends into the covers, and there's no run. That's another interesting situation, actually. I talked a little bit about that last week, with Davies opening now and Rob Yates getting pushed to 3. So one of the kind of potential, I mean, it was one of the things, everyone's a potential solution for England at the moment, but Rob Yates is a name that's been mentioned quite a bit, and now he's not even opening, although to be honest, it looks as if from what's happened there, he effectively has opened that innings, as Amir is in. That's guided away into the gully by Organ, and there is no run. And
continue with those scores. Surrey playing Northamptonshire. Surrey batting first, they're 31 for 1. Ryan Patel, the batter, dismissed for 19. So Rory Burns and Hashim Amla at the crease, and in safe hands there for Surrey. Yes, well,
whilst intriguingly a lot of focus was on that pitch last week, people forgot that Surrey were 37 for 3 and Gloucestershire dropped 5 catches as Amir comes in and bowls, and that's driven pleasantly by Organ, but straight to mid-off, and there is no run. 37 for 3, and it was not easy on that first morning. Amir had his tail up, Higgins was getting the ball to move about a bit, and then Matt Taylor came on and actually probably bowled better than they did.
I seem to remember quite a few of those drops were off the bowling of Mohammed Amir.
Yes,
so I'm not sure
I think it was 3 of them.
He would have been too happy coming over to this new club, seeing that wicket, working so hard to create that opportunity, and then having 3 go down off your bowling.
Yes, he's going to come round the wicket now and bowl to Organ, who dabs the ball away out into the gully, picked up by Marcus Harris, and there's no run. It's not a great way to endear yourself to a new teammate, is it? Drop 3 catches off him and he ends up going wicketless. And I take the point, by the end of, even probably by the end of day 1, those edges had stopped carrying. But Surrey didn't have it easy on that first morning, and it, you know, the headlines, I'm sure, were written in terms of, you know, continuing the theme of England's sort of incumbents not scoring too many runs. Burns, Crawley, Sibley, in terms of England's top order, as Amir bowls around the wickets, tries to get that one angling in towards the off stump of Organ, but can't do so, and it goes through to James Bracey on the leave.
I'm not sure if you've read the book by Felix White. Of course, he's on the Tail Enders podcast.
I'm afraid, no.
He speaks of this concept of, you know, the Battersea Dogs Home for, you know, abandoned dogs, of this terms of cricketers, of the Battersea Home for lost cricketers, of when they get called up to England and then they just kind of get pushed out the back door really quietly and you don't really hear from them again. And it feels as if that home is probably getting very overpopulated at the moment with England openers.
Amir around the wicket, and no shot from Organ through to James Bracey, and whilst he's not an opener, James Bracey would be somebody that may have been put in that category, but I think England are now doing a better job of not just, you know, taking these players and casting them straight aside. It was particularly gratifying to see James Bracey straight back into that England Lions squad over the winter, and he scored a century. So I think they're doing a better job of that. I definitely take the point, but you know, it can be a dream, it can be a nightmare playing for England, and there are plenty of terrific players who've got to the international level, never mind just for England, and actually found, hang on, am I really good enough for this? And I think that's kind of broken them.
Now they're in the Battersea Lost Cricketers' home, so a fall from grace. But I felt complete injustice for James Bracey when he was actually called up, as Dale continues to Gubbins, apologies, and that he almost, I'm trying to think what even happened there. He rammed his bat down on that full wide delivery there, Gubbins. It bounced straight into the ground and then almost flew off to one of the slips. But an unusual shot from Gubbins, just a bit looser, and perhaps shouldn't be chasing those ones as wide outside the off stump, but perhaps that angle just making him think the ball coming across him was a bit closer to him than it was. But just going back to James Bracey, of him being called up to that England squad, we were hoping to see him at the top of the order and then almost slotting him in at that position, which he doesn't often play at, and it felt as if he really deserved a bigger chance. And hopefully, as you say, he'll be searching for that call up across this summer, as that's left by Gubbins outside the off stump.
I think, you know, I'm sure he would be the first to say, at the same time, you know, you've got to score the runs, haven't you? And I know it's easy to say that, and he's talked about the fact that his mental approach is completely different this season, and well, 2 centuries in his first 2 matches would show you that he's approaching his cricket differently. And I know I do take the point. He ended up having the gloves at Lord's. Keeping is still a bit of a work in progress.
Dale to Gubbins, and that's sliced away between gully and backwards point. This will be 4 runs down at 3rd man boundary. A welcome boundary for Nick Gubbins there. He moves on to 26, and that brings up a 50 partnership, well, 52 runs to be exact, between Organ and Gubbins, both equal contributions to that partnership.
Yeah, always nice when that happens, isn't it? Equal contributions to both. But yeah, I think, you know, I'm sure he'd be the first to admit that, you know, he could have scored runs, but it wasn't easy. He had Southey and Bolt in particular with the tails up bowling at him, and an England top order above him that hadn't always done its job. So yeah, but I get it though. I get it.
Dale to Gubbins again, and this is straighter and flicked off the hip by Gubbins to mid-wicket for no run. I mean, any batter really, or bowler coming into that England test side at the moment, there's probably numerous things to blame if it doesn't quite go your way, as well as, of course, accepting that responsibility yourself if you don't quite get the runs or the wickets, but going, you know, there's not many people to help me out, and it just doesn't feel as if there's that kind of symbiotic relationship between the team and the players at the moment, of just trying to flow together and work together as a team. So hopefully, as we say, under the leadership of Ben Stokes and this new management behind the scenes, as an England cricket fan, what can you do but cross your fingers as Dale in again, pushes back to mid-on for no run, doesn't it, Gubbins?
No ball. I think that might be our first. Oh no, we had a leg by earlier on. I can't remember actually. I think this may even be the first. Yeah, it is the first extras. There wasn't a leg by. I thought it was going to be a leg by from Gubbins earlier on, but it wasn't. That was why I thought we'd had one. So the first extras of the morning. I
always miss the no balls. We actually had one called at the weekend, which was a hat-trick ball, which we'd rather stupidly thrown in a stupid amount of slips, close catches, and then it was a no ball. So the bat had a free hit with the best field imaginable, so that's left alone by Nick Gubbins outside the off stump.
Oh right, I see. In a one-day game, so you have to keep the same field.
Yeah, keeping the same field. I think 2 or 3 slips in place. I was stood probably about 2 metres away from the batter on the leg side, thinking I'm about to lose probably about at least 2 teeth. And luckily...
Well, that'd have been all right. You could have just bled all over the ball again.
Yeah, and made it swing, which would have been fantastic. But, yeah, no, thankfully, in the end, the batter completely missed the ball and got stumped. So, obviously not out, as it was a free hit. But, yeah, it was not an ideal situation to be captaining in. But it was quite entertaining for the spectators at our game, as that's a dead ball from Dale. Just began in his run up there, and Nick Gubbins at the other end wasn't quite ready yet, just rehearsing the shot he's looking to play. Felix Organ as well at the non-striker's end, just going through that repetitive action of the front foot defensive shot as Dale to Gubbins. For the ball driven down the ground. Glorious from Nick Gubbins. That is a man in form. Beautiful drive. Past mid-off and straight to the boundary. Hampshire 57 for 1.
Yeah, I think this pitch is going to be pretty unforgiving. If you just bowl it that little bit too full, it's not doing very much, is it? And I think there's not enough pace in the surface either that you're going to get that much in terms of joy trying to pitch the ball up and bowl for the nick in that regard. So, yeah, I think it's probably just going to be a case of drag the length back a bit and hope for the best. Hope for a mistake, a break in concentration, something like that. Because at the moment, this is looking a little like, early days to call this, I know, but it's looking a little bit like the surface that Gloucestershire played on last week. Amir then round the wicket to the right-handed Organ. Organ plays away from his body slightly and just jabs the ball out into the gully region, and there's no run as it's picked up by Marcus Harris, and the score remains 61 for 1. And Felix Organ, 27, has been fairly watchful so far, but it's kind of interspersed that watchfulness with a few nice looking boundaries as well. We've had 9 fours so far this morning, 4 to Organ and 5 to Gubbins, as Amir is in and bowls, tries a short ball which, to be honest, does not have a great deal of life to it, and Organ ducks underneath it. Kevin James back alongside me.
It looks a very good toss to have won, doesn't it? No, it really does.
At the moment, it certainly does.
Yeah, I mean, it's different last week. Ball doing a lot more in that first hour and a bit. But here, you do feel that if you don't take too many wickets before lunch, then you're in for a hard afternoon and evening. That's what should happen. It may not, of course, but it does look that way at the moment. I'll do a very quick 30-second update in a moment.
Amir round the wicket, in and bowls, tries a back of a length delivery this time. Organ kind of half ducks, half sways out the way of it, and it goes through to Bracey.
You're right, it doesn't seem a lot of pace in the pitch when it's dug in short, does it? And it's not really swinging it. Quick update coming up. Well, a good hour and a half for Hampshire here, having won the toss and elected to bat first, unlike last week when they were already 5 down. They are 61 for 1 here. Felix Organ, who's been promoted to opening because Joe Weatherly is injured for this game. He's 27 not out. Nick Gubbins, 200s last week for him, carrying on his good form. He's 30 not out. The one wicket that fell this morning after 10 minutes, Ian Holland edged the medium pacer Ryan Higgins through to keeper James Bracey. He made just 2. So Hampshire going along nicely, 61 for 1.
Yeah, I just think I saw it last week, and anybody who watched that Gloucestershire Surrey match will have seen it. If you try and bowl it short, there's no life in the pitch. No. If you try and bowl it full, if you get too full, it's just that easy to drive because batters can trust the pitch, and the pitch isn't the quickest. Right. Short extra cover in place now, and driving is Organ. He's got this through extra cover. Whether it's got the pace quite to get to the boundary, not sure. Van Buren is tearing after it and will, with the slide, pull the ball in, but not before they've taken 3 more runs. 64 for 1, and Organ is now back level with Gubbins on 30.
Yeah, nice shot there as well. There's not a lot there for Amir, is there really? I don't think he swung one back into the right-hander at all, or away from the left-hander. Nothing that I can remember. He's got the odd one, isn't he, just to seam a bit away from Organ. But other than that, he's just sort of hitting the deck and just hoping for a bit of extra bounce. But there hasn't really been that for him. No,
it already feels like a kind of a bed in for the day type thing if you're a bowler, as Amir is in. Full and straight forward goes Gubbins, defends quietly out into the covers in the end of the over. So 3 off it, 64 for 1 after 22 overs. But I just, by that, I mean, obviously you'll be bowling all day, but what else can you do really apart from try to hit the top of off stump? Yeah, just subtle variations, but if you try anything too extravagant, it's probably not going to work.
No, I agree. No, you've just got to be line and length, line and length. You will get the odd one. I mean, Ryan Higgins there was a great ball that got Ian Holland out, superb ball, but there just wasn't enough of that. Bowlers are looking at that thinking, you know, we could be in for a tough day, but you keep enough balls in the right areas, try and keep the pressure on, and who knows. But what you don't want, of course, is to already be thinking, well, you know, there could be a sizable first innings total here, which at the moment, from what we're seeing, is definitely a possibility. Earlier we were talking about the M4 tolls. solentcricket@gmail.com. Jim Smith has got a comprehensive answer for us. Graham Van Buren is coming on, the Gloucestershire captain. The M4 bridge tolls were £5.60 for a car when the bridge tolls were scrapped on the 17th of December 2018. They were previously £6.70, but this was reduced when the bridge became publicly owned in January 2018 and VAT was dropped. I seem to recall that it was chargeable one way on going to Wales from England, but not the other way. That's right, Jim. I can't believe he didn't know that bit. He knew absolutely everything else about dates and how much it was, and then didn't know which way the tolls were being charged. Unbelievable. Van Buren with his off-spin. Comes in and bowls, and that's played back to the bowler, and there is no run. He's got a slip in. Man on the drive at short mid-wicket. That's George Scott. So it's left arm, isn't it, while saying off-spin. And that's pushed out on the offside this time, and there is no run. I remember he had was it a couple of years ago he had a problem with his visa or something? Was it last year?
That was last year.
Last year, yeah. Sort of dragged on for quite a while, didn't it? Because he's got an English wife, hasn't he, or something? That's driven out to extra cover.
Yes, exactly. Not the or something. Yes. But yeah, he could only play in 6 championship matches last season. Couldn't play in a lot of the T20 matches as well. Yeah, I know, that was a bit annoying, wasn't it, really? Plenty of flight there as that's driven up to mid-off. Van Buren's diving away to his left, trying to stop it, but no run again. Beautiful morning here. It's quite still, isn't it? There's hardly any wind at all. Bit of sunshine. It's a lovely day to be watching and commentating, because that's pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. Bill Seeger, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, I'm enjoying another innings from Gubbins, who's good to watch, says Bill, being patient and once again showing his mastery of the good leave. Van Buren bowls, and good stride in there from Organ as that goes out on the offside. End of the over, 64 for 1. I felt robbed last Sunday of the chance of seeing if he also read the pitch accurately in thinking that it would buck the trend and deteriorate, thereby giving Hampshire a fine chance of defeating Lancashire. Yeah, I must admit, when he said that to me on the first day about the pitch deteriorating, I was quite surprised, because I can't ever remember a pitch deteriorating here as the game goes through 4 days, but maybe he did know something that I didn't. But what I can tell you is that Hampshire took 10 Kent wickets at Canterbury on one of the flattest surfaces ever. Would they have got 10 wickets last week here? Who knows? We'll never know. No, I suppose we won't, but at the same time, I think what we do know is that Hampshire have got the bowling attack to take wickets on flat surfaces, and that's, you know, that's what it looks as if it's what they're going to have to do here from this first morning. And it may be that they've looked at it and thought, actually, that could potentially be our best chance of winning in some ways. If we prepare something that's a little bit too tasty and Higgins and Amir get going at us, then who knows? Amir in round the wicket to Gubbins, who's pushing firmly back to the bowler, and Organ's down again at the non-striker's end, lunging his way back into his crease. I don't know what he's had for breakfast this morning, Felix Organ, but it must have had a lot of sugar in it. I'll
tell you what, he's a very funny guy. When you interview him after the game, he'll come out with something that, you know, you think, oh, where'd that come from? He's a bit like that, you know, he's quite infectious in a way.
Yeah, well, he's certainly giving us plenty to talk about so far, swishing the bat all over the place, swaying about, jumping in the air after one injudicious shot against Amir with a new ball, as Amir is in and bowls full, and Gubbins defends very quietly. Nobody wants to go and pick the ball up, it seems, and Gubbins sort of asks, shall I do it? Amir says, no, let me. The bowls can get a bit funny about that, can't they? And don't pick the ball up.
Oh no, some do, yeah, definitely. Melissa says maybe he's been run out of the non-strikers in so many times and he's desperate not to be out again, so he dives back. That's a good point. Do you know what? I was just looking to my right just now. There's a group just walking around the west side of the ground, and they stood up in a single line in front of the scoreboard there. It looked like an identity parade. initially. You know, when you have a few people just standing next to a white wall facing the cricket, and I thought, what's going on there? Is it they're trying to, it's like the old police identity parade there.
Here comes Amir. Left arm over, in, and Gubbins is struck on the pad here. Big shout, gone! And that's the end of Gubbins trying to work the ball leg side. Massive wicket there for Gloucestershire with 20 minutes to go until lunch. And it was full, it was straight, and the umpires raised that finger, and it's 64 for 2. So Mohammad Amir gets the wicket, and you sort of felt as if it might have to be Amir in terms of somebody who, I kind of mentioned it really, playing on pitches in Pakistan. Quite often you're playing on surfaces like this, not a massive amount of pace in it. You have to try and take wickets before the pitch is broken up and spin can start to come into play, and Amir using his experience, and I'm not exactly sure what was too different about that. You've had a chance to see the replay, I haven't, but either way, Gubbins has tried to work it leg side and he's missed it and has been given out LBW, and it's 64 for 2.
Well, myself and Melissa both watched that. Here it comes again if you're watching on the live feed.
Ooh, it was a Yorker actually, wasn't it?
It was a Yorker. Now, did it come back? Did it swing late enough to bring it back and hit the leg stump? I must admit, my initial thought was yes. Melissa's was no. So there you go. That probably gives you an idea about maybe was it close, wasn't it?
Ooh, that's an interesting one, isn't it? It's leg stump or nothing, isn't it? I think looking at the replay, it's got a little bit of tail on it,
yeah.
And that's the question, isn't it? Was it enough? But the fact that it was so full, I think, I think umpires get a little bit twitchy when it's that full, and you can start to, and I've done it as well. I know I've done it when I've umpired at league cricket level. I know that it happens. For some reason, if a batter's defeated with a Yorker, you start thinking it's more out than it is sometimes, just because it's, he's bowled a perfect delivery there, or almost a perfect delivery. And I think that you can sometimes, you can kind of lose sight of where the stumps are a little bit, because when you're seeing the ball pitched, you know, on a quote-unquote normal length, you get a little bit of time to kind of judge the bounce, judge where the stumps are, judge where the batter is. But when it's right up there as a Yorker, and the batter's kind of, you know, almost trying to get their feet out of the way in order to be able to get the bat underneath it and block it, I think that can sometimes make it more difficult to judge those. Yeah. Just from my experience as much.
No, you're right. No, you're right. It's a bit like a direct hit with a run out, isn't it? Really.
Yes,
umpires tend to look closer than otherwise. But anyway, whether he's out or whether he's not out, Gubbins has fallen for 30. The new man in is Hampshire captain James Vince. Already a couple of half centuries and 100 to his name this season. And again, whether you think it's out or not out, good piece of bowling from Amir. A little bit quicker, wasn't it?
It's just a little bit of tail maybe that helped. Amir then in and bowls well wide of off stump. Vince leaves and it's got past Bracey. They thought about a bye, but George Scott is out quickly enough from slip to be able to stop it. And it sort of it did feel as if it was going to have to be something like that, a Yorker, or you know, maybe you do still try the short delivery in just the vain hope that it gets hooked straight to a fielder, something like that. Because, and I get the point, you know, and I still think in general line and length and patience is probably going to be the way to go, but you still got to try something every now and again, and if you can execute the Yorker, then fantastic. Amir is in, forward goes Vince and defends back to Mohammad Amir. So that's his first Gloucestershire wicket, Amir, having gone wicketless in the first match, not for the lack of trying, as I've mentioned earlier, with the 3 drop catches off his bowling, but there it is, his first Gloucestershire wicket, so I'm sure he'll be feeling a lot better about that. Sure.
Melissa's just shown me a replay of that about a half a dozen times, and I have to say, the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm less certain about it being out. Have a look.
I see. I thought you were saying the more you're looking at it, the more you're less certain.
Well, I couldn't be less certain in the first place.
Here comes Amir round the wicket to Vince. Ooh, he's tried another Yorker there, and Organ's gone flying back to the ground again. It was. I'd love to know how he thought he was going to get run out there. I suppose a little kind of back flick from Mohammad Amir with his boot might be the only way he was going to get run out there. Wicket maiden from Amir. He's bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18. I think it's going to have to be one of those ones where at lunch you're just going to have to sit down freeze it at exactly the point where it hits.
Yeah.
But as I say, you just feel as if you're more likely to get the LBW with that Yorker, and the umpire only gets one look.
That's for sure. Well, of course, if you're watching on the live stream, you're in a fortunate position because the replay's been shown a few times. If you're watching if you're listening via the BBC Sport website online, then the ECB does put out videos, which I'm sure may or may not be on. Well, it would be because it's a wicket. That's driven out to extra cover by Felix Organ, start of a new over from Van Buren, who's running that left arm around the wicket, giving it plenty of flight as well, giving it a chance to spin. That won't spin because that's a full toss, as that's driven straight to mid-off, and that is fielded by Marcus Harris, the Australian.
Yeah, I've been quite surprised actually in his first 8 balls how much he's tossed the ball up, because normally he's pretty quick through the air as Van Buren. Yeah,
just giving it a chance, isn't he? It's a length ball, which Organ's well forward to. Yeah, have a look on the ECB website where you go to county cricket and match videos. You'll see that wicket there, and you can have a look for yourself. I'm sure plenty of you have already got an idea or an opinion. That's slightly shorter, and Organ's on the back foot, steers that out quietly on the offside. solentcricket@gmail.com with your messages on that, at Solent Sport, or
at EdCricket6 is my Twitter handle.
Let us think what you thought of that LBW decision. Close either way, that's for sure, as that's driven back to the bowler by Organ. We have just under 10 minutes to go until lunch. I mean, it's still a good decision to bat first, no doubt about it. And I think neither captain would have had any second thoughts about what to do. I don't think Hampshire would like to lose another one now. Gloucestershire would love to, of course. Have one more before the break. That's played out on the onside, and there is no run. Email from Peter Allen, solentcricket@gmail.com, not on that LBW. Let's hope we can get this over in 3 days this week, just in case it rains on Sunday. I know, where did that come from? End of the over, by the way, 64 for 2. Another good decision to bat first, question mark, it certainly is. Can't be there today because we're having a new kitchen fitted. Bad planning.
Well, you know, you've got to get your kitchen fitted in the winter, I think, haven't you?
Yeah.
What other choice is there?
Well, assuming there's any handy people around then. I mean, if they turn around and say, we've got no window until May, then what are you going to do?
Wait until October. I mean, you know.
Well, if you're desperate
if you waited that long, you can wait a bit longer. Amir into his 8th over, bowls around the wicket and full. Forward goes Vince and just angles the ball to Harris in the gully, and there's no run. A couple of messages on Twitter from my point of view. Mark from Madrid. So, seeing what you are seeing, would you like to have had Zafar in the attack here? If so, who would you drop to play him? Well, I suppose there's only 2 choices, isn't there, in terms of Mohamed Amir or Marcus Harris, and with an already depleted batting lineup, I'm not sure that you can really take Marcus Harris out of it as well. So, yeah, one of those tricky ones, really, where you'd like to have the quality spinner and the quality seamer. Amir round the wicket, bowls forward goes Vince, and it was almost sort of. He did defend it down the ground, and it was picked up by the bowler, but I almost want to say dabbed because he played it so softly, and it's gone back to the bowler. Dan Whiting, good morning to you, or good afternoon, I should say. Is this pitch as flat as it looks? Could be hard toil for the bowlers. Well, at the moment, yes, it does look very flat, but at Egg Bassett 1 says, looked absolutely plumb. Rich Gloucestershire fan. Yes, well, there we go. Amir in and bowls, and Vince is forward in defence once more, out into the covers, and there is no run. It's going to be one of those ones, isn't it? Like, I love those polls that they do in the IPL, where they put something up which is like, who's the better bowler, Jasprit Bumrah or Trent Bolt, or something like that?
Yeah.
Who's the better bowler for Mumbai Indians, as was last year? Obviously changed now, but you know, who on earth are the Indian audience going to go for? Obviously, they're going to go for Jasprit Bumrah. It's basically just a poll of that.
Just to get people to engage.
Well, yes, exactly. But I suppose it would be one of those ones, if you put up out or not out, you could get a sense of the balance of the viewership, potentially, or listenership as Amir bowls, and that's short and ducked underneath by Vince. Goes through to James Bracey. Of course, people listening, well, they're not going to have seen it, so it was a bit of a silly thing for me to say, wasn't it? They might have a view on it, but they haven't seen it.
No. Just take our word for it.
Anyway, what we can say is it was a good bit of bowling from Mohammad Amir, whether it was out or not.
Well, Melissa's just shown me a whole raft of tweets, which a lot of people suggesting that was not even close.
Ah, right. Amir in and bowls. Vince works that one away into the leg side. It's fielded at short mid-wicket by Ryan Higgins, and there is no run.
It's difficult because there was a couple of contentious issues last week as well, on both sides, I hasten to add.
Well, what has to be said is that I know I'm not the only one on this, that as far as decisions go, in the first 3 rounds, I think Gloucestershire would have a fair case to say they've had the worst of them.
Have they?
And I think possibly it's just a case of those things evening out, if it were a...
No, they do. No, they do.
And they eventually, over time, I suppose, they tend to. It's a deep square leg and a long leg as Amir bowls very full with cover open, and that's stabbed away by Vince through the covers. He's timed that one rather nicely, and that will go for 4, despite Van Buren's best efforts to pursue it. Barely hit that one, James Vince, and that's the class of the man. He barely drove at it, to be honest, just kind of left the bat there, and it flew away where... Not to pick on Felix Organ at all, because he's played very nicely, but I can remember earlier on he tried to slam a ball through the covers, and it only ended up going for 3 to the longer side of the ground, whereas there Vince has barely hit the ball and it's flown for 4. 68 for 2, and Vince off the mark with a boundary.
Sean Evan has tweeted, former Hampshire all-rounder, Zimbabwe, you may remember. Afternoon to you, Sean. At Solent Sport, he says, lunch break, enjoying the coverage, looks like a good chance to cash in as Van Buren bowls, and Organ plays that back to the bowler. Looks like a good chance to cash in with the bat, not that you need to tell Nick Gubbins. That's true. I'm not sure I'd go near him at the moment. Shout out to Sam Spicer, who I'm trying to explain the rules to. Well, sounds like that's hard work, as that's pushed out and the offside is quite low there.
The former White House press secretary.
Doesn't actually say that, but it might well be.
I think that was Sean.
He has friends in high places, so it might well be. Neil Monnery at Solent Sport as Organ's on the back foot and cuts that out towards extra cover. Neil Monnery says we've seen some very ordinary decisions in the past couple of innings. Vince, Dawson and Organ all got shockers last week in the second innings. I don't know how an umpire can be sure that Amir's ball is hitting leg if it hits him in front of leg, but it's falling away. Well, he's tailing away from the stumps.
But the only explanation I've got to that is he didn't think that it hit him in front of leg.
That's true. And this is a weird one from Tom Eop at Solent Sport. Says Gubbins one looked borderline. Organ's again well forward. Gubbins looked borderline, so got to agree with the umpire even though he was wrong. Liam Williamson says, I've rewound my radio broadcast repeatedly. I could clearly see that it's going down the leg side. These are all Hampshire fans, of course, as that's pushed towards mid-wicket. And in the end, that's George Scott with a couple of pieces of fielding there, with the ball bumbling out of his hands. Keeps it a maiden over for Van Buren. He's bowled 3 overs, 3 maidens. Yeah,
well, you expect accuracy from Graham Van Buren, but I'm, as I say, quite surprised as to how much air he's given the ball. He's given the ball a chance to turn, but at the moment, I don't think he's got any. No. Anyway,
there is none.
Try and defeat him in the flight. Have we got a bowling change here? I think we might do. And no, we haven't. It is Amir continuing. Apologies. I thought actually that the fielder who's now moved towards mid-on, I think he's Ajit Singh Dale, was going to come on, but it would have felt a slightly odd time for a bowling change, about 6 minutes to go until lunch, but it will be Amir to continue as Vince retakes his guard, and Amir will come over the wicket eventually with Felix Organ on the wrong side, so he's got to do some more moving about. Amir then in now, bowls to Vince. Vince drives firmly. Amir can't field it in his follow through, and it goes towards mid-on, and there is no run. So far this morning, we haven't seen anything of Jared Warner. No. He isn't bowled at all. Higgins bowled 7, Goodman bowled 5, Dale bowled 4, Van Buren's now bowled 3, Amir into his 9th, but we haven't seen anything from Jared Warner, so maybe he's going to come on after lunch. Who knows? Here comes Amir in now and bowls. Vince, he thought he was going to try and drive that one, and then just kind of checked the shot up towards mid-on, and there is no run, but can see why there were a few expressions of interest there from the Gloucestershire fielders. But yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it? Because you've got the 5 seam options, but I think possibly because of what happened at Old Trafford, where, to be honest, Gloucestershire's seamers got hit out of the attack, and Zafar Gohar ended up breaking a Gloucestershire record against Lancashire for the number of overs bowled. As Amir is in and bowls, forward goes Vince, defends up to mid-on once more, and there is no addition to the total. So I suppose maybe they just thought, with the greatest amount of respect, just maybe a bit of quantity, just so Van Buren's got the options to go to if he doesn't want to go to the spinner. And there's no way that in another situation Zafar would have bowled that number of overs in that match. But with Amir coming in, obviously it changes the balance of the side, because he can only play the 2 overseas. Hammond coming out of second slip now, and he's going to go into a short extra position, so just down to the 1 slip. This is the first morning of the match, and already just George Scott in the cordon as Amir comes in over the wicket and bowls. Vince studiously forward and playing it to Miles Hammond at short extra, and there's no run. I
think Amir's settled down better in this second spell, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Look more on it.
Yeah, I think so. And actually, the wicket that Higgins got with the new ball, it was actually down to movement, because the previous ball he'd got to come in, and then the ball that he got the wicket with just kind of held its line, maybe moved away a touch and got the wicket. But Amir, he got Organ to play and miss a couple of times away from his body, but I think both times that was just on the angle, really, nothing in terms of movement. As Amir is in, bowls wide, Vince drives hard, and that's a terrific stop by Miles Hammond at short extra cover, and he's ended up deflecting it to mid-off. Oh no, not another one.
It's a finger breaker,
Surely
isn't
not
it?
another one. He's having a long look and a ring out of a finger on that right hand. Melissa's signalling something. Perhaps she wants him to start shining the ball now.
No, it's like the injury she got last week.
Ah, right.
That's what she's saying. Saying now, put blood on the ball.
Get that blood on the ball.
Get it swinging.
I'm sure the umpires wouldn't care at all. And even looking up some leagues have a rule where you've got to go off if you're bleeding. so yeah, so not totally sure about that sort of thing catching on. Amir bowls round the wicket to Vince, who's defending into the leg side, just rolling the wrists on it. And that is the end of the over. 68 for 2, and there's probably just going to be the 1 more over left until lunch, even if Graham Van Buren is quick at getting through them.
Yeah, let's hope so. Only 2 minutes the scoreboard is showing. Tim Rogers at Solent Sports has another wonderful commentary with the team. Very unlucky, in my obviously unbiased view, was Nick Gubbins, says Tim. Yeah, I know. I'm not sure I want to see it again, actually. And my initial thought was, probably on balance it might have been out. And then the more I've seen it on the replay, it's making me think that it's less out. But anyway, hey, it depends on who you support, I suppose, is what your view is. 68 for 2. Let me read a couple of emails out before we get to the luncheon interval. Keith Martin at Solent Sport. We were talking about sweat on ball and blood on ball, where Melissa was earlier. Enjoying the commentary. Just looked at the current ECB recommendations for domestic cricket. Currently, they suggest leagues use a new law as Van Buren bowls. It's gone on the leg side. They'll have to hurry. Actually, in the end, it was a good call from Organ, who moves on to 31, 69 for 2.
Terrible. He's conceded a run.
I know. Finally he's gone for one. Miserly captain. Just looked at the current ECB recommendations. I have to be quick because he gets through his overs quite quickly, Van Buren. Hampshire look like they're going to make sure this is the last. Currently, they suggest leagues use a new law in from October. No saliva, but sweat can still be used, says Keith. Sweat on the forehead, maybe. Flighted, driven by Vince, but only as far as short extra cover. I think that's Ryan Higgins in there, is it?
Yep, I think so.
Short extra cover, yep. With his cap on, I'm sure we'll see him with the ball straight after lunch, or pretty close to it. Van Buren bowls again, cut away by Vince, but he hasn't found the gap. It's gone to the man at deep extra cover. 2 balls, 3 balls gone, so we've got 3 more until the break. 12:59. No, it's just flicked over to 1 o'clock. We're okay. As Vince is forward, playing out to Higgins.
We're okay.
Well, that's, I always think if you start going to 1:05, it sort of eats into the break. And
well, but the thing is, the 5 minutes are supposed to be added on to the end of the break.
Is that right? Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know anything. Vince is well forward. I'm hopeless with the laws. Many Hampshire fans know that. Is that right?
Yeah, so, you know, in fact, you'll even see it on some of the stream graphics. I'm not sure about this one, but you'll even see it. Lunch, play will resume at 1:43, that sort of thing.
I should take more notice, shouldn't I, really? Vince is on the back foot and whips that away through the vacant mid-wicket area. Although Scott was in that area, but it was well to his right. That'll be a single, and that will end the morning session with Hampshire on 69 for 2, or is the scoreboard going to flick over? I think it might.
I think it will.
I think it'll be 70 for 2, actually, with Vince on 5. Organ is 31, 2 wickets that have fallen. Ian Holland for 2, Nick Gubbins for 30, a wicket for Higgins and Amir. And I think, I have to say, Ed, although it was a good decision to bat first, and both teams would have batted on this, I think Gloucestershire could be quite happy with what they've done in that 2 hours.
Yeah, I think that wicket of Gubbins at the end there, that has I'm sure buoyed them going into the break, because if it had just been that 1 wicket, I think you'd have been staring at quite a long afternoon. But also because of the form Gubbins has been in, and the fact that he scored a century against them last year at Cheltenham, I'm sure that will be a massive boost for them. And yeah, it's been an entertaining morning's cricket, actually. We haven't seen a huge amount in terms of ball beating bats for the most part been on top of ball, but for that reason, I think, as you say, Gloucestershire, I think, be quite happy to have taken the 2 wickets. And the other thing I think they'll be pleased with is the fact that they managed to keep the run rate down, which is something that they haven't done every match this season, thinking back to that Lancashire match in particular. So they've controlled the board, they've taken a couple of wickets. I think they will be pretty pleased with what they've done this morning.
That's for sure. Myself, Kevin James, Ed Seaborn and Melissa Story will be back with you for the afternoon session in just under 40 minutes' time. And I think we're going to be joined by Joe Weatherly. And welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we're about to get underway the afternoon session on day one of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. At the break, Hampshire, having won the toss and elected to bat first, are 70 for 2. Felix Organ, promoted to opening the batting in place of the injured Joe Weatherly, is 31 not out. Captain James Vince is 5 not out. 2 wickets this morning. Ian Holland caught behind off the bowling of Ryan Higgins for 2. Nick Gubbins, who's been in fine form, LBW to the Pakistan left-arm pace bowler Mohammed Amir for 30. So 70 for 2. Your commentary team this afternoon. A little later you'll hear from Melissa Story, former Vipers Academy all-rounder and TMS commentator. Joe Weatherly, I think, is going to join us at some point. He's going to message me. But to take you through this next period of play is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Gloucestershire and Bristol, it's Ed Seaborn. Ed.
Yeah, well, good morning for Gloucestershire. I think overall, obviously, if they'd taken one more wicket, that would have been dreamland. But having lost a toss that they would have liked to have won and would have liked to have batted first themselves, I think not too bad a morning, keeping the rate down, keeping it tight and taking those 2 wickets. But it's going to be hard work this afternoon, I think, for whoever bowls, and it's going to be Dale to start things off into his 5th over. And he's coming in now to James Vince. First ball of the afternoon is defended away into the covers by James Vince. So Vince, having kind of just about got things started, faced 20 balls for his 5, played a beautiful little punch through the covers, barely hit the ball, and it flew across this outfield. But he's going to have to kind of start over again. And Felix Organ, who was quite watchful in the morning session, 31 off 89 deliveries. He saw off the new ball and then made it all the way through to lunch. As Dale is in and bowls, Vince jabs that one down into the gully region, or well, backward point really, and there's no run as Tom Lace does the fielding. So just the one slip and the gully. It's been quite a familiar sight for Gloucestershire over the first few games. Not really a great deal of pace in the pitch, and therefore they're imagining more the case of getting catches in front of the wicket rather than behind.
Yep.
As Dale charges in and bowls, and Vince works that one leg side. There are shouts as if that one came more off the inner half of the bat, but it looked to be secure enough. Certainly made a loud enough sound off the bat that you'd have to say James Vince knew exactly what he was doing, and there's no run.
Ajit Dale, who was released here, wasn't he, end of last year?
Yes, well, he joined Gloucestershire, I think it was in kind of late July, early August time, but didn't actually play a match for them. Played a few games in the seconds, but until this season, I'd only ever seen him bowl in warm-ups. As Dale is in, bowls, and Vince tries to flick leg side. There are strangled shouts for leg before wicket, but umpire Ben Debenham says no. This
Might just have put on about a quarter of a yard in pace since he was here. Just a little bit, which I think sometimes does make a difference. Yeah,
you know, I was kind of interested when you said kind of definitely fast medium, and I was thinking, I wonder if he has maybe put on a yard or two, because he's certainly been lively, particularly in that Yorkshire match. As Dale is in and bowls full and driven firmly, or checked driven to mid-on. And there is no run, but in that match Dale was really pretty effective. He took 4 for 72 in the first innings, got rid of David Milan. It was an inside edge admittedly, but still inside edge onto the stumps, bowled him, and then kind of he got rid of 10 and 11, which I know it is 10 and 11, but at the same time somebody's got to get them, and the difficulty that English bowling attacks tend to have getting rid of 10 and 11, it's something that you need somebody who can do that. As Dale is in, back of a length, Vince onto his toes, pushing the ball up to mid-on, and the end of a maiden over to start off with. So Hampshire remain at 70 for 2, third maiden from Dale. He's got slightly strange figures. He bowled 3 maidens, and his other 2 overs have conceded 18 runs. But yeah, he was impressive in that match. Took 4 wickets in the first innings, took a couple in the second as well. And I think from Gloucestershire's point of view, you'd hope that the week's rest has enabled him to come back and really fire him, because it was the case with Gloucestershire's bowling attack as a whole at Old Trafford. It just, well, the seam attack, I should say, it just didn't quite work for them. So I think they'll be hoping that the rest has done him some good, and he has beaten the bat a couple of times this morning, just hasn't got the wicket yet.
Ryan Higgins then for his second spell. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18 this morning, opening up with the new ball. Just one other thing about that, I always felt that when he played here, for me, there was one little fault in his action which he seems to have rectified a little bit, or somebody's helped him with it, as Higgins comes in, right arm over, forward is Organ, has played out on the offside, was that when he followed through, his right arm, instead of coming down the left-hand side of his body, actually came down towards the right-hand side of the body. So he never really, as you let the ball go, never really had that sort of real flick in his shoulder to get right the way through and through the left-hand side. It was more sort of straight down the right-hand side, as I say, and that for me didn't really finish off his action, as that's outside the off stump, just about carried through, maybe not through and to Bracey. So for me, he lost something a little bit, maybe a bit of nip off the pitch, maybe a bit of extra bounce, but there does seem to be, whether he's corrected it or whether somebody at Gloucester has helped him a little bit, but it does seem to me as though it's a little bit more down the left-hand side. I think there's still a bit more there, but maybe because he's grown up not doing it, it's going to take a little while. But already for me, there's a slight difference, which will help him, of course, as Organ pushes that out square on the offside, no run. So, yeah, and maybe that's why he's put on that fraction of a yard.
Well, there you go. That's that's something that I wouldn't have been able to see, and that it certainly, when I've watched him, his action looks really quite explosive, and he's got quite a strong kind of whip through it. Yeah.
Well, we'll have a look sort of the next over from that pavilion end. It's Higgins at the moment. It's another good length ball which is played into the ground by Organ. It's fair to say, actually, the one real talking point this morning was the LBW decision of Nick Gubbins. There's a few emails that have come in literally on the stroke of lunch. Paul Hobbs, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Hi team, I've replayed the ball several times on my quite big smart TV." All right, you got a big one, have you? And it hit the inside of Gubbins' right pad, and think it would have hit his leg stump. That's from Dave in Chandler's Ford, who's got a big smart TV. Lucky you. Here comes Higgins again, outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I think he actually really wanted to make the point that he wanted to let everybody know he's got a big smart TV.
I think it sounds as if you've got TV envy, to be honest.
I think I have, yeah. I've only got a bog standard one at home. But
well,
anyway.
our TV at the moment, it takes about 17, 18 goes to turn it on. So I've got TV envy for just about anybody. Just there, pressing the remote. I mean, you just got to make sure that you don't get in too late before the start of a cricket match or something, because you'll miss the first 2 hours trying to turn the blooming thing on.
Here's Higgins again. Organ's in behind that one, pushes that out into the covers. Good accurate stuff there from Ryan Higgins, and that is another maiden. He's bowled 4 maidens in his 8 overs to date, 1 for 18.
And it makes this really irritating noise, like a kettle boiling. It's a sort of, I'm told it's a capacitor issue, and apparently the only time that these capacitors can charge is when you're turning the TV on. So if the capacitors don't get enough charge in them, then you have to keep turning it on and on and on and on, and you get the picture.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
So yes, any TV I think is good.
Capacitors do the job of?
Capacitating.
Thank you.
Holding charge.
Correct.
Here comes Dale then to start his 6th over. He's in past umpire Debenham and bowls, and Vince tries to drive, and that came off rather horribly towards mid-on. We've already seen 2 real indications, if they were needed, which they're probably not for those of you who've been watching or listening throughout the morning session, indications of just how little pace there is. That was one. There was a shot that Organ played in the last over against Higgins where he sort of looked to drive, and it made the most fearful, hollow sound off the bat. And I know Higgins doesn't have a huge amount of pace to work with, but even so. Dale in and bowls to Vince, very full, driven, and a I thought he'd stopped it from him. Maybe he got a hand on it, Tom Lace, at backward point. They'll be able to get 2. The ball won't go to the rope, but they'll get 3, as it's a long way out there for Lace to hurl the throw in. So the first runs of the afternoon go to James Vince with a 3.73 for 2.
He was quick across the ground there, wasn't he, Tom Lace?
Yes, well, I mean, there's without Chris Dent, I think you're probably missing your quickest across the turf. But I think both Lace and Van Buren would give him a decent run for his money, without any pun intended. But I think Dent, being a little bit taller, probably gets slightly longer strides, so I should think Dent would probably be the quickest. Dale in and bowls, tries a short ball which Organ ducks underneath. Seen shorter deliveries have a bit less life in it than that one. It wasn't the worst, but Organ still played it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it was quite high, wasn't it? Keith Martin on the subject of umpires and the LBWs. Solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I've watched the replay, definitely out, but it appears during this and previous matches, umpires' decisions are constantly being questioned. Remember, umpires are in the best position, and the umpire's decision is final and should be accepted. I agree.
Dale is in and bowls, and that's clipped off the pad maybe by Organ down to fine leg, or maybe a bit of bat on it, in fact, as it's going to be 1, and no, it was a leg by, so first leg by, in fact, 74 for 2. And I think it's, you know, I said this last week as well, and I think I'm going to keep saying it. It's important to remember that in general, the people who are watching the game, if you are watching it, you've got a lot more, and even us actually up here, we've got a lot more technology available to us than the umpires do at this point. As Dale starts his run up, he's got quite a long run. He's now in and bowls. Forward goes Vince in defence, rolling just wide of the bowler. But, you know, I think thinking back to the end of that Lancashire match, actually, the last wicket with 23 balls to go until the draw would have been affected. Jared Warner, it was one of those deliveries where he'd gone to leave it, just run off the face of the bat, and it just carried through to Phil Salt. It was one of those ones, you know, fingertips of the glove underneath it. I thought it looked out. Others looked at it and questioned it a bit, maybe. But what else can you do in that situation? As Dale is in bowls, Vince on the back foot looking to drive. He's got it away through the covers, might just be 2 this time, and should be, as Lace gets to it, sends the throw in. So 6 runs from the over, Hampshire 76 for 2, Vince into double figures now on 10. But, you know, in that instance in particular, the catch has been claimed. You're going to have seen it very clearly to say that, no, you didn't take that. Everyone's gone up. What else are you going to do but go on the reaction of the fielders? Whereas everyone sitting at home can slow it down to quarter speed and get it frame by frame, and it's one of those things at the moment. I don't think there's any solution for it, because I don't see third umpires coming into the county game anytime soon. But it's as technology improves around the county circuit, we're only going to see more and more of this. Agreed.
Here's Higgins bowling from our commentary end, length ball to Organ, who plays that quietly out on the onside. I mean, I have heard suggestions that maybe the stream could be used more in decisions, but I'm not sure the stream sometimes is that clear, is it? I don't know.
No, I mean, you know, kind of making decisions on the basis of it, you're going to be having to go to, you know, umpires call, benefit of the doubt an awful lot, and that won't please anybody either.
No. So it will always be a discussion, has been since cricket started, and will continue to be, I guess, all those decisions, as that's another length ball which is played back to the bowler by Hampshire's stand-in opener.
But, you know, another thing that I would say, and I'm the first to say this when it comes to umpiring, is that I genuinely believe, as much as people like to complain about it, and it's with the, you know, it's their prerogative too, but as much as people do like to complain, I genuinely do think the standard of umpiring in England is among the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, overall it's okay, isn't it? Outside the off stump, that's left alone. I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't do the job. I wouldn't. Otherwise, I would have done that. You know, when I finished playing, I just didn't want to do it because I think it's amazingly hard.
Yeah,
it's really hard. You know, it's you know, whatever standard you play, you know what it's like. Whatever game it is, you know, some of the marginal decisions, you know, are really difficult. for the umpires. And you've got to remember, sometimes when you bowl and you hear a little faint nick, you're almost 10 yards closer to the batter than the umpire. That's outside the off stump and that's left alone. So how are they going to pick up a faint nick if you only just about hear it? It is hard.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I just think that if you watch enough cricket around the world, you will realise actually how decent the standard of umpiring is in England, and it's and I know it's useless saying that, but yeah.
There are
always going to be such things, and I'm afraid it is part of the game.
It is. It is. Here's Higgins. He's got 2 slips. Comes in and bowls to Organ once more. He's bowling very accurately here. Ryan Higgins doesn't really take much out of himself when he bowls, but keeps it a good line and a good length. And Organ again playing defensively out on the offside. Peter Allen didn't like the decision. He said, I could see from Bitton Park, which is an area of Southampton, which actually might be sort of, slightly to our right, about 1 o'clock as we look in Southampton. He said, I could see in Bitton Park it was missing Hedge End, which is where we are, so that's how close he thought that was. But everybody has had an opinion so far. That's played out on the offside. Another good length delivery there from Ryan Higgins to end that over, and that's another maiden for Higgins. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 18, Hampshire 76 for 2.
Yep, normal service for Ryan Higgins at the moment. He tends to be pretty miserly, and I think he, at the moment, seems to have settled himself into a pretty good rhythm. Whether he can effect that second breakthrough will be the thing. As I said, so far this season, it's just been the 9 wickets for Ryan Higgins, and 9 wickets at nearly 40, which is unusual to see. What isn't unusual to see, though, is he's only going at around about 2.5 and over. Dale then at the end of his run, and we still haven't seen anything of Jared Warner. I'm assuming we've got the teams right. We've seen him out there, so he's certainly playing, but he's still not bowled. Dale then into his 7th over. He's in and bowls to Vince, who's rising up tall and defending back to the bowler.
Definitely a better follow-through for me, for Ajit Dale. I'd love to find a clip, and I wouldn't have that to hand, although I'm sure if I wasn't concentrating on commentary, I could find something at some point to see Ajit Dale bowling back in 2020 and the Ajit Dale bowling now. I think, actually, Alex, a local journo, has all the technology. Unfortunately, he's here at the moment, watching next to us, so I think he'll be able to find something. So thank you, Alex, and I'll be able to prove my point, or I'm going to look very silly.
No, don't worry. Well, we will be the only ones seeing it as Dale is in, flicked away by Vince off the pads, but straight to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yes, don't worry. I promise you, if it looks exactly the same, then I will pretend I will have noticed a difference. That's what being a good colleague is about.
Well, you're one of the better commentators on the circuit, and that's one of the reasons why, Ed. You always support your colleagues, no matter what.
I'm getting the compliments back now.
Just in case.
This is disturbing. Yes, well, in any case, I'm sure you're correct, because you will have seen more of him overall than I will. As Vince always gone for a loose shot there, trying to carve it away off the back foot. I'm not sure I'll be able to get a second look at it, but yeah, maybe just come back at him a little bit. He's actually just been caught completely flat-footed, kind of on the crease, and yeah, was a bit fortunate not to get an edge on that, whether an outside edge or possibly even an inside edge onto the stumps, but he's got himself a bit confused there, I think, is James Vince, and just that little extra yard of pace that Dale's got just brings that out, an extra bit of indecision, as this time Vince is on the front foot defending into the leg side, and there is no run.
Alex has just shown me 2 balls that he bowled back in 2020. They look similar to what they are now. So I don't know if they're just a selection where maybe it was different. I don't know. I just seem to remember 2 years ago thinking, if only that follow through could be a bit better. But I don't know. Maybe I was seeing things back then.
Here we go.
Maybe I caught COVID back then 2 years ago.
The ball is clearly out of shape, so it's going to have to be tossed to Graham Van Buren, and umpires Debenham and Saggers are going to have a protracted discussion now about whether the ball is out of shape or not, and it looks as if, it looks as if they're going to change it, so that's not something you see very often. At the first attempt, Gloucestershire have got this ball changed in the 34th over. Normally, it takes a good couple of times to get it changed.
Well, you're right, and I'm just thinking back to last week here, where you're right, 2 or 3 times, both sets of teams tried to get the ball changed and were successful, but it wasn't straight away. I don't know how often you found this season.
Yeah, well, the last match, I think the second new ball in Surrey's innings had to be changed after 8 overs, wow. Which, yeah, it's not great, is it? I think it ended up being 4 balls used in that Surrey first innings. It pretty much never happens now that you get through the full 80 without changing it. And to be honest, I think that was the case last season as well. I found that. Anyway, I don't know about you, but I tended to find last season was not much different. I know they've changed the specifications for it this year, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I remember it must have been last season then. I knew it was last season or the season before, where a couple of the Hampshire boys said, oh, it's well known that the balls this year are not very good. I mean, it seems like already, and what are we, early May, that we're all experiencing the same thing again.
It does look like it at the moment. And the other thing is that, and I have mentioned this every week because there's been ball changes every week, but they're only allowed to use balls from the 2022 batch as well. In previous seasons, you've been able to use the previous season's batch of balls as well. But I know this season it's just the 2022 batch. So I have no idea where they're getting these from. I guess from practice.
Yeah, I think sometimes.
Like
yeah, I think sometimes when you're having net practice and that sort of thing, you're using some balls and just use them purely and simply so that they can be used in the game. You know, so there is certain lots of balls that are used after a certain amount of time, and then others that are a bit old and that sort of thing. So there's a bit of that goes on, yeah.
Yeah, well, I was speaking to Mark Church last week, our colleague from BBC Radio London, and he says that we should bring back ball tampering. I'm sure it had nothing to do with 603 played 440 off for 2 declared, well, not declared even, but innings closed. But yes, he's certainly of the view that we should bring back ball tampering. And to be honest, I'm not entirely opposed.
Oh, are you not?
No, I'm not, because there come times when something's got to happen out there. Dale then with this changed ball, and it's flicked away by Vince down towards long leg and fielded by Mohammed Amir, and a single taken, 77 for 2. Vince moves on to 11. But I don't know, I just think some of the dark arts have been taken away because of COVID, and a lot of them because of, well, the advent of live streams, I'm sure, would make it a lot more difficult as well. But I don't know, there does come a point where you sort of feel as if maybe sometimes something's got to happen in order to change the rhythm of the game and bring the balance back between bat and ball a bit. Dale bowls, completes the over. Oh, he's fallen over in his follow-through, and he's beaten Organ outside the off stump. So whether that's a case of the changed ball or whether he just happened to get beaten by that one, I don't know. Didn't do a massive amount, but just enough. Kind of shaped ever so slightly away from Organ, but it was only the merest fraction. But possibly that was why he got beaten. So again, Dale is beating the bat and is bowling quite well here. He's bowled 7 overs for 24. Hampshire are 77 for 2, and we've had 34 overs of the innings so far.
Thank you for your comments about the Gubbins dismissal. There are several others, but I think we'll just sort of leave it there for now and try and move on. Otherwise, we're going to annoy Ed.
Oh no, I'm quite happy.
I know you are.
I'm always happy.
Yeah.
I've had a tweet from @EggBassett1, by the way. He says Ryan Higgins has bowled his 50th maiden of the season.
Oh, there we are. Love that stat. Let's cut away. There won't be a maiden on this over because that's short and wide and smashed away by Vince backward of point. Maybe gone a fraction finer than he was aiming, but it's the right result as far as the captain's concerned. Definitely most width, I think, that Higgins has given so far in this game. 81 for 2. Vince moves on to 15.
Slightly loose shot, only slightly, and it flashed away, but he just didn't quite get the foot towards the ball. But I think he flashed hard at it. It was one of those ones where if you're Higgins, you're saying you weren't entirely in control of that. If you're Vince, you're saying, well, you gave me that much width, I could do whatever I liked with it.
And he did. That's comes in and bowls again. And straighter this time, and Vince works out away on the leg side. He runs the first one quickly. I think he's looking for 2. No. Is that a Dale coming off, Ageas Dale coming off the fine leg boundary?
Yep,
Did well there.
so.
It was quick.
Yes, almost got too strong a throw off there because he managed to overshoot the runway.
Good stuff from Dale. Hampshire move on to 82 for 2.
Dom Goodman ended up in backing up duty. Quite some speed.
Still nice and warm and still calm conditions around the Ageas Bowl here as Morgan pushes forward, and there's a no ball from Ryan Higgins. So a couple of quiet overs from Higgins since lunch, and then this one's got just about a bit of everything.
Yeah, and it's been a problem. No balls for Ryan Higgins this season. He's already taken 2 wickets off no balls. He bowled Colin de Grand on first ball last week off a no ball. Sent the off stump cartwheeling backwards.
Dangerous player, de Grandhomme. Always better bounce, and it's a good leave outside off stump.
Fortunately, that one didn't prove too costly from a Gloucestershire point of view because de Grandhomme went on to make 11. He was dropped also off the bowling of Amir whilst on naught. So eventually his luck ran out as he was adjudged. There we go, LBW on 11. So umpire obviously felt he should have gone by that point as well.
Great player to watch, de Grandhomme. Loved watching him when he was here last year. As there's a nice drive from Morgan. It's not particularly well timed, but he's found the gap, and that'll be a single. And Morgan moves on to 32, 85 for 2.
The disappointing thing about de Grandhomme this season is he's trimmed the mullet.
Oh, is he?
So it's not quite flapping about behind him in the way that it used to. No, it's still long, but it's not really your classic mullet anymore.
Oh, that's a shame, because, I mean, loads of people here love that. They talk more about that than his batting and bowling ability. Outside the off stump, Vince leaves alone. That was inviting the drive, but Vince was having none of that. Yeah, he created great discussions and yeah, but he was, well, he is a good player. He got 150 here or so, I think it was, against Surrey. Just unbelievable. And a couple of his T20 knocks were just sensational. A really naturally gifted player. As Higgins comes in and bowls, it's closer to the off stump, and that's a good leave from Vince, who almost sort of overbalances as he lets that go by. End of the over, 85 for 2. Vince has 16, 32 Morgan.
Still the odd bit happening out there, just every so often, and Gloucestershire have got, well, I've got 2 bowlers who've started off well since the lunch break here, but they're going to have to keep it going. Whether I should think probably Goodman might be one of the first caps off the rank as far as change bowlers are concerned. Amir had 2 spells this morning, so whether he'll come straight back, I'm not entirely sure. From evidence that we've seen so far, I'd suggest possibly not. So Goodman might get a go. Jared Warner might bowl. Graham Van Buren ended up bowling 4 overs and 3 of the maidens, so whether they just look to bring him back on, or he looks to bring himself back on in a holding role, not quite sure. Dale to continue for now, though. Down leg and taken by Bracey, diving away to his left. And Organ can't get a little flick on it down towards the fine leg rope. I noticed what seems to be a feature here, the straight boundaries are dead straight. They don't kind of loop around. It's very much
That's true.
A sort of squashed oval, whatever the term for that is, an oblate ovoid shape. The boundary. I think that might be the term. Always a feature you notice here, and it does affect field placing a little as well. Tend to have your long leg instead of your fine leg, I've tended to notice, as Dale bowls a short ball which Organ sees early and ducks underneath. 32 off 109 from Felix Organ. He's certainly taking on the responsibility of opening the batting, I think he'd say. And Joe Weatherly not playing, and again somebody who's scored runs aplenty against Gloucestershire last season, so they'd have been relatively happy not to have seeing Joe Weatherly's name in the lineup. Unfortunately, it's sort of come at a cost of them missing their own. Opening batting, Chris Dent. Dale in and bowls full, driven relatively firmly by Organ, but it won't beat mid-on, and there is no run. Looking elsewhere, there's sort of fairly uniform scores around the country. It looks to be quite a good day for batting elsewhere. The kind of the worst off at Essex against Yorkshire, and they're 83 for 2, so nobody's lost more than 2 wickets.
Is that at Chelmsford, that one?
It is, I believe, yep. So all the Division 1 matches are around about 80 or 90 odd for 2, all the scores there. As Dale is in and bowls, angled through the gully by Organ. He'll pick up 4 runs for this, I think, as George Scott won't quite get there. No, down to third man, and just playing it softly there. Felix Organ got a ball on off stump, just dropped the hands on it and played it through the gully for a boundary. 89 for 2. So Essex 83 for 2 against Yorkshire, Warwickshire 98 for 2 against Lancashire, and Surrey, I just talked them into losing their 3rd wicket. They're 87 for 3 now. Luke Proctor has got all 3 wickets to fall for Surrey. Patel, Amla and Jacks. Jacks has got a promotion, he's coming at 4. Ooh. There, as Dale bowls here to Organ, who's in behind it, defending it out into the mid-off area, picked up by Graham van Buren, who gives this changed ball a bit of a shine. But yeah, Proctor, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 18. So it's not been Sanderson or their overseas signing Matt Kelly. And Gareth Berg's actually not even playing in that one.
Was he not?
Giving him a bit of a rest, it seems. I don't know whether he's injured or not. I'd have to
he had a bit of a foot problem last year, but he's
right.
All right.
Yes, he missed a lot of time last season, didn't he?
Yeah.
Last ball of the over. Dale in and bowls, and rising up onto his toes to play that one down and into the offside. Organ rehearses a flamboyant-looking square drive off the back foot, but just played it defensively to the real delivery. 4 runs off the over, and Hampshire at 89 for 2.
I'm just told actually that Gareth Berg, by Alex here, he's going to play for Lymington this Saturday, which is along the coast here towards Bournemouth.
Well, either way, it's Proctor doing the damage for Northamptonshire, and yeah, as I say, Will Jacks up the order at number 4, was out first ball.
So Higgins continue from the hotel end. 10 overs, 1 for 26 for the Gloucestershire all-rounder. As Higgins starts a new over, he's got 2 slips and a fairly deep gully and runs away from us. He's bowling to Vince, length ball. Vince plays it straight into the ground in front of him and just makes sure the ball doesn't travel by getting his boot in the way.
In Division 2, the theme is 1 down. We had the 2 down theme in Division 1, but we've got 1 down in Division 2. Leicestershire are 91 for 1 against Glamorgan. And Marnus Labuschagne has taken the only wicket to fall there for Glamorgan. A stumping. Sussex are 180. Well, Tom Alsop's actually on 49. Ali Orr made a half-century. Haynes, the man, out for 17.
Higgins again. The keeper standing up now, takes that Bracey, as Vince leaves that one alone.
And Durham are 120 for 1 against Worcestershire. Sean Dixon, 67, not out. Keegan Peterson is out in the middle at the moment. Lees was out for 27. So Keegan Peterson in with Sean Dixon. I like watching Keegan Peterson, seen a fair bit of him for South Africa.
Higgins again. Vince dabs that out to gully.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Is he?
Nice player to watch. One of those kind of, well, fairly easy on the eye. He's not a great foot mover, but they're often the best players to watch.
Yeah.
He's got a nice flow of the bat, and he's relatively free scoring, even though I think you'd say he's very much a test player, but yeah, it'd be nice to see him score some runs.
That's for sure. Have you got a few more scores? Because I've got an interesting, well, I've got an interesting email, but I'm going to read it anyway. That's pushed out towards extra cover and there's no run.
No, that's it. Done.
Right, okay,
scores.
brilliant. No. This is from John, solentcricket@gmail.com. I'm not going to read it all out because you'll know where I'm going with this, and I can't actually, because I think we'll all be bamboozled. It's only going to get more accurate, this is about LBW decisions, for the armchair decisions. Back in the day of standard definition TV, 625 lines, 50 hertz interlaced, it was unusual for the ball to be clearly visible enough, as Vince pushes forward back to the bowl, to draw any kind of conclusions, i.e. ball touching the grass or the keeper's gloves touching the grass. HD, in brackets broadcast in the UK as 1920 times 1080i, at 25 hertz, still interlaced. The resolution is definitely clearer. Thank you very much. I'm not going to read the rest of it out, John. I think you know where we're going with that. Unless you're into your TVs or you're a TV engineer, you won't have a clue what's being said. But just to say that it's probably better now. As that's pushed out on the onside, and there is no run. 89 for 2 at the end of that Higgins over. Unbelievable. Who thinks up these? Well, not think. I mean, there's obviously proper facts there, but I mean, wow.
Yeah. High definition versus standard definition discussions. I'm sure there are all sorts of.
I don't think the game's got quite that dull yet.
Well, and well, who knows? Maybe though, in all seriousness, maybe it won't be that long until they can get some kind of, somebody's going to be the first to put some kind of rudimentary ball tracking onto their stream. Somebody's going to do it, as one of the counties is. Who's going to win the race? Dale into his 9th over. Comes in now and bowls. And Organ is forward in defence, out towards mid-off. Just felt a little bit cooler just then. And we've got some slightly heavier cloud. It's mostly still fluffy, but I don't think we're going to get so much sunshine this afternoon. You can kind of notice the temperature drop off a little bit. I'm not sure that's going to make a great deal of difference out in the middle, however, apart from just maybe to send a couple of Gloucestershire players for the cable knit sweaters rather than the new style, which I think, yes, without exception, they've gone for. Dale in and bowls, and Organ quietly tapping this one out to backward point, and there is no run. Half century for Dom Sibley for Warwickshire against Lancashire, so he's got to that milestone. And I'll look to see whether Alistair Cook's still in. Yes, he's on 42 not out for Essex against Yorkshire. Some nice photos this morning of Cook and Root standing next to each other, having a bit of a chat before the day's play. Dale moves in and bowls. Oh, leading edge went up in the air, but fell well short of mid-off in the end. Had there been more pace in the pitch, potentially, that might have just carried a bit further. But Organ trying to turn the ball off his rib area. And it just looped out towards Van Buren at mid-off, but well short of him. 2 slips in place now, so Hammond has joined Scott in the cordon. Not because of that ball. It was the case before that ball, but anyway. Dale in, bowls, and flicked down towards long leg by Organ for a single. And Hampshire moved to 90 for 2, Organ on to 37. One
thing I can say with certain about Dale, although Alex tried to prove me wrong a little bit earlier, which is fair enough, but he does look a tighter bowler, and he looks like a bowler with more confidence, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think in some ways, I suspect probably playing the first championship match of the season would have helped, even if it was maybe not necessarily foreseen with David Payne's injury, but he'd clearly impressed in the pre-season, and I think it was obviously a case of, they very much wanted him to feel as if he was really part of the plans at the forefront, as Vince is defending out to Tom Lace at cover point, and there is no run. But yeah, I mean, just sometimes a bit of a change of scenery, and definitely. Obviously Gloucestershire have had a change of coaching staff as well, even from the couple of months that Dale spent at the club at the end of last season. I don't know whether potentially the other Dale, Bengenstein, that is, will have seen a bit extra of Dale because of the Hampshire, or heard a bit extra because of the Hampshire connections. Obviously, he was signed by Gloucestershire before that happened anyway. As Dale is in and forward goes Vince, defends back to the bowler. No ball signalled by umpire Debenham. 92 for 2 with those 2 extras. But you know, like you say, it wasn't the case necessarily in that Old Trafford match, but at both Northampton and at Bristol against Yorkshire in the first 2 matches of the season, he was accurate to go with a bit of extra pace.
Yeah.
And certainly, particularly against Yorkshire, got his rewards for that with 6 in the match. As Dale is in and bowls. Oh, is there something on that? Bracey's tossed the ball up, but not out, says umpire Debenham, and it didn't look quite convinced from all quarters, has to be said, but Vince arguably playing at a ball that he didn't quite have to play at, but he was tempted into it with the angle potentially sending it in towards him, and beaten to end the over. 92 for 2.
Yeah, Dale didn't look too disappointed with the non-decision. Yeah, it was good to see Dale Bekenstein when we walked back from over the far end of the ground at lunchtime and said hello to him. I've seen him for a little while. Of course, former head coach here. Good guy, really, you know, just a really good guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he hasn't changed a bit, still chatting loads, and yeah, it was good to see him. He was coming back from the nets at lunchtime with a couple of the Gloucestershire players over there. Higgins to continue. 11 overs, 1 for 26. He's just putting the ball there or thereabouts, isn't he, Ryan Higgins? Just trying to hit the seam, just seeing if there's something there. There hasn't been a lot for him. He's moving fine leg a little square at the far end of the ground. And he comes in now to start over number 39 of this Hampshire innings. Length ball, and Organ is pushing forward out on the offside. It's been slow going. The run rate is less than 2.5 and over. It's been accurate from Gloucestershire, has to be said. This wicket not giving the bowlers anywhere near as much help on the first morning as last week. We did see last week the pitch starting to lose pace, although there was an odd bit of bounce from time to time, but the movement was getting less and less as the match was played out. This one's probably starting about day 3 for me. Last week, off the back foot, trying to force that through the covers, but can't find the gap there. Felix Organ. I've got an email here from Sam Lee, soloncricket@gmail.com. He says, what are we saying? Could be a decent score on this wicket. A mix of low bounce and carry, but then again, no swing and little pace. Watching whilst in bed, ridden with flu. Says, so I've got a bit of a cold myself actually as well, so I know how you feel. Maybe not quite as bad. It hasn't maybe bedridden, but it's not nice. Outside the off stump and left alone.
What are you talking about? You've got an extra blanket on there. I can see. And, yeah.
It might look like that. I mean,
lounging.
I'm really only 10 stone. Got to just tie around the middle. That's nice, isn't it? Eh? God, I work really hard on my. No, I don't actually. It's nice, isn't it? Eh?
I was trying to paint a picture for the viewers, actually, but the listeners.
It's probably best not. No.
Oh dear.
No. 50 years ago, maybe, but not now. 92 for 2. 50. That's worked on the leg side by Organ, and there's no run. What do you think? Yeah, this would be interesting as an opposition commentator, obviously watching Hampshire back. What do you think would be a minimum Hampshire would want here, and what do you think would be? What do you think would be an acceptable total first innings?
Well,
from what you've seen,
to be honest, at the moment you're thinking 400, really, aren't you? Thinking get 400 on the board,
yeah,
and then just hope that scoreboard pressure does a lot of the rest.
Yeah, I agree. Let's nip back now. Just as you say that, one nips back and bounces, and that's hurt Organ a little bit. He's limping around a little bit. That's again, Ryan Higgins just lands the ball on the seam and just every now and then just finds a little bit out of this wicket.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell. That ball's done a massive amount, but obviously just enough, and maybe just doing a normal amount rather than keeping a bit lower and slower. Yeah.
Organ pushes that out square on the offside, but you have to say what we're seeing here. You've got to be well over 300 minimum.
Yeah,
really.
exactly.
Well
I think
300.
if you're Gloucestershire, looking at this at the moment and taking completely out of the equation the fact that they don't have Chris Dent at the top of their order, taking that out of the equation, I think just looking at it dispassionately and as a situation as it is at the moment, I think you'd say if you restrict Hampshire to anything less than about 350, you'd probably be relatively happy, because it just doesn't look like a surface that's going to do too much, and you know, there looks to be quite a lot of runs out there to be had, albeit potentially at not a particularly high rate. One of those ones where if you want to block, then you can, but equally, if you want to play a few more shots, you may end up getting yourself in a bit of trouble. Right, 2 is the time, and Jared Warner is coming into the attack for the first time today. Warner, who so far this season just played in that one match up at Old Trafford, and he got a little bit of treatment, I think it's fair to say, at the end of that innings. So here he is, Warner, tall figure, and he's going to get more treatment here as Vince drives him firmly through the covers for 4, greets him to the bowling crease with a pretty trademark Vince cover drive, and moves to 20.
Well, I don't think I've seen this guy bowl before, if I'm honest. I'm just looking at his stats. A total of 9 wickets. This is only his 7th first-class game, to be fair to him, but he averages 39 runs apiece for those 9, so that's high.
Yeah, well, last season played in just a couple of matches in the second phase of the competition, as was last season. Come back to that as Warner is in, and Vince cuts that one away for 4 more. 4 from the moment it left the bat, and it flies away through the cover point region and to the boundary, and that is the 100 up for Hampshire. Back-to-back boundaries, and if you bowl short and wide to James Vince, somebody's going to be running and fetching the ball rather a lot.
Yeah, well, I think sometimes, you know, he's probably a little bit nervous, I'm sure, and he's probably just trying to warm up a little bit. He's got to find the right length quickly here, because there's no real pace in this pitch, and he's certainly not of a pace to get away with that length, but yeah, he's got to very quickly tighten up here.
Yep, certainly. We've had full and wide and short and wide, and they've both gone. And also, getting into his work, you can visibly see not as much pace as he might have later on. As Warner is in, forward goes Vince, and this time defends the ball firmly out to George Scott at cover, and there is no run. So what I was talking about end of last year, played 2 matches, took 4 wickets at 29.5, so it just not a massive amount of opportunity for him, but he was injured for quite a lot of last season, played a fairly significant part in the one-day cup, and I think in terms of one-day bowling, he's got that height, he's got just enough pace to be able to hit that kind of back of a length sort of area as Warner is in, and once more firmly pushed out into the covers by James Vince and fielded by George Scott. So he's got that kind of, you know, the modern sort of one-day style bowling.
Yeah.
You know, if you can try and keep it tight, then that tends to be the line and length. If you can be tight to the.
Well, the last 2 balls have been absolutely ideal. I mean, he looks a bit similar pace to Ageas Bowl.
Yeah, I would say there's definite similarities there. So just a tick above, probably just a tick above average.
Yeah.
But the question is, can he get the ball to do enough? As Warner is in, and that's down leg. It's going to be extras down towards fine leg. They're going to come back for a second run here as Amir has a fair distance to go, because he is very much at a long leg. And James Bracey tosses the ball away in annoyance after having received the throw from Mohammed Amir, and it ends up being 2 byes. It's 102 for 2.
I mean, you know, he's 25, so I mean, he's not young, but obviously he's quite inexperienced at this level. But you know, the trick is just to string some maidens down. I mean, look at Ryan Higgins, you know, just stringing maidens, you know, and he's not this guy's pace.
In comes Warner and bowls, and a fuller delivery is defended to point for no run by Vince. So that's 10 off the over, counting the 2 byes, which, albeit they don't go to Jared Warner's figures, it wasn't a great delivery that went for the couple of byes. And it's 102 for 2 Hampshire after 40 overs.
Thanks, Ed. Yep. I've just stayed on a bit longer, actually, because Melissa was talking to some friends earlier. So I was going to take a bit. Ed's going to take a break half an hour. So those three of those balls in that over from Warner were absolutely more than fine. And the trick is, as I say, is just to bowl more of those balls in that area, and he'll be okay. But yeah, it's we'll have to wait and see. Higgins to continue into his 13th over here, and outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Melissa Story's back with us. Was it some of your Wiltshire
It
colleagues?
was. So that was Helen Dolman, and she is the kind of manager of the women and girls at Wiltshire.
Yep.
So she's basically been managing my cricketing journey from about under 11s to probably women's. So yeah, I saw her in the hotel lobby downstairs. It was a very lovely reunion. I've got a nice picture of us together in front of the ground.
Oh, beautiful. Here's Higgins again, then to Organ. Organ gets a straight one, turns it on the leg side, wants a single, no, says James Vince. So are you playing for the Wiltshire women this year?
No, I'm not. So I'm technically in the Hampshire squad because I got transferred from Wiltshire to Hampshire. I made the move, then went back on loan to Wiltshire for 1 year, then came back again.
Right.
And so I'm in the Hampshire group chat on WhatsApp, just not quite selected.
Right.
They maybe heard about my catching abilities at the weekend.
Oh dear, it's Higgins cut away, but he can't find the gap. Square on the offside. Organ.
Or the fact I bowled 2 overs and I'm still exhausted.
Yeah.
There's not much going in my favour, to be honest.
No. So you want to get back in the Wiltshire side, do you?
I mean, it's difficult. I'm not too fussed, and that's going to sound awful, but of course, for people who aren't too familiar with the women's game, the county system's kind of got a bit obsolete. So they play 4 weekends in April, and then that's the entire county season over.
Higgins again, length ball, and hits it into the ground, and I think he gets hit on the chin there, Felix Organ.
Felix Organ is providing just a comedic innings here of throwing himself on the ground, and then just as he does the most normal thing imaginable to defend the ball, he somehow managed to defend the ball back into his face.
He's found a bit of extra bounce there off the pitch.
I'm fully expecting him to just start bringing out the Marnus Labuschagne kind of leaves and start dancing along the wicket.
He's quite watchable at times, isn't he? I mean, you know, obviously it's not a particularly quick innings, but in between, some of the mannerisms are quite funny. Higgins, Fuller, he drives, he misses. That's a good delivery there from Higgins. Just nipped away off the seam. The drive came from Morgan. Fortunately for him, there was gap between the ball and the outside edge.
Higgins, at the start of this round, had bowled the most overs in Div 1 of the County Championship, I believe. And Gloucestershire, they've used 13 bowlers, but just 2 of them, which is Higgins and Gohar, who's not playing, they've bowled nearly 60% of the total overs with just 2 bowlers.
Wow. Of course, when you're playing week in and week out, it's a thick outside edge. Played late, so it went along the ground into the gap between the slip and the gully, and that's racing away towards the boundary at the far end of the ground. That's 4 for Felix Organ. Well bowled Ryan Higgins again, and he's completed 13 overs now, 1 for 30. Organ has moved on to 41, 106 for 2. That's a lot. That's quite a big percentage, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, for Hampshire, almost 60% of the total overs have been shared by Barker, Abbas and Abbott, but actually Hampshire have bowled less overs in total than Gloucestershire, because of course they didn't have that mammoth game against Surrey last week where Gloucestershire was stuck in the field for 2 days. So it's concerning just looking at Higgins. 136 overs it was at the start of this round. That's a lot to have on the system. You just worry with the injuries Gloucestershire's already sustained. And on these pitches, we've spoken about how they're harder than usual in April, how they're a bit more difficult for bowlers who are just having to work tirelessly out there in the middle. Just concerning that these bowlers don't get too overworked too early on. And it's such a long season nowadays, and it's relentless.
And it's a tough start to the season now, isn't it? With 5-6 rounds at least of championship cricket week after week.
Warner to continue then to James Vince, who tucks that off the hip into the vacant square leg region, and the fielder at mid-wicket runs round and restricts that to a single.
But yeah, so that's 60% between 2 bowlers, whereas Hampshire are around that percentage with 3.
Yes.
So that's a big difference.
I mean, we spoke when Hampshire played Lancashire last week about how we were concerned because our 3 Hampshire bowlers have bowled so many, but Gloucestershire seems to have taken that to an even further extreme here. And we mentioned Mohammed Amir, recent signing for them, but he's only got 1 more game for Gloucestershire following this one. As Warner to Organ, who drives through the gap at extra cover. He hasn't timed this too well, and the fielders are both in pursuit here. They should get through for 2 runs, and Felix Organ sends back the captain James Vince for that third run. Hampshire 107 for 2.
Quick 30-second update coming up as to what we've had so far at the Ageas Bowl. Sunny as well, which is nice. Yes, we haven't had a wicket since lunch, about almost an hour's worth of play. Hampshire having won the toss and batting first, are 109 for 2. Felix Organ, who's opened the batting for the injured Joe Weatherly, he's 43 not out, and captain James Vince is 25 not out. Those 2 wickets this morning are the only ones to fall so far. Ian Holland for 2 and Nick Gubbins for a 30. This looks a pretty good batting pitch. Hampshire would expect to get a 300 plus at least score here in the first innings. Hampshire 111 for 2.
That last ball there just guided down by Organ in that gap between the slip cordon and backwards point for another 2 runs, and he's looking very comfortable at the crease here. This appointment to the top of the order with the injury of Joe Weatherly has worked out well for him. He's 45 off 131 balls, so it's been a patient innings. We saw how difficult it was to potentially just get going at the start of this game, but he's made use of some of this more wayward bowling as Warner in again and pushed to mid-on for no run.
Well, he had some success, didn't he, opening the batting with Ian Holland when Joe Weatherly was injured at the back end of, or the second half, I think, of 2019. Got 100 opening, I think it was here, actually, against Warwickshire. His only 100 to date, and had some success. So he's not new to the job, and he's got a good technique, which helps, doesn't it, being an opener?
He does. He's got that baseline technique of needed to survive the moving ball in the opening overs, but then he brings in this own Felix Organ stamp of flair later on in the innings as Warner in, and this is pushed on the back foot by Organ, trickles to backwards point, and he goes down on one knee again to add some more theatrical elements into his innings. He's just an exciting player to watch, and we've seen across the red ball and the white ball. He brings in his off spin, of course, as well.
Yes.
And just a really exciting prospect for Hampshire, because of course as soon as you have those all-rounders as well, it just adds that extra bit of balance into the squad. And the fact he can either slot in here at the top of the order, or he can slot it a bit lower later down in the order, and as well come in with his spin perhaps in that 4th innings if needed.
Well, he's the reason, really, why Mason Crane's out on loan.
As Warner past the umpire to Organ, who's driving to mid-off, straight to the fielder for no run. 5 runs off the over so far, and that is the over concluded. Hampshire 1-1-1 for 2. Time to stand on one leg.
Yeah. I wonder what you were doing. I thought you were just, you maybe got some pain in your other leg.
I was dancing, to be fair.
Oh, was you?
Yeah, you've got to keep moving, I feel, when you're up here. Otherwise, you've got to get the step count up some way. So if you can do the commentator's jig, I think, is what it is. Right. Both me and you, I think, are guilty of doing it. We just kind of stand here and we bob up and down as if we're in like a slow... I'm trying to think of an artist who sings quite slow, sad songs. Mitski. That's one for the young listeners.
Slow what?
Slow songs, you know, where you can't quite dance, but you can sway.
Oh, OK. Higgins bowls edge, and it's gone through the slips. Oh, James Vince has had a let off there. It went to cut that, got a top edge, and it's gone between first and second slip. We could see the gap here, and the ball just found that gap, and it kept going.
My heart rate has shot up instantly, as that was, I think, the moment which all Hampshire fans fear is when James Vince's eyes light up, the switch in his brain goes into one-day mode, and he has a swipe at those ones outside the off stump. But fortunately for the Hampshire captain, as you say, it just dissected that gap. Both the diving Gloucestershire slip fielders could do nothing about it. And on the scorecard, it says 4 runs.
Yeah, so a life of James Vince there. 50 partnership between these two now, which has come off 114 deliveries. And Higgins comes in again, and Vince is on the back foot and much straighter back this time as it goes out on the offside. That was a heart-stopping moment there for a while. Just see the ball go straight into that gap. And neither first or second slip moved. Or not much anyway. Not enough. Nowhere near enough.
And it's so frustrating for Gloucestershire as well. We've remarked across this innings how quickly that slip cordon just dissipated. It started with 3 slips in a gully. It ended up being 1 slip and now 2.
Higgins again. Vince just works that to mid-wicket. And there is none. So Vince has a life on 25. He's now on 29 as a result of that boundary. So what's that word again? Mitski?
Well, yeah.
I've never heard that before.
Well, so she's an artist who I went to actually go see recently.
Right.
But I desperately was trying to think of a musical performer where it's not quite the kind of gig or concert you jump,
No.
but you just kind of stand on the spot and just sway gently, which is what we're doing right now.
Yeah. As Vince on the back foot pushes that back to the bottom. We're almost like on a ship and the high seas that...
We look like experienced sailors who are just so accustomed to the rolling movement of the waves that we just move with it. The ebbs and flows of county championship cricket.
I was never aware of it until you've just mentioned it. Now I'm a bit self-conscious.
Yeah, there's no judgment coming from me.
Oh,
I have not stopped moving since being up in this box.
It's Higgins. Vince plays out into the ground. He wasn't sure there for a minute because it went into his pad as well.
I'm desperately trying to think of an artist you might be more familiar with now.
Van Gogh? Oh, you're talking about artists as in
musical.
Go on, honestly.
I hope you're not alive when Van Gogh was around.
No. I thought you were talking about artist. But I won't be offended if you think that, because you know, a lot of people think that I played with certain players that were way before me, and I'm not sure if I get offended by that. So if you mention a musical artist that was before me, I won't be offended. Let's push out towards extra cover and there's no run.
So is it time for me to go on Spotify and find
an artist from the
1930s?
What? 115 for 2, Hampshire. 43 overs completed their innings. They won the toss this morning, elected to bat first.
Who would you say from, let's say, the 80s, which was a kind of decade?
I can tell you some of the concerts I went to. Would that help?
Yes. That would be exhilarating.
I think that, and I know Hampshire listeners have heard me say these once or twice, but I'll say it for the benefit of those that haven't. I think one that you might be envious of. I went to one at Alexandra Palace, and I was virtually in the front. Queen. Full works and everything.
That's painful. I'm very jealous. There's Warner into Organ, who's pushing that out into the offside on the front foot.
Gosh, Dire Straits.
Oh, okay.
I went to see them in New Zealand.
Oh, that's
David
exciting.
Bowie, New Zealand.
My goodness.
Got quite close there actually as well. Oh gosh, who else would you know? Billy Joel, but that was...
No, Billy Joel's exciting.
Billy Joel.
He's
Wembley.
very popular at the moment. He's kind of had a resurgence through TikTok. A lot of his songs being appreciated by the younger generations.
Okay.
So yeah, Billy Joel's had a...
Seal? No, that's a bad one. Not, if you're listening, Mr. Seal, apologise.
As that ball's driven by Organ through the offside. They'll be looking again for 2, maybe 3 here as the fielders in pursuit, and Vincent Organ get through comfortably for 3 runs in the end. Again, Organ just edging closer to that half century. Hampshire move on to 118 for 2. You're desperate to tell me another.
ELO.
Who?
ELO? Jeff Lynne?
You're just making noises.
No, that's been on TV. They've done some reruns on TV recently. Actually, anyway. So that obviously wasn't very impressive. Go on, tell me some of yours and see if I recognise any.
One of the first ones I saw was the Kaiser Chiefs.
Oh, right. Oh, good, yeah.
So that was at the Open Theatre in Scarborough.
Right.
As a kind of university finishing present. That was wonderful. And quite recently, of course, you go for Ruby and I Predict a Riot, and then the other songs you go, oh, what is this? So I went to Mitski the other week. I went to a gig called Rex Orange County. You heard of him?
No.
Declan McKenna?
No.
No. As in comes Warner again, and that's clipped away off the legs of Vince, straight to mid-wicket for no run.
Keep going.
I actually haven't been to that many gigs, to be honest. My sister's the big musical. She goes to musical gigs and comedy fests, but I'm a bit more... If I have the choice, I'll go to the cricket game, unfortunately. But I'm getting a bit more into my gigs. I've got one in 2 weeks, so that's my next one.
Okay.
I think being in the Bristol vicinity, it's a very big musical cultural hub, whilst in Southampton, I kind of struggled. Not many bands kind of tour through Southampton. It's not much of a musical venue. So this is me proposing the Ageas Bowl to turn into a musical venue, as on the front foot as Vince driving to that close extra cover who's just inching in ball by ball.
So you haven't seen Strap for Cash?
No. Are they a band?
Yeah. Local band?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if they're listening. Maybe I'll give them a Google.
One of their members may very well be listening.
Oh, no. Mr. Strapped for Cash, I'm sorry for not listening.
That's not who I was thinking of, but it's the main man here. Plays the guitar.
Oh, you're putting me on the spot.
I know.
As in comes Warner. Again, that's short and hooked away by Vince, but not quite timed. It trickles to the fielder at deep square leg for a single. Is it
The main man.
a resident historian?
No, not in this
Not
particular
in this box.
bit.
I was
The
trying to
whole
think of Dave
ground.
Allen's
The
band.
whole ground, the main
The
man.
whole ground.
The whole club
Who plays guitar?
in Stratford Cash. And you've not seen them. I tell you what, next time they play, I'm not sure when the next gig is, you'll have to come along.
I will, as long as we get the VIP tickets right, backstage.
So believe me,
All the merch.
you'll get close enough to the band that you won't need to worry about VIP tickets.
Warner in again, and that's slashed away through the offside by Organ. This will bring up his half century. He raises his bat to this very grateful home crowd here at the Ageas Bowl. He registers his 52 of 137 deliveries, and a patient innings which is just starting to accelerate with a few looser deliveries from Warner. He's come in, he's bowled 3 overs now for 21 runs, and just perhaps relinquished that pressure which Gloucestershire had built up before the lunch break, but after lunch it's not been the tightest of stuff from Gloucestershire.
No, 70 for 2 it was at the break, and we've had, what, an hour and 5 minutes, and Hampshire have increased that to 123 for 2. Felix Organ's the fourth time he's passed the half-century mark in first-class cricket, and with one of those being a century. Rob Brasgrove, I'm talking about, Stratford Cash.
Oh.
Hampshire chairman. Yeah.
I'm very sorry for him.
I think,
He's
to be
listening.
honest, we need to take you along to the next concert. You might be the youngest in the audience, but we'll
Bring the average age down by about 20
it might
years.
do a bit, actually, yeah.
I'm their next biggest fan. I'm ready to listen to them. Once I go off air in about an hour's time, I'll give it a listen.
All right, okay.
So is he
they'll be on
leading
the internet somewhere.
guitarist?
He's one of the guitarists, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't quite know how it works, but he's on the guitar, yeah. Graham Van Buren, the Gloucestershire captain, is back on with his left arm spin. He bowled 4 overs before lunch. Economical. 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 2. Here he is again as Vince steers that out into the gap in the covers, and they'll jog through for a single as there's a man out on the rope. That's away to our left. Vince moves on to 31, 124 for 2. Got some emails which we have to get through in a minute.
I was about to say that
Go
as
on then,
well.
off you
That
go.
was very in
Spooky.
sync, yeah.
Spooky. I'll let you read it out then.
Oh, thank
Or
you.
read them out. I think there's 2 or 3 actually. Here's Van Buren again. Runs away from us. Flighted, cut away by Organ, but straight to the man at backward point. I think that is Dominic. I think that is, isn't it?
Yeah, he's quite a tall
Dominic Goodman,
figure
yeah.
there at point.
Sure, we'll see him in the attack shortly. Here's Van Buren again. Length ball, which Organ quietly plays out on the offside.
Well, the one email I can see here is from Sam Lee, who says, Melissa, so it's just me. Look, they've recognised who the expert is here in the commentary box. Could James Vince get back in England side in any format this season?
They only want your opinion. As that's played out in the offside, they will take a quick single, 125 for 2.
I mean, I would lean more towards the white ball stuff than the red ball, I think. With this reset, with the England red ball setup, I think they're going to be looking to move forward, potentially with new players, rather than players they've given that chance already.
Van Buren again. Vince on the back foot, steers that past a diving first slip. It was close, but that's going for 4 runs. Just found an extra bit of room there, James Vince, but the ball was quite tight to him when he played that shot. If you're watching on the live stream, I think first slip would have done amazingly well, even if he got a fingertip to it.
It just got high on him as well, that extra bounce, almost top spin from Van Buren there. And Vince, maybe a bit of a controlled edge, you'd say, as well. He did quite a good job of getting on top of it and just getting his hands on top of the ball, guiding that edge down towards the ground.
I think another one behind in that slip area might have been a bit more interested. Here's Van Buren again. Vince drives, doesn't time it as it goes out to short extra cover, and that's the end of the over. 129 for 2. Vince 35. Organ 53. We've had 45 overs.
So yeah, going back, unlikelier in the red ball stuff, but of course we saw Vince and Dawson performing for England in that series against the West Indies, those T20s. So potentially, I think they do see him as a similar role almost to Dawid Malan, of the sense that Vince can come in, he can anchor that innings at the top of the order, perhaps The only issue just being where would he slot in, with England's white ball team is just so proficient at the moment, with Roy and Bairstow, Butler all competing for perhaps those top 3 spots, and then suddenly you've got the captain coming in, you've got Stokes to come in, you've got Liam Livingstone. It's difficult to see where these newer players can swap in, so unless England adopts almost a rotation policy, which we may start to see more often, then potentially he could slot into that side. But I'm confident perhaps that Liam Dawson might have another shot, especially with his bowling this summer, as there is a bowling change at the pavilion end, and Dom Goodman is back on. You said so?
Yeah, I mean, it's hardly a surprise, is it really? Warner was just going for a few too many, wasn't he, really?
Goodman, 5 overs so far, 2 maidens, just the 10 runs, and he's bowling to Organ, who's on the front foot, almost down on that back knee, and driving to mid-on.
So that's the difference, really, isn't it? Goodman's first ball, which is a bit of a loosener, is right on the money. Warner took 3 balls.
He's demonstrating a lot of control, and you'd say maturity for someone so young. I think they said he was 21 years old here, playing, you know, quite new to playing this level of first-class cricket, but has really performed today with the ball, as he's in again, and that's slightly too full on a leg stump line and just flicked away from Organ. This won't make it to the boundary rope, so they get through for 2 runs. That was the commentator's curse in action there. But Goodman here just playing a valuable role for Gloucester, and they just need to do what they did in that first session, of just perhaps just applying the pressure a bit to these two. They've kind of run away with it now, with Organ on 55, James Vince on 35, of course, dropped when he was on 25. But a few tight overs, you feel that things could slightly sway in the balance. But if you don't take those wickets, and a batting pitch as good as this one, and if you allow that partnership to flourish and blossom, then it's going to be difficult for Gloucestershire to have that breakthrough. As Dom Goodman to Felix Organ, who has a slash outside the off stump. That was quite a wide-ish delivery from Goodman, and it actually kept going wider with the swing, but Felix Organ was determined to throw his hands through that ball and entirely missed it.
Yeah, he was a long way away from it as well, and he didn't really get that back foot across towards off stump and give himself a little bit more an area in which to reach the ball. He was playing it from a pretty static position.
Dom Goodman past the stumps, and this is driven this time comfortably by Felix Organ through extra cover. There's a long chase for the fielder, but in the end the ball just trickles over that boundary rope. Another 4 onto the total, and Felix Organ just showing that although he may have those loose shots like the delivery before, it is because he is an attacking player. That's the way he's played. He's done the patient part of his innings. He's got to the place where he is with 58 not out, and now that almost path from 0 to 50 is so much harder than 50 to 100. And if the runs start flowing for him, then he could be there in no time.
One of his better shots for me, that one. Nice firm shot.
It was very similar to what the shot you'd expect from the man at the other end, James Vince.
Definitely.
Taking notes from the captain as Goodman in and driven again, but this time straight to mid-off, and Felix Organ advances down the pitch and gets sent back by James Vince. He ran almost straight down the middle of the pitch, which I'm sure the umpires will be delighted about. James Vince was screaming no at him, which was probably the right call. I don't think it went between the fielders as much as Organ thought. It actually probably just went to the left hand more of a fielder, who picked it up quite quickly, and I think a sensible call there from James Vince. Final ball of the over. 2 slips in play. And that's short and wide outside the off-stump cutaway, but a good dive from the fielder and a shy at the stumps. And a dive from the fielder backing up. It's all happening out there in the middle. That ball was slashed away by Organ, a diving stop in the covers from the fielder. And James Vince this time had advanced halfway down the pitch, and he was suddenly sent back to the non-striker's end. Shy at the stumps, they missed, and the fielder backing up was on the ground. Total circus.
I'll tell you what, we nearly had two run-outs in that over. I was just thinking during that over, I was thinking, now this is where Gloucestershire have got to dig in a little bit here, because that ball change at 76 for 2 has done absolutely nothing, has it? I mean, the ball, if anything, the ball's done slightly less, but it hasn't done much anyway. So Gloucestershire have just got to be careful here The run rate, when I last looked at the board, was less than 2.5, and it is now very close to 3. I know there's 2 guys in there and batting well. Partnership usually does increase the run rate, but this is where I think Gloucestershire just need to be a bit careful here. 134 for 2. Hampshire could start pulling away unless they really start to keep it tight, as Van Buren bowls. That's played back to him by James Vince. Steve Rogers has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com just saying thank you very much for the coverage. He says this is going to be his last day of watching the YouTube coverage. Vince drives and it's well stopped at short extra cover. That looked like it was 4 runs, because he's going back to the office tomorrow, and he says he will still be tuning into the commentary, but he's looking forward to seeing Hampshire in action at Chelmsford at the end of June, and he intends to be at all 4 days of that one. Well, I think these days, as that's worked up to mid-on and that'll be a single, I think normally day 4 at Chelmsford's a big no-no, because there never was a day 4. I don't think there was ever, can't remember, but there just seem to be 1 or 2 games now where games do seem to be lasting a bit longer than they normally do there. So good luck with all 4 days on that one. Van Buren bowls, flighted, and that's worked on the onside. I'll have to hurry, but that's good running there from Felix Organ.
I wonder if Hampshire fans have a particular ground which they most enjoy going to when Hampshire's playing away. Ooh. I mean, feel free, anyone listening, to get in contact. Of course, we have, I've lost what's the Twitter account? It's completely gone over my head.
At Solent Sport.
At Solent Sport, or at solentcricket@gmail.com.
Yeah, or we can go to you if you want to. That's pushed out towards extra cover and there's no run.
Or at Melissa G Story on Twitter. So if there's any particular grounds you have that affinity to as a Hampshire away supporters, where you think there's, you know, great ambience around the ground, you enjoy the journey up, you enjoy the other team, or you just enjoy the bar, please send it in.
Always important. What's the G stand for, by the way?
Middle name.
Yeah. Well, I know that. That's Vince on the back foot, and he's found the gap. Just in front of point, past Goodman, and that's 4 runs. A little bit too short there from Van Buren to end that over. 14 runs he's conceded now of 6 overs, 140 for 2. What is it?
That was a very blonde moment. It stands for Grace.
Grace?
Yeah.
Right. Is that a family connection, Grace?
No, my family have decided, or they did when they were having us as children, to kind of find our names from graveyards. So when they were unsure, usually normal people would use baby name books, or, you know, as you say, a family related name. But no, my parents decided that the best option was to go through some walks through some graveyards and find some baby names. Right. So it's quite a nice story for me and my sister's name. So yeah, I'm Melissa Grace, and my sister is, oh goodness, Charlotte Mary Alethea. Wow. Now that could have been a gravestone from probably the 1700s. Yeah. And yeah, since I could not tell you how to spell it whatsoever. Right.
So middle name inspiration from there.
Yeah, so if anyone's listening is also currently expecting, then plan a trip to your local cemetery. It's illuminating. Our dog's name actually came from there as well. As Tom Goodman to continue, and that's on the leg stump line, just pushed that fielder at mid-wicket for no run.
Charlie Tipler has tweeted at Solent Sport, currently looking at booking Scarborough this season. You mentioned Scarborough. Hotel tips would be great. The best thing I can recommend is getting early, because it ain't easy to book hotels up there.
Yeah, I've always wanted to do a game up at Scarborough, and I'm not sure whether there's going to be any Hampshire games I can do this year, so maybe I'll have to go as a spectator. As Goodman in, and that's full, and that's completely toppled the batter. A big appeal from the Gloucestershire bowlers. That was an in-swinging Yorker from Goodman, and Felix Organ was struck and completely fell to the ground. It was going down the leg side there from the impact, but now that's a compliment to your pace as a bowler if you're completely knocking batters to the ground.
Yes, that's a good Yorker, that. Oh, it's definitely worth a shout, that one. Good delivery.
Goodman looking and just searching for that wicket against Felix Organ, who's defending off a good length. I mean, the good thing about Organ is that because of the way he plays, that almost seems to open up different wicket opportunities than compared to other batters. I think with James Vince, you know, you're looking to edge off to the slips or conventional LBW. Felix Organ in that Lancashire game got dismissed trying to hook that short ball off Jimmy Anderson. He was caught at that short leg, almost, or short, fine leg inside the ring. So he has unconventional dismissals through the nature he plays as he's driving on the front foot back to the bowler. So yeah, I'd love to go to Scarborough. I used to go there a lot as a kid. So the only thing I can really remember is donkey rides and ice creams, not quite cricket-related things.
No.
Now, Alex has just given me a warning look on the word donkeys, because I spoke about donkeys last week.
Oh, right.
It goes down into this massive rabbit hole, and you suddenly can't get out. As Goodman, 5th ball of the over, bowling to Felix Organ, who just guides this down to 3rd man. There's no fielder down there, and the ball teases the fielder, who is in pursuit. 4 runs onto his score. 63, not out now, Felix Organ.
Yeah, Hampshire have a 4-day game and a 1-day game there this year, so they're actually there twice. 50 over game, yeah.
It's one of those, most famous outgrounds, really, which just still brings in that and Cheltenham, you'd say, bringing in the massive crowds and making it into just some big festival and week-long event.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't been out there for a very long time, actually, so... and yes, I've managed to get in for the 4-day game. I haven't got in for the 1-day game yet.
As Goodman in again, that's a shorter ball down the leg side, so slightly ineffective to finish the over. Hampshire 144 for 2 now.
Simon Watkins at Solent Sports says Billy Joel played at the Ageas Bowl a few years ago. I can't remember that, but obviously he did. Apologies for not remembering that. Tom Johnson's replying to your one about Vince.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he has said, talking about Vince to England play Netherlands in 3 away ODIs. I think that's in late June, maybe, or July. I can't think. In between test matches this summer, so there'll be no Root, Bairstow or Stokes. He got an ODI 100 last summer, so will he get a call up then? Very potentially.
Good chance, isn't it?
That's quite an exciting series. We were chatting last week in the Hampshire-Lancashire game about how we wish more associate nations were part of England's kind of schedules and fixtures.
Yeah. Van Buren, left arm round the wicket. Vince works that on the leg side behind square. He runs the first one quickly. I think he's going to get 2 here. He does, because that's quite a lot of work there for the fielder, George Scott. Big area away to our right to cover. 2 runs, 146 for 2.
And of course, New Zealand recently played Netherlands in the white ball game as well. So if it's possible in the white ball game and it starts picking up that momentum, then let's get these test matches between associate nations or between the England Lions and associate test nations.
2. Vince is on the back foot, steers that. Oh, that's half fielded at mid-wicket. It's gone under the hand of Jared Warner, but he's covered behind by Amir and he's all right.
Andrew Tebb has been in contact about his favourite ground to go to when Hampshire are playing away.
It's forward, behind square on the offside this time.
He says he likes both Cheltenham and Worcester, plus Lords for a final. I've never been to Worcester. I've only seen the classic pictures of it in about mid-March, where it's completely underwater.
Yeah. It's cut away by Vince, that's 4. There is quite a big gap there between the deepish extra cover and the backward point. Vince found it. Made easy for him with that delivery as well. The Hampshire 150 up in the 49th over.
Do you have a favourite ground?
I suppose these days it's only because of the commentary facilities.
And the food.
And the food. And my vote probably goes... It's a toss-up. Oval, like the Oval. Lancashire, great media facilities at the Old Trafford, Melissa. If you get a chance there, that's probably the best. That's cut away, and that's hit hard in front of square. That's 4 through extra cover. 2 short from Van Buren once more, and that is Vince's half century. 77 deliveries with 9 4s, and that is Vince's 4th half century this season already, and that includes that 100 against Kent.
You feel with those 4 half centuries, including that 100, if he can just convert this 50 now to another 100, then all those people speculating whether he'd get that red ball call up, it would definitely make him more likely.
Pushed to short extra cover, and there's no run. Don't forget Lords as well. Lords is pretty good. Yeah, mustn't forget Lords. You haven't done a game at Lords? Not
no,
yet?
I haven't. I've got, well, I have a list of counties where I have visited in terms of mainly watching, and I think there's 5 or 6 maybe left I've never been to. So the northern grounds, particularly Headingley and Old Trafford, Durham, and then a couple in the Midlands I haven't been to yet. So it's an exciting prospect.
Well, Melissa's going to come and take my spot, and Ed Seabourne is coming alongside where Melissa was. Just very quickly, Vicky Marleyhausen, afternoon to you, Vicky, at Solent Sports, has popped into the Ageas Bowl for the afternoon session. Good to see Felix Organ get past 50, it certainly is. And just a reminder that he's opening in place of the injured Joe Weatherly. It's moved up from 7 to 1, and it's working very well so far. As Goodman comes in, more runs there for Organ as that's worked down towards fine leg. It'll only be a single. Organ moves on to 64. And it's 155 for 2 now. And these two going along very nicely indeed. And hard work for Gloucester, Ed.
Yep, very much so. Things have turned this afternoon very much. Well, I say turned. I think overall in the morning session, you'd probably say it was Hampshire's just about, as Goodman is in and bowls. Oh, inside edge onto pad there from James Vince. Couldn't have known exactly where that was going, but it's just felt in the last, what, half hour, 40 minutes or so that things have started to get away from Gloucestershire quite quickly. And the one thing that they could hang their hat on was the fact that they were controlling the board. That's now getting away from them, and Vince in particular looking pretty ominous on 50 off 79, and you know exactly how he can accelerate a scoring rate in a short space of time. Goodman in and bowls, and Vince defends that one out towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I think these things pointing again to perhaps how intense this early county season is, especially on the bowlers, and just at these times when usually you could rely on your first change, second change bowler being quite experienced. And actually, although we've been speaking high praise of Goodman because he's done a really good job in these kind of situations, it's a lot of pressure to put on the entire of Gloucestershire's quite young bowling attack to suddenly bowl to especially James Vince and his high standards.
Goodman bowls, turn to mid-wicket once more by James Vince. Short mid-wicket. They've still got those two catches in front of square, one on either side, short mid-wicket and short extra, and just the one slip. But yeah, I think Goodman has done a really good job, but it's something that happened a little bit against Surrey as well, where they had everything under control, and part of that was because the likes of Amir and Payne playing in that game were quite fresh at that point. As Goodman is in bowls down leg side, that will fly for 4 somethings. Umpire Debenham signals runs, yep, to get a little tickle on it down the leg side for 4. James Vince, Goodman, yeah, well, it's a nice little leg glance from Vince. Goodman just a little bit too straight and picked off 159 for 2. But yeah, there was a period, and it feels as if, unfortunately, it seems to be happening here again as well, where it just felt as if Hampshire's, you know, had just started to get away here. And the only thing that's going to change the way things are going are wickets. Goodman bowls, Vince forward defending the ball out into the covers, and the end of the over. 5 runs from it, 159 for 2. 64 to Organ and 54 to Vince. How do they get it back under control? It's so difficult once you've released that pressure to then build it back up again. It takes a good half an hour for it to build up again.
It's interesting you mentioned those two fielders, the almost close catches on both sides of the wicket, that short mid-wicket and short extra cover, because we see a lot of teams almost deploy those fielders when they're searching to get wickets at the Ageas Bowl. When you start to lose that sideways movement, the slips become a bit obsolete. But actually, it's quite rare to see, you know, drives upwardly lifted to those fielders. If anything, we see at the Ageas Bowl on pitches like this that it's LBW and bowled are the most common dismissal. LBW particularly prevalent because last game I think there was 8 LBW.
Yes, I saw something like that. Yes, I saw the number of them in one innings.
And it just goes to show how quickly bowlers at this ground have to adapt to going, right, bowling outside the off stump's not working for us right now. What are we going to do? We just need to attack those stumps. Yes, sometimes they're going to leg glance us away, but other times we will get. It's defended by Organ on the back foot for no run. I guess all Gloucestershire can really do is keep chopping and changing these bowlers and attack those stumps.
Yeah, I think so, and I think also it's sometimes with those types of fielders, and you maybe talk about it more with the kind of short, straight, mid-off Matthew Hayden type position, where you're not looking for a catch. All you're doing is you're looking to change what the batters are doing.
As Mohammed Amir in again on the back foot, defending off a good length as Organ.
And it's, you're just looking to put something, yeah, exactly, something into the batter's minds. If a bowler on middle and leg, I can't clip the ball there. I'd like to clip the ball there, but I can't. So then you try and play a different shot, miss it, and then you get your LBW, rather than necessarily the loose clip through mid-wicket, actually bringing the short mid-wicket into play directly. I think you've just got to try stuff, haven't you? What else can you do but try stuff?
Amir bowls, and that's down the leg side, and there's an appeal from a lone fielder at short mid-wicket. I can't quite see who that is there, but not much enthusiasm for anyone else. I mean,
Marcus Harris at short mid-wicket. No comments about Aussies and appealing, please.
I mean, another option could be, of course, with the angle Mohammed Amir has, is bringing in a leg slip as, oh my goodness.
There we go. Chapeau.
I'm in shock. I mean, I wasn't aware that I had a telepathic link with the Gloucestershire captain, but apparently I do, because a leg slip has now been put in place. And I was just going to go on to say that, of course, that angle he's coming across, and if Gloucestershire are looking to attack the stumps, then why not just see if they could take that catch down the leg side, as in comes Amir and defended by Organ.
Yeah, and I think you've got to commit to that plan if you're going to do it. And I think possibly the danger is, and they do have fine leg, relatively fine, but the danger is that we saw what happened with Organ when they tried this, actually when the ball was still quite new, and he just jabbed the ball off, and it went past the leg slip and still went for 4, which you can't really have if you're going to do this.
Mohammed Amir bowls, and that's sliced off the back foot by Organ, who got a bit too quick on, or the delivery got a bit too quick on him, and it's dropped into the offside. Yeah, no, I agree, and as well that element we were talking about of Organ, that he does have that bit of flair. If they suddenly take a leg stump line attack him, he will have no hesitation in, as you say, flicking them over square legs. So if they are going to pursue this tactic, they need to be all in and potentially have that deep square leg as well, just as some extra protection, especially as Organ can be almost susceptible to being caught out on the boundary just when he can't quite control those flicks off the leg. As Mohammed Amir in again, and this has flicked off the leg by Felix Organ down to fine leg for a single. But I mean, it's going back to what you said about it's better to see Gloucestershire trying all these things to try and generate and force those wickets, rather than just them sitting back and accepting and going, we're just going to keep bowling outside the off stump. Something will happen, inevitably. Here, they're really trying to make something happen. Yeah,
I think it's a balance, isn't it? Because you need to. I just say you need to. I mean, maybe you don't. There sort of comes a point where you don't get bored, but you realise that the batters aren't getting bored. So you have to do something. Obviously, you try and make sure you can still control the board whilst doing it. But it goes back to being a captain, and when you feel as captain, it's time to pursue something totally different. And actually, during that extraordinary match last week, during Surrey, where they were bowling at Gloucestershire for 120 overs, 443 for 2. At one point, they tried something completely different. They had Jordan Clark bowling round the wicket to the 2 Gloucestershire left-handers, firing it way wide of off stump, almost on the wide line. I can see your
out in my
yes,
head. Suddenly
I enjoyed your little visualization there. Goodman starting a new over in and bowls, and that's worked away quite firmly, but straight to short mid-wicket,
okay,
no
so
run.
I'm stood in my left-hander's
I can see,
position.
yeah, I'm going to send it down wide over there. What are you going to do? Probably
lean for it, chase it, and splice it straight up to the covers.
Well, Okay,
Or
what
edge
you're
it
actually
to a gully.
yes, that's what you're going to do. You're going to edge it to the gully, but in fact what you're going to do is you're going to edge it right between gully and slip twice.
I am really good at doing that as well.
Here comes Goodman and bowls. That's down the leg side. He has a flash at it, Organ, but he can't get anything on it, and it's taken by Bracey to his left.
See the cherries on the edge of my bat. It's incredible. I mean, clearly the Gloucestershire batters also had a tactic. They saw that they were bowling short and wide, and they said, well, I'm going to put the ball right between your slip cordon.
Well, yes, and then and then Marcus Harris edged it into the slips, and it was dropped. So that was a yeah. It was just a weird passage of play, and they did concede some runs doing it. Surrey, as Goodman right arm over in and bowls, and on the back foot Organ didn't quite get on top of that one, but didn't go in the air for too long, and it's fielded at cover for no run.
I guess it's one of the categories which the tactics fall into. Is it, are we going to bowl short? Are we going to completely attack the stumps? Or are we going to dangle the ball out there outside the off stump like a carrot and then completely pack out the offside and the slip cord and then just wait for something to happen?
There's a lot of fruit and veg flying about at the moment, it seems. Here comes Goodman. Oh, that is very wide, and he has had a go at it, and he's toe-ended it straight to mid-off, and there won't be a run.
It was the salad I had for lunch. It's in my head.
Ah, is it? I don't think that sounds very
not very healthy. If it's
no,
gone to my head.
No. There's a sort of fermented salad or something like that.
Oh my
sort of a Korean-inspired
Kev's been out the room for about 2 minutes and it's already descended into chaos.
We're disintegrating here. Here comes Goodman. That's very short and ducked underneath by Organ, but to be honest, he probably barely needed to duck it, and it's taken by Bracey behind the stumps. No, I can't even remember what we were on about before we started this diversion.
Very intelligent.
It was.
Very analytical.
Yes, from you, yeah. No, well, we were talking about dangling the carrot. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, tactics.
Yes, but it almost felt actually with that very wide delivery that could be what happened. As Goodman is in, turned away into the leg side this time. I might think about two here. It's played between backward square and long leg, but they're going to settle for the one, and that is the end of the over. So 161 for two at the end of over number 52, 66 to Organ and 54 to James Vince. But I'm not saying they're going to try that here, but you know, it almost, I'm not going to say it almost worked because it was nowhere near getting a wicket, but at the same time Organ was reaching away at that one, got the toe end of the bat on it, and it just shows you sometimes you do actually have to bowl a ball that the batter thinks they can smack away in order to be able to get a wicket. Obviously you've got to set your field right, but yeah.
I made a note actually on that ball where you say Felix Organ, it came off the toe of his bat, but he actually finished in a position probably about 1 metre at his crease, all slumped looking at the floor because he was so annoyed he hadn't made good contact with that wider ball. As Mohammed Amir continues and short ball ducks underneath it as Felix Organ. And going back to the way he plays, he will get frustrated if he doesn't quite make that contact. So you've got on one hand Felix Organ, where if you hang the ball outside the off stump, he will play those kinds of shots, and now and again it will work. He may catch him in the covers, he may play it slightly uppish. James Vince, on the other hand, well, we all know that he does love a ball outside the off stump, especially if there's a second slip in. I'm glad he's not listening to this, but it's, you know, it is a tactic for these two specifically at the crease. Maybe might work a bit better than actually attacking the stumps. It's going to be Gloucestershire's call to make, as that's outside the off stump and guided down to third man. This will be 4 runs. He just got on top of the bounce here, did Felix Organ, and again, so many runs are being spilled in this area down third man. You almost feel as if we're speaking about these tactics of going, are they going to bowl straight, are they going to bowl outside the off stump, as that's a 100-run partnership just brought up there with that boundary. But actually, Gloucestershire sticking to a tactic at the moment, and especially in these last 4 or 5 overs, I would say that they've been bowling on both sides of the wicket, and it's become impossible to set a field for it. That's why they're leaking so many runs, and we're seeing runs through that third man region, but also we're seeing runs through the covers when they're being over pitched, and we're also seeing runs to the leg side. It's not been consistent enough from the Gloucestershire bowlers, and you just hope that with your more experienced players such as Mohammed Amir, he can rein in this control as that one tucks up Organ, who just pushes it back down the wicket.
Yeah, and it's important to know where you can miss, isn't it? I think that's what you'd say. You can miss, with the field that they had, you can miss firing one down the leg side. That's, you've got protection for that. You've got the long leg, you've got the leg slip, you've got the square leg. But what you couldn't do was bowl further wide of off stump, and it's just about knowing, knowing where you can miss a sort of pro side miss, if you like. Now they've got 2 slips back in place, so I guess he's going to be able to bowl more off stump.
Mohammed Amir bowls, and this is driven and edged, a thick edge down to third man. Another boundary for Felix Organ. He moves on to 74 not out, and everything potentially is going a bit wrong for Gloucestershire here, and that's just pure bad luck from Amir. He was bowling to his field, that delivery, but again, that thick edge from Organ, and the ball flew away for 4.
Yep, that's when heads do start to go down, and I think it's something that you would say about Gloucestershire, and it's testament to Graham Van Buren's leadership skills out there, that you've seldom, even though they've been out in the field for such a long time in each of their last 2 matches, I think it's 167 overs in both of them, but the heads hadn't gone down. There's just a danger, there's only so much you can take.
It's like being continuously tortured, essentially, as Mohammed Amir in, and that's pushed off the back foot, punched away by Felix Organ. Another 4 runs onto his total, 78 not out now, and he's just inching towards this 100. Looking at that replay again, it was just an delivery, to put it into words. It wasn't quite full, and it wasn't quite a good length, and it was a bit wide outside off stump, and it just looked quite pleasantly easy for Felix Organ to put away.
An delivery. It just sat up, didn't it? It really sat up. And
that's the professional way of saying it.
Well, maybe, I don't know. I think is equally professional, but you're not going to get away with that, are you? There's so much time actually to play it. It's just sitting up, begging to be hit. There's no danger of being late on it and flashing it into the slips. Apart from anything else, there's only 2 of them.
Mohammed Amir changing the angle, and this one's better line, pushed back by Felix Organ for no run, and that concludes quite an expensive over. 12 runs off it. Hampshire 173 for 2.
Yeah, real danger for Gloucestershire here. It's got to be said. The breakthrough needs to come quite quickly, or I think there's a serious danger that it is just going to become, right, here we go again. another day and a half, day and 3/4 in the field. Hampshire just looked to bat once. Anyway, we are a bit of a way off that, and who knows? Maybe if they can grab a couple of wickets before the second new ball, maybe the second new ball can do something later on. I'm not sure, but they can't lose hope yet.
Exactly, and it's, as we've said so often before, it's so much easier to look like a better batting wicket when there is a partnership being built. But suddenly one wicket can fall, and as we've seen so often with Hampshire, as we've seen so often on this wicket, there can be a flurry of wickets after that. So as you say, Gloucestershire can't let their heads drop now. It's day 1, we're only in the afternoon session. Anything could happen now, especially with this bowling change.
Warner replacing Goodman. So Warner bowled 3 expensive overs in his first spell. So well, he's had time to think about what went wrong in the first spell, and now he's going to rectify it for the second spell. I'm sure that's what he'll be thinking. Got a short extra cover in place as Warner is in and bowls to Vince, who defends to said fielder, and picked up by George Scott for no run. The one thing you would also say, though, is that Gloucestershire, and it happened last match as well, albeit I don't think anybody was getting a result from that one, especially with the final day rained off, but those little moments where you can you have a chance to help yourself, whether it be taking catches, whether it be having fielders in exactly the right place to take the catches, whether it be taking wickets off no balls. There's just been a few too many times this season, and it's easy to say from the sideline, of course, as Warner bowls full and straight. Vince defends firmly back to the bowler. There's just been a few too many times when that's happened, and you cannot give James Vince even a half a life. He was on 25 when he edged that ball somehow between first and second slip, and I still can't quite work out how it happened, because they seem to be standing relatively close together.
I think when one has edged so many catches to the slips before, he's maybe perfected the art of it. That actually, yes, he might edge it now, but he knows perfectly how to dissect the slip fielders.
Here comes Warner and bowls. Forward goes Vince and defends out towards short extra cover. Yes, a dissection of them would be rather messy, I think, and then there'd be quite a lot of blood to use on the ball.
Just make the ball swing. We're all coming in a full cycle here, back to my unproven theory.
Yes, there we go. You're just making, you know, what was it? The great mandala.
Yeah, almost like the wheel of life.
The wheel of
in
life.
A sense.
Yes.
Everything comes back to blood being used to shine the ball. And apologies to anyone who has tuned in just at this second and gone, oh my gosh.
Clue what on earth you're talking about, because they missed the discussion about the blood on the ball this morning. Here comes Warner. He's in and on the money once again, full and straight, and pushed out into the short extra cover region. There is no run. George Scott is the fielder in close there.
We have an email from Simon Woodhead. Of course, you can get in contact at solentcricket@gmail.com or on Twitter, which is @solentsport. He said, my favourite away grounds, of course, we were discussing favourite grounds for Hampshire away fans or Gloucestershire
were you?
fans.
All right. I wasn't listening.
Oh, how rude. He says that his favourite away grounds for him are Abergavenny and Swansea. Abergavenny, it's just a fabulous club and location, and Swansea because it's the closest where I live to. Thanks, as always, for the great commentary.
Warner in and maybe hinting back into James Vince, but once again right in behind it and defending up the pitch. So did you give your
I didn't
answer?
Actually in the end. I must say I love Edgbaston because I have good memories of their T20 finals day, which I've always gone to growing up. And they also gave me a free water bottle, and I love free things, so that's got good memories as well. I love Bristol. I do love Bristol.
Oh, good.
It's probably the ground I've been to the most, so.
Warner to complete the over, in and bowls, and once more on the stumps, forcing Vince into a forward defensive. So at least on that evidence, Jared Warner has thought about what went wrong in the first spell, because that was a terrific over. 6 balls bang on the spot, and it's a maiden. So the score remains 173 for 2.
Yeah, so I managed to, when the KSL was still a thing, I think, which was the first kind of women's domestic competition, tickets for someone around my age at the time, I think, were £1. So it was kind of thing you get your friends to go all along to. And I think Bristol on just any day, because it's, especially for county championship and those kind of smaller games when there's a smaller crowd, it doesn't feel like a small crowd, because the ground almost feels like a warm hug, like a very cosy ground. And it just feels bigger and louder than it is. And yeah, I'd say Bristol. A hug.
Yeah, that's good yes, a nice warm hug at Bristol.
Not much you'd be saying that to about Bristol. It's Mohammed Amir in, and that's down the leg side. Felix Organ has a waft at it, but I think he gets a word from his captain, who's just shaking his head and gone, it's not worth it.
Well, there isn't a leg slip in there now, so having moved the leg slip to second slip, now we've had a delivery down the leg side.
I think Mohammed Amir is employing the art of confusion, where if by every single ball he's changing the field, in the sense that you said to bring in those short catches to make the batters change their style, I think he's just trying to confuse them, as defending off a length is Organ for no run.
I would love to believe there was as much at play at that. I mean, I think what he is trying to do is I think he might be trying to get this ball to reverse, but unfortunately for him so far, it's only involved him pushing the ball with the wrist too far down the leg side, at least on that occasion. But I'm going to watch this a bit more carefully as far as what he's trying to do with the ball, because it could be one explanation as to why he's been a bit too side to the wicket. Now we've got a third man out.
Only one slip in play as well, was on the front foot defending as Felix Organ into the offside. So it's an interesting field now. We've got the fine leg, third man, both out on the boundary. One slip in play, those two close catches almost at short extra cover, short mid-wicket, and then the conventional field around that. And reverse swing seems to be the only solution here. But speaking of that third man in place, we have got a third man related email, which asks, I'll wait for the suspense actually after this delivery. I'll start with the first sentence.
I think the suspense is already there for me.
I'm glad to hear that. As Mohammed Amir in, and that has reverse swing. That's a Yorker flicked off uncomfortably by Felix Organ. he's just nudged that almost into the leg side, and that was just waiting for that replay. If we do get a replay, hopefully, but very, very full. And that first hint, maybe of reverse swing?
Yeah, last over, I don't know. It's hard to tell, isn't it? Because of the way that it's the way it's going the same way as Amir would probably try and get it to go with a new ball, but I'm not sure. But then he could be holding the ball the other way around, of course. So we won't know whether it's one or the other.
Who knows?
I think a bit less likely, but who knows?
As Mohammed Amir in and defending his Vince, apologies, back to the bowlers. This email asks, and I'm going to pose this question to you, Ed. What is it about not having a third man in modern times? It appears to afflict test teams as well. Is it because it's thought of as being defensive? But I would have thought it was, you know, handy for the situation. I've replaced the word handy because I don't know how to say this word he's used, and that's from Bill Seeger. It's a very simple word.
Emeritive.
Imperative, maybe?
Yes,
think imperative.
I think it could be. I couldn't see the full sentence, so if it were a word, then yes.
Mohammed Amir bowls, and this is full, driven by Vince to mid-off for no run, and that completes the over. Hampshire 174 for 2. So what do you think, Ed? Why don't we see more third mans?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm not sure. It certainly does seem to have been a thing, and I think it's, I don't know, people seem to get more annoyed with the fact that there aren't third men in place now than they used to. I don't know whether that's true or not, but I'm not sure exactly. It's certainly annoying when the ball goes through there from a bowler and a spectator's point of view, but no, I don't know, to be honest. I think in this situation, as Warner continues and bowls, and Organ looking to open the face of the bat and guide it away, but picks out Tom Lace at backward point. In this situation, I'm sort of wondering which fielder do you take out to put in the position at third man? I mean, you kind of got to have the mid-wicket because he's bowling very straight. Equally, I don't know, you're potentially trying to create a catch with that short extra cover position. Could you take him out? Which would be a very defensive field if you did that. Take the cover out. Warner in, and Organ pushes the ball away out into the cover region. There's no run. Kevin James back alongside me. I think you'd better take over, Kevin, because I'm not quite hearing the cue in my ears. So I think you'd better take over.
Yeah, I'll do an update very shortly. Thanks. Well, we keep going for a little while. They'll eventually work it out.
You could just kick me or something if I'm going on too long.
I wouldn't do that.
I heard
I would never do that.
I could hear it faintly, but only faintly. There's a sort of ghostly. Well, it was almost as if I could hear it on the wind from Southampton. In comes Warner over the wicket and bowls. And once again, Organ looking to try to work the ball away behind square on the offside, but he's picked out Tom Lace again. And then there's that irritated swoosh of the bat from Felix Organ. Demonstrative out there. He's got 79 and 179 deliveries. It had been a bit of a vigil, but he's got his innings moving now, and I think he'll feel as if he's, well, despite the annoyance after not getting that ball away, I think he'll feel as if his scoring rate's going along just fine. Warner, bowl short, pulled away out towards deep square leg, and diving forwards, Goodman manages to knock the ball down, but can't effect the catch. Was in just ever so slightly late there, and don't know if he'd actually have been able to get there, but he did seem a bit late off the mark. They managed to get a single, 175 for 2.
And it's 175 for 2 here at Hampshire, and Felix Organ and James Vince are putting together a partnership which so far is unbroken on 111. Felix Organ is 80 not out, just the 5th time that he's passed 50 in his first-class career. James Vince is 54 not out, the 4th time he's passed 50 just this season. In fact, Felix Organ very nearly holed out there to a short delivery from the man bowling now, Jared Warner. It's a good pitch here. Hampshire should score big here in their first innings. They're 175 for 2.
Well, I don't know. It's one of those moments really that he worked so hard for. He bowled pretty much every ball full and straight. Then the short ball comes as a surprise. Organ had not managed to get a couple away into the offside that he'd hoped to get away, and then that happens, and you just hope that things fall your way, but it just didn't quite. Warner bowls short wide, and that's chopped away by Vince through wide, 3rd man for 4 more. I don't think a 3rd man would have stopped that one, even had there been one. But that's the first genuinely bad delivery that Warner's bowled in this second spell back. But once again, it's to James Vince, and he's not going to miss out on that. And it's 179 for 2 at the end of the over.
He just spoils it every now and then, doesn't he, Jared Warner, with just a poor delivery. And when he bowls line and length, which is all you can do on this pitch at the moment, this ball is 56 overs old. It has never done lots, even when it was changed at 76 for 2. You just have to, I'm afraid. There are spells and there are times in games where you just need to bowl line and length. And when he does do that, he looks like a bowler. And your captain says, well, the captain thinks to himself, great, you know, I could get 5 good overs out of him, you know, in a spell, maybe 6. But when you keep doing that from time to time, it makes your captain think again. But up until then, this second spell's been much better than the first. I'm losing my voice here. 179 for 2. Amir, who's...
Can I get you a lozenge? I think I might have a lozenge.
Have you? I just noticed it then, actually. I've got a bit of a cold, which doesn't help. But, yeah. Here's Amir, then. Left arm over. Bowls to Organ. He cuts that away, and that's well fielded at backward of point. A little bit of width there from Amir. Just every now and then, Amir just pitches one up that just shapes, doesn't it, really? And it looks dangerous, and it's a bit quicker than the others. Other than that, he's happy to bowl sort of line and length. He hits the deck a little bit harder than most, but he's really sort of grown into this innings, his bowling, hasn't he? He's got better as the innings has gone on. When
he tries that Yorker, he gets a fair amount of movement on it. Yeah. I think at some point he's going to have to bring it out. You know, it's going to have to be a case of he's going to have to bowl it once and over, because that seems to have been his best delivery.
It's a real toe cruncher as well, isn't it? That's straight. That just shaped a fraction into Organ, who plays it quite nicely off the front foot back to the bowler. We have, what have we got after this? 39, so we've got 7 overs to do after this till tea.
It's going to be a late tea.
A little bit hard, a little bit behind, even with a bit of spin.
Yeah, but I think he got, I'm not going to name names, but there are a couple of bowlers with some relatively long run-ups, and I think it takes a fair while for them to get back there. So
yeah, there's a few teams like that.
Over 8 is, Gloucestershire were bang on in the last match.
So we're a bit unlucky here then. That's driven. He tried to shape that one Amir by pitching it further up. That didn't come back quite as much. It doesn't come back a lot, but at a decent pace which he bowls, it's a dangerous delivery one. Not everyone is swinging, but by pitching it further up, it gives it more chance to swing.
I forget which it was, whether it was day 2 or day 3, where we closed 15 seconds late. 15 seconds past 6. I don't think I've experienced a finish as early as that before.
I pray for finishes like that.
They almost got in an extra over without meaning to, I think.
We're looking at half 6 here, aren't we? That's with so many overs left, it could be later. He's round the wicket this time, Amir, slightly slower as Organ pushes out in the covers. Once a single, no, says James Vince. And that's a good bit of fielding. Who's that lying on the deck?
It's Dom Goodman. He did well, but he sort of went down a little bit like a felled giant sequoia. And but he did well, not to take anything away from him, but it was, I'm not entirely sure he was meaning quite to tumble to the ground exactly the way that he did, but he's actually been good in that, and I shouldn't say that possibly with that tone of surprise, but it's not often that you see a quicker bowler at backward point. Is the reason that I'm saying it with a sense of surprise, but he's been quite good in there.
Yeah, I agree. Now we've got to change of field here. We've got a leg slip coming in, which might suggest Amir might drop a short delivery into Organ. He was out that way in the last game here against Jimmy Anderson. Amir bowls. There's the short one. Organ ducks underneath that one. It swings a bit as well as it goes through to Bracey. Good take from him. Diving low to his left. And that is the end of the over. 179 for 2 then, Hampshire. There's been no wickets to fall since lunch. Organ has 80, Vince 58. And we've had, what, 57 overs? Oh, it's not the end of the over. Tell a lie. Why did I think that was the end of the over? Oh, the umpire's changing from the leg side to the offside. So I just looked up and thought, oh, end of the over. Which it isn't, because we've got one more ball left. The leg slip is still in for Organ. Will this be another short delivery from Amir? Short it is, and he plays that, and it's not very well, and he's lying on the floor on his back this time, as somehow he put his bat in front of his head, and fortunately for him, it just went straight to ground rather than the ball looping up, and that ball followed him. He didn't play it particularly well. It was a really good short delivery and a bizarre end to the over.
It almost looked as if, and I only managed just to catch the replay, almost looked as if it hit the handle of his bat, the actual handle, the hand had come off it,
yeah.
And then well, I mean, I could have gone anywhere, as you say. And just so again, an example of what a top quality bowler can do on a surface that is offering nothing. He's got, well, I say offering nothing, I mean offering pretty much nothing. And he's created something with Yorkers, and he's bowled a short delivery there, which really seemed to surprise Organ, even though, like you say, when you even said it, is this going to be another short delivery? It would kind of been too much from the front of his mind that it might be short. Now we've got a third man in place. This will please some people.
Yes.
And they've taken him from that short extra cover position. So Tom Lace is down on the third man boundary, and here's Warner continuing, and that's left by Vince this time. Quite a rare leave, it's got to be said. I don't think we've seen too many of those, particularly not from the far end as we look at it from the hotel.
But yeah, just going back to I mean that's why, you know, you pay your overseas players a little bit more money, because they are able just to do something a little bit more different than the others. And you're right, it's the full delivery which shapes in, and then it's a short ball like that. I mean, obviously Felix Organ hasn't played the short ball particularly well, not just this game, but last week as well. It's something he needs to work on, but you know, Amir's found a problem there.
Yeah. Warner in and bowls to Vince, who's forward and defending back to the bowler. Yeah, I think it's obviously something that they'd identified quite early, something I identified even before the match, because they went so early to bowling short, even in Amir's first spell. In fact, it wasn't even Amir, was it? It was Higgins.
Higgins, yeah.
They even bowled short at him with Higgins, trying to get him out that way. So that really shows you it must have been something that the analysts had picked up on and suggested Gloucestershire might try. Warner moves in and bowls in a half of the bat this time from Vince, but still solid enough connection to send it out towards square leg. Goodman in off the deep square leg boundary to do the fielding, and it's 180 for 2 with that single. Vince on to 59. Elsewhere, Essex are 134 for 2 against Yorkshire, so going along quite nicely with Sir Alistair Cook, 62 not out. And Paul Walter, 42 not out off 140 balls. Bidding in for the afternoon. Here comes Warner. He bowls full and straight. Organ pushes up to mid-off for no run. Warwickshire are 161 for 4 against Lancashire. Sorry, that suddenly went quite West Country for a moment. Warwickshire, something like that. Anyway, Sibley is 72 not out of 181 deliveries. So there are some innings being played. Matt Parkinson's taken 2 wickets. Those of Sam Hain and Will Rhodes. Chris Benjamin's playing in that one for Warwickshire, so he's there with Sibley at the moment. Warner bowls, and Organ on the front foot, playing quietly to mid-off for no run. Surrey are 143 for 4 against Northamptonshire. Rory Burns, 73 not out. It's 3 wickets for Proctor that I mentioned this morning. And Ben Folkes caught behind off Tom Taylor for 16. So Sam Curran out in the middle with Rory Burns at the moment. Pretty handy looking batting lineup for, for Surrey. How many of them will stay intact? I'm not sure. Warner, last ball of the over, bowls short, wide, cut away by Organ. He's not got a huge amount of timing on this, laces around from the third man boundary to field, but they've managed to come back for 2. Oh dear. Throws bounced off the gloves of Bracey as it was a half-volleyed throw, and then I think it hit Felix Organ. Not very hard, but it did, I think. And 2 runs to end the over, 182 for 2. Division 2, Leicestershire 152 for 2 against Glamorgan. Hassan Azad has just been run out for 64. At Hove, Sussex are 225 for 1 against Middlesex, and Pujara hasn't even got in yet. Pujara and Rizwan still sitting in the hutch at 225 for 1. Tom Alsop scored a century. I'm sure that'll please many locals. And Ali Orr is 99 not out.
Wow.
So much for that Middlesex bowling attack. Shaheen 1 for 61 from 17 overs.
Is that at Hove, that game?
I believe so, yes. Yeah. Blake Cullen's playing. He's bowled 10 overs for 43. Martin Anderson 12 overs for 53.
Here's Van Buren with his left arm spin round the wicket, and that's cut away by Vince. There was a man deep, so it is just a single. Vince moves on to 60, 183 for 2.
And Durham are 201 for 2 against Worcestershire. Sean Dixon 98 not out.
Some flat wickets around the country then. Mike Martin tweeted just a few minutes ago actually at Solent Sport as Van Buren bowls, brings Organ forward, plays it back down the pitch. He tweeted as Tom Alsop was in his 90s. Never quite fulfilled his potential at Hampshire, says Mike. Is his loan long term? Well, it's a season-long loan when he left here, so it's certainly longer than the others are out on loan, as that's played to mid-wicket and there is no run. Mason Crane a month at Sussex, and the keeper, Lewis McManus, up at Northants. It's a month loan. I mean, they must be running out. They have to be renegotiated indeed if that's what's going to happen. That's played out on the offside and there's no run. I'll try and find out a few more details about that over the next few days. I think Mason Crane was certainly these 2 rounds of championship fixtures. Of course, the T20 starts soon as that's played out. Oh, and the umpire gets in the way there at square leg. It wouldn't have prevented a single, but is that a Jeetdale?
Yep.
Banging into umpire Ben Debenham.
I would certainly have backed him in that collision, that's for sure. He's a strong lad.
That's good because Jeetdale kept his eye on the ball, you see. He didn't see the umpire there at square leg as he banged into him. 184 for 2. It brings Vince back on strike. These two came together when the score was 64 for 2. That was Nick Gubbins, LBW, 20 minutes before lunch to Amir for 30. One of only 2 wickets that fell this morning. None at all this afternoon as we head towards tea. As Vince drives pleasantly out into the gap in the covers, they'll jog through for a single, and Vince moves on to 61. Hampshire have got things all their own way here at the moment. It is a good pitch. It's a much better pitch for batting on than last week, although the pitch did get easier for batting generally as the game went on. It was just that first hour and a bit that was hard work, and Lancashire certainly exploited that to the full with Hampshire at 40 for 5, but the ball has never behaved at all today like it did in that first hour last week, and Hampshire, I think certainly James Vince very relieved that he won the toss, because Graham Van Buren, as we said earlier, would have done the same.
Yep, and I don't, you know, as we said at the time, well, not at the time obviously because we weren't on air, but as we said when we went on air, not really a day where it felt as if anything else could be done when we looked at the surface, knowing the forecast. Warner continuing, and Vince works the ball out to deep square leg and picks up a comfortable single. Moves on to 62, 186 now for 2. I think one thing that did strike me this morning, and it's still very much there, is there's this kind of strip down the middle of the surface of green, and outside it is decidedly not green. No. And it hasn't seemingly had any kind of effect whatsoever, but it looked interesting this morning, and I wondered whether it would have any effect at all, and it certainly doesn't seem to have done. Warner bowls, flicked away fine. There's work to do for Amir down at fine leg. He'll just about keep the tiptoes inside the touchline and get the throw in, but they've come through for 3 and 189 for 2 as Organ moves on to 86. Just a little bit too straight, and it's been tricky really again for Van Buren to know where to turn at times, because it looks as if they want to keep Goodman's spells quite short. He's bowled a 5 and a 4. Amir can't bowl all day. Warner bowls full, driven hard, and a good stop of the follow through. Doing the belly flop there after stopping it was Warner, and he managed to knock it down. But yeah, without Zafar just to throw the ball to and say bowl all afternoon, it's tricky, because you know you would just love to have both the quality seamer and the quality spinner, but there we go. You can only have 2 overseas players for a reason. As Warner rounds at the end of his mark and comes in once more, bowls full and straight, and Vince on the front foot playing it out to Van Buren in the covers. They
had a little bit of an iffy period, didn't they, about an hour ago or so, Gloucestershire, for about, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, where it just threatened to get a little bit ragged. But I think actually they've tightened it up a little bit better since then. I mean, Hampshire have added 119 in this afternoon session with, what, 4 overs to go after this. So you're probably looking, if they keep it, money perhaps to say, about 130 run session, maybe 125 run session, which isn't bad, but you know, it's just about okay.
Warner in, drags the length back a little bit, but Vince is not troubled by that one bit and defends back to the bowler.
Because it is, you're talking about 2 guys that are in, so that's, you know, it's not easy in itself. It's not like you've taken a couple of wickets and some new batters are playing themselves in. You know, especially Vince, who, you know, will punish you if it's not in the right area. So I think on the whole, Gloucestershire have been sort of okay, but I think that 20-minute spell also didn't help, did it?
No, and also in that 20-minute spell, it was kind of preceded, I think, by that edge that went through between first and second slip as well, somehow. Warner bowls and looking to run the ball down to third man this time, Vince, but he's only succeeded in running it to Scott at backward point, and that ends the over. 189 for 2. There are 4 more overs left until the tea interval. I wonder if Graham Van Buren might just be tempted to throw the ball to Miles Hammond before tea break. He's been used a little bit this season. Admittedly has yet to pick up a wicket, but he's bowled 26 overs. Just wonder if Van Buren's thinking about maybe just get to tea, or you know, if Hammond, he will throw the ball up there, maybe force him into something.
4 overs till tea and 20 overs till the new ball as Van Buren bowls, and wrapped on the pad there, Organ, as he tried to turn that away on the leg side. It's gone to Ajit Dale, and there is no run.
Oh, agony. Ali Orr is out for 99.
Ooh, that's horrible. It's foolish and dug out by Organ on the onside.
Oh, dear me. Especially if you just watch your partner get to 3 figures as well.
99, eh?
I think it's the last ball before tea there as well.
At least he got 99, I suppose. Here's Van Buren again. Back foot there, Organ. Plays that back to the bowler. I think what I like about the Hampshire batting this afternoon is it feels like they are batting for the long haul. They're not blocking, you know, saying, well, we're going to bat till whatever it is tomorrow, as Organ pushes out on the offside. But I just get the feeling that generally, all right, we talked about the Vince edge through first and second slip. That's going to happen from time to time, and Organ's played a miss once or twice and such like. But I think on the whole, you get the feeling as though their mindset is to bat long and bat big, as that's driven back but not timed by Felix Organ. It's just an impression I get.
Yeah, I think you're right, definitely. Just
wear the Gloucestershire seamers down a little. They'll come again, of course, with the second new ball. That'll come after tea. Lovely shot off the back foot. Crack past short extra cover. Ryan Higgins. And that is 4 runs. A little bit too short there from Van Buren, who looks a little bit disgusted with himself with that delivery. And at the end of that over, it's 193 for 2, and Organ moves on to 90.
He's trying to give the ball a rip, Van Buren. He's trying his best. There's just not a lot of turn out there, and I think that's one of the reasons why he's just he's dragged it down a little bit, because I think if he were, there's a couple of things maybe, whether it's just trying to give the ball a bit too much of a rip, it gets stuck in the fingers and you drag it down short, or whether he's actually used to bowling a lot quicker than that, and if he's bowling his usual kind of stump to stump arm ball type, you know, overspin type left arm spin, you can probably get away with dragging the ball down a bit with that, because you might be able to beat the bat of a pace, but he's bowling it a lot slower, so it's just going to sit up and ask to be hit, and it was. Warner in to Vince to start the next over, and Vince turns a single out to deep backward square leg, and the score to 194 for 2, Vince to 63, so Hampshire will start to be able to tick off those bonus points, and they come in pretty quick succession, or seemingly quick succession, when you get up to that 200 mark. 50 runs go by, especially the rate that James Vince is going, 50 runs going by in not too long a period of time. Here comes Warner, tall action, and he's driven by Organ, but straight to mid-off, and there will be no run. Organ also on to 90.
Exciting. Exciting for him.
A lot of milestones coming at once.
Yeah.
Potentially.
22 years of age, Felix Organ.
I notice his first class high is bang on 100 as well.
Yeah, so against Kent, actually. I forgot. I thought it was against Warwickshire, his first game when he opened 2019, but it was actually the next game. Kent here.
Warner bowls. Drive through the covers, nice looking shot from Organ. That might go for 4. Goodman's after it, and in fact he is going to get there and just haul it back in, but they're through for 3 relatively comfortable runs. Ripple of applause goes around the Ageas Bowl. There's a decent sized crowd in, actually. There was a smattering of spectators around everywhere, but spread out over the entire bowl. There's actually a decent number in, and they've been entertained by this partnership in particular. Organ on to 93, 197 for 2, as Warner is in and bowls and left alone by James Vince outside the off stump.
That's good to see. That's good to see. That shows to me that Vince knows that this innings, this first innings, is important to get a big score on the board, put Gloucestershire under pressure, because this looks a good wicket. And once the ball gets soft, even when it was new, it looked a good wicket, but it looks really easy to bat on there.
You can get too hung up by bonus points sometimes as well. I mean, you can accelerate the innings from a position of strength tomorrow if you need to. Warner is there and bowls full, driven to mid-on, not timed perfectly by James Vince, nor placed, goes straight to mid-on for no run. But in their last match were in the field for 165.4 overs.
Wow.
In the previous match, they were in the field for 166 overs. So it's not going to take as long even as that to wear them down.
Wow, that will take its toll.
Warner bowls, driven off the back foot by Vince, but to Scott at point, but it's a no ball, so 2 more runs to the total, 199 for 2. But even if the some of the bowling options are different, if you're the likes of, well, Miles Hammond, Tom Lace, Marcus Harris, in standing out in the field for all that length of time, this is the general feel of the team. There's still going to be a fair amount of continuity there, and the scars will be born from those last 2 matches. Warner bowls, back foot drive, that's a nice looking shot. He's got it through the gap between mid-off and extra cover. They'll pick up 2 runs, and that's it. But Vince moves to 65, but the total moves to 201 for 2, and that is a first batting point as well for Hampshire. It's 1-0 to Hampshire
1-0 after a few hours. Try and explain that to somebody that likes football or something like that. That's right, 62 overs gone then, 2 to do until tea. Don't forget there are several ways you can listen to us and watch us. We're on the live picture stream, which is being beamed from the Hampshire Cricket website. That's going through to Gloucestershire's website as well. And also you can watch on the Hampshire Cricket App, which is free to download. And of course we're on the BBC Sport online pages. Just go to the BBC Cricket page and go for the live action as Van Buren bowls and Organ works that to mid-wicket. And there is no run, fielded by Jared Warner, who's just bowled that previous over. Warner has bowled 8 overs, none for 41. Van Buren's into his 10th over now, has none for 31 as Organ pushes that back to the bowler as we get close to tea. It's been a good session for Hampshire. Better not speak too quickly, because there are still a few balls left, but generally Hampshire will have done everything they needed to do as that's turned away. Very fine. Singdale runs back from his position at backward of square leg. There's nobody on the sweep actually. Singdale is Ajit, I should say, is on the 1, but it was well to his right hand. So Organ moves on to 94. Vince back on strike, 202 for 2. Have to remember that one more wicket here for Gloucestershire, and they'll have picked up their first point in this game as Vince works that into the gap in front of square on the leg side. It does look fairly easy for Hampshire out there at the moment, and of course it always does when you've got two men who together are batting quite nicely and complementing each other nicely. And a pitch which is giving the bowlers now very little help. They'll be waiting for that second new ball. Down the wickets in the air. Oh, and he's just past the diving mid-off. Slight mistake there from Felix Organ. I think he was trying to play that a little straighter. He'll get an applause because it's gone for the boundary, but that was catchable height. Unfortunately for Felix Organ, it's a few yards left or to the right of the fielder.
Strange decision that. I mean, penultimate ball that he was facing from Van Buren in the session. Oh, goodness me, if he got out to that on 93 with, what, 7 balls now left until the break. Goodness me.
Yeah, his heart would have been in his mouth there for a little while, that's for sure. That's a length ball, which is quietly played out on the offside, not surprisingly. Marcus Harris, the man at mid-off there. I have to say, even when I saw that ball leave the bat, I thought, what have you done? Have you got that wrong? He did get it wrong, but he was trying to aim it straighter. He didn't get the elevation on that either, which didn't help. All in all, on another day, that would have gone straight to mid-off.
Okay, it didn't look a particularly natural shot for him, I would say, the charge down the pitch. It looked perfectly fine, playing Van Buren from the crease, but there we go, obviously felt it was time to get some runs. Maybe he just didn't want to go in to the break on 94, you know, try and get to the milestone. Warner starting a new over, bowling to Vince, who's defending away into the covers, and possibly after seeing that, James Vince might be thinking, right, I'm not going to trust you anymore. You're going to have to go in on 98. There's not going to be any more of that, thank you very much.
Well, we have Joe Weatherly with us after tea, so it'll be interesting on his thoughts on Felix Organ, whether he gets 100 or not. Of course, Felix Organ, the man that's replaced him at the top of the order. Joe Weatherly injured.
Here comes Warner. He's in and he bowls down the leg side, flicked away fine. That'll be 4 more. And Warner turns in annoyance, fury, but unfortunately, that's only yourself to blame if you're going to bowl there to James Vince.
Straight.
Yeah.
He's just got that one ball in him and over, hasn't he, Warner? It's, you know, it's not about bowling on green wickets and the ball seaming around. It's about how you bowl on wickets that are not giving you any help at all. When there's no swing, there's no seam, when you're bowling to do decent players, certainly James Vince. It's how you come out of that. You might not pick up a wicket, but it's how you come out of it economy rate-wise.
211 for 2. Warner to Vince, who's forward in defence, and it'll roll out into the offside for George Scott to pick up from backward point. Haven't seen anything of George Scott yet. He can bowl some stump to stump, probably with James Bracey up. He would be another option that we haven't seen, actually. I've talked about Miles Hammond, who now we won't see. bowling his off breaks, but George Scott would also have been, I think, classed as an all-rounder. Did a fair bit of bowling in his Gloucestershire time, but not so far today. Warner is in down leg side, and he's got away with that one. As probably the only reason he's got away with that is because it was too far down the leg side, and Vince's leg glance just couldn't quite reach it. But yeah, and it is, you know, you don't like to. Not saying it's a pick on anyone. It's just
no,
you know,
because I think the guy can bowl.
5 and over is unfortunately what he's gone for.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I've never seen this guy bowl before, and I think he's a reasonable pace, and he's obviously got a decent action. I mean, he can bowl, but sometimes it's not just about that.
Yep. Warner in now and bowls to Vince, who just deflects the ball wide of slip, thinking about 2. Vince wants it, but they're not going to get it. Lace is quick across the turf, and so Organ will have 1 ball to face before the tea interval on 98. Vince, well, he hasn't taken his gloves off, but he could do if he so chose. He's on 71, 212 for 2. So are they going to think about anything particularly different here for this last ball? Try and give him a short ball potentially, see if he wants to go after it. Anyway, last ball before tea. Warner into Organ, who's beaten. And that was probably a much better choice of delivery to go with than the short ball I suggested, as he just tried to feel at it, was thinking about maybe trying to run it away fine on the offside for the 2 runs that he needed, but missed it. And the end of a very good session for Hampshire. They started it on 70 for 2, and they finish it on 212 for 2.
Thanks very much, Ed. Myself, Kevin James, Ed, and Melissa Story will be back with you for the evening session. Joe Weatherly, I think, was coming up during the tea break as well to have a chat with us. But as Ed said, good session for Hampshire there, with Felix Organ 2 runs short of a second career first-class century, and James Vince 71 not out.
That's the problem, isn't it? You've got to back
Felix Organ and James Vince.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are a few minutes away from getting the evening session underway on day one of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. Hampshire won the toss this morning, batted first, and so far so good for the home side. They are 212 for 2, 64 overs bowled, so effectively 16 overs to the second new ball should Gloucestershire want that. You would think they will do, because Felix Organ and James Vince are going along nicely. Felix Organ is 98 not out, James Vince is 71 not out. They've put on 148 unbroken so far for the third wicket, and Hampshire scored 142 runs in that session this afternoon and didn't lose a wicket. Your commentary team this evening, shortly we'll hear from Hampshire's injured opening batter, Joe Weatherly. He's up here, ready to go shortly. Ed Seaborn from BBC Gloucester and Bristol will be with us shortly as well. But to take you through this next period of play is myself, Kevin James, and former Vipers Academy all-rounder and TMS commentator Melissa Story alongside me. Melissa, it's certainly been good so far for the home side, hasn't it?
It has been an absolutely dominant first two sessions for Hampshire, and we've spoken earlier. Gloucestershire look a little bit lost for answers here, and hopefully from a Gloucestershire supporters' point of view in this tea break, they've had that chance there just to kind of have a regroup, think about what tactics they can employ here to get some wickets. But of course, Hampshire's session so far, Felix Organ, he's poised on 98 not out. James Vince, the captain at the other end, 71 not out. As in is Higgins to kick off this session, and the ball goes to backwards point. Gloucestershire coming out here with a bit of energy on that first delivery. Always a good indicator when you see the fielders running into the middle, throwing the ball around. And Hampshire just looking to continue this partnership. Of course, Felix Organ has that personal milestone in mind, just the 2 runs to take him to only his second 100, if he can reach there. But James Vince on strike at the moment as Higgins in, and this is cut away down to third man for a single. 213 for 2. And Higgins just can continue leading this attack. He's bowled so many overs in this county championship so far. It must be well over, I think, nearing that 150 overs mark so far. So persisting away for his team, which of course has been plagued with a few injuries early on in this season. As in he comes again, and this is cut away by Organ for another single. 1 run away now, and I think there's a few members of the crowd have started to remember just where he is now, but it does bring up the 150-run partnership between Organ and Vince. Organ contributing 69 of those runs and Vince 72.
Yep, this must be getting up towards territory of a record for Hampshire against Gloucestershire on this ground. I'll have to check that shortly. No Dave Allen around, he can't be listening. Hampshire's honorary archivist, he normally texts me by now.
Higgins in and advancing down the wicket is Vince, and defending firmly back to the bowler.
I know there's 1 or 2 others. Tigger Miles, Mike Martin sometimes has those stats. So sometimes it's difficult to work out on this ground records. It's easy overall in the championship against each county, but separating them from this ground sometimes is quite difficult.
I'm very much still a novice with the archives and stuff, so can't help you there. As Higgins in and defending off the length, it's James Vince. It's quite difficult to be able to bring up the stats quite snappily, but as you say, we've got a few Hampshire supporters. I can't even say it as well. But there, as you say, there's a few Hampshire supporters who are very, very helpful in that regard. Sorry, just about to witness Joe Weatherly sitting on a packet of jelly babies. Final ball of the over. Higgins bowls. This is back of a length, pushed to mid-off by James Vince for no run. That concludes the first over back after tea. No ball. That does not conclude the last over back after tea. Signal no ball. There has been a few no balls.
There has.
Which I have missed every single one of them.
There has been, I think that's the 5th.
Final ball then, and this is full and driven, and thankfully for Higgins, not expensive, as it goes straight to the fielder. And now that concludes the over. Hampshire 216 for 2.
So we have 31 overs left in the day. I think we'll be here for a little while over 6 o'clock. And the new ball will be due in 15 overs time. Looks like Ageas Dale will... Is that Ageas Dale at the far end?
I think so.
Yeah, it might be, actually, yeah. So you would think that... well, Higgins took the first new ball, so he may not have too much with this one. Amir, I would think, will have...
I think it's Mohammed Amir here.
It is Amir, so he might just have a couple of overs or so and then take a break ahead of the second new ball. I think Gloucestershire want to see if they can get a quick breakthrough after the tea break. So it's Amir from the pavilion end, going to be bowling to Felix Organ, who's on 99. He's got 2 slips, comes in, runs towards us, left arm over, short, he tries to pull it, misses it, goes through to keeper James Bracey.
Now, this may be wrong, but the introduction of Mohammed Amir here, so close to when the new ball is due, could be a sign from Gloucestershire that actually they want the quick. They want Mohammed Amir to come in, bowl it short, introduce this new tactic here, whilst actually they could be considering Dom Goodman for the new ball. Because we did see, probably out of all the bowlers, he generated the most sideways movement. Whilst Amir, with his experience and that bit of snappy pace, can perhaps bring a bit more using the shorter ball tactic.
Might see 1 or 2 more yet in this over. It bowls, there's a short one, and ducks underneath, that does Organ. It's good pace with this old ball through to Bracey. Banging it in halfway down here, Amir. There isn't a man on the hook. It's Goodman is just a standard square leg. There is nobody out there apart from fine leg, which is a pretty standard fine leg, but nobody on the boundary other than that.
A risky tactic if Felix Organ, poised on 99, gets a hold of that delivery.
What's he going to do here, Amir? This might be the full straight one. No, it's a length ball, and there it is. There's his 100. Just dabs that down towards third man. It may not go, but it doesn't matter. Felix Organ won't mind about that, because all he's got is 3 figures to his name. Look at that. My word, he's enjoying that moment. There's a bit of a roar as well, and a flaying of the bat.
He is absolutely loving this moment and just taking it in. We saw there the passion, how much this means to him. Cheering first at the dressing room, and now he waves his bat around the ground to the Hampshire supporters. His second 100 for Hampshire.
Yep. His other 100 on this ground as well against Kent back in 2019, second half of the summer, when Joe Weatherly then was injured.
It may be a good luck charm in the most awful way. You've got to watch out for booby traps in the changing room now. Every time he wants 100, there's just going to be a little trap door.
I'm pleased for all of them when they get 100s, of course. And, well, Felix Organ did enjoy that one. Here's Amir then. It's a length ball, which Organ's in behind. Of course, in this situation, and it's very easy to say, but it's probably all about the next 100 here, because Hampshire are in a commanding position at 218 for 2. It's a good batting pitch. I don't think this second new ball is going to do too much, Mel. I don't know about you, but I think Hampshire have got a really good base here in which to get a really sizable first innings total and put put Gloucestershire under pressure.
I think as well they'll be looking whether this is the kind of game where Hampshire only have to bat once. If they can rack up a big enough total here, with the depth in their batting lineup especially.
Yep. Here's Amir. It's on the line of middle and leg, and that's turned 2 square leg by Organ. So Organ's 101 not out, just to bring you totally up to date as to where he is. And Vince, his partner, is 72 not out. Hampshire haven't lost a wicket since 20 minutes before lunch, when Gubbins was LBW to the man bowling now for 30. 64 for 2 Hampshire were at that stage.
And I'm really pleased for Felix Organ, because looking at some of his batting scores across the last 2-3 years, and since that 100 against Kent in 2019, he got 77 against Surrey in that same year.
Amir outside the off stump, and Organ leaves that one alone. End of the over, 218 for 2.
And then he also got a 67 versus Surrey in 2021. And he's got those 2 recent scores against Kent and Lancashire, where he was in the 40s, but he hasn't quite been able to push on in these last 2 years especially, and ever since that first 100. So now that he's got this second 100 on the board, he's playing with a lot more experience than he was in 2019. So who says there may be some more big scores on the horizon for Felix Organ, because we've spoken, his technique is really, really good against the new ball, but also he can capitalise when the ball gets that little bit older, the bowlers get a bit more tired. He has the shots to play to really punish the bowlers, as he has done today.
Certainly has. Melissa will do one more over, and then we'll bring Joe Weatherly in at the end of this one. I'm supposed to be doing a quick 30-second update in a minute, but I'm sure that will come shortly. Is it me or you? I can't remember.
I think it's me.
It is you.
As Higgins bowls full and driven by Vince. This could be 4 runs. It races away to the point boundary. The fielder at third man couldn't get round to his right quick enough, and that was effortless from James Vince. An over-pitched delivery from Higgins, and dangerous signs already, or worrying signs for the Gloucestershire bowlers.
Yeah, they're not making much happen, are they?
Vince 76 not out now. 1 slip in place for Gloucestershire as Harris bowls, and on the front foot defending as Vince back to the bowler. So 30 overs remaining today, of course, so lots of potential for Hampshire to just keep piling on the runs here. They'll be looking to keep building this partnership.
Higgins at the top of his mark then. Just at the boundary off the first ball of his over. Well, Hampshire are setting themselves up here for a sizable first innings total. They're 222 for 2, and Felix Organ opening the batting instead of the injured Joe Weatherly. Has passed 3 figures. He's 101 not out, only the second time he's passed 100 in his first-class career. And James Vince, the captain, not far behind. He's 76 not out. Hampshire piling on the pressure here. Only the 2 wickets that have fallen. Ian Holland for 2 and Nick Gubbins for 30. Both those before lunch. So Hampshire haven't lost a wicket since a 20-1. They're going along nicely here, 222 for 2.
Just a little bit of chat there between the fielder at mid-off and the umpire there about the ball again as Higgins in, bowls left outside the off stump. A bit of a waywards movement.
Yeah.
Out just towards that.
Bit of shape.
Single slip fielder though.
Yeah.
You just feel that, especially after the break, they always say that drinks brings wickets. So the tea break may bring wickets. It'd be nice to see just that second slip in there, but again, we spoke, Gloucestershire may have adapted their tactics already to focus more on those LBW dismissals. But Higgins is just keep pushing away outside that off stump, as pushing off the front foot as Vince down to third man for a single. Moves the score on to 223 for 2.
A couple of questions coming in for Joe already, which we'll mention to him when he's on at the end of this over. Melissa taking a well-earned rest since tea.
I mean, it's been a very strenuous 3 overs of commentary this. I may need to go have a lie down, to be honest. As Higgins in bowls and defending off a length is as Felix Organ, apologies, and that completes the over. Hampshire 223 for 2.
Thanks, Melissa. She'll be around a little later, as will Ed Seaborn, but wait for Joe just to plug himself in there, as they say, in commentary land. And put you in there, Joe, and we'll switch you on there. And Joe Weatherly, nice to see you.
Afternoon, Jamie. This is all right, isn't it? It's beautiful up here. Wow.
It's a good view, isn't it?
Got lost on the way, but now I'm up here. It's brilliant. And now Felix has got his 100. I think he was a little bit nervous coming in at tea, but
was he?
That'll be a big relief.
Because you were in the dressing room at tea time.
Yeah, I popped in. I don't think any batter wants to be 98, 99 not out, and yeah, he'll obviously be really relieved now. It'll be a happy change room, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Well, he played 1 shot just before tea. I don't know if you saw it. He was just about to run, and then somebody's in the away dressing room actually has moved a door, which of course then shines and what have you in the batsman's eye line, or batter's eye line. I think we're all right now. So that was definitely a Gloucestershire changing room manoeuvre there, which is now rectified, and that's a length ball by Amir, and that pushes out in the offside, and there's no run. He played a shot, didn't he, just before tea, where he came down the wicket at pace and then hit a shot through mid-off, and it could have been on another day caught. It was catchable height, and it looked as though he was trying to get 100 before tea, didn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think when you're edging close, particularly with an old ball, tired bowlers, I think, you know, we all know how much it means to all of us, but to Felix particularly, like you saw with his celebration there, just, you know, he's played beautifully, and you know, you saw how much it meant to him, and hopefully he'll be looking to kick on for a big one. Yeah,
well, in a good position here, Hampshire, 223 for 2, as Vince gets a length ball. He's quite happy just to play quietly back to Amir. Now, first things first, your finger, is it, or hand, or whatever, because, I mean, as soon as I saw you when you walked in, I thought, whoa, that is a horrible metal thing across your... Which finger's that one?
Yeah, the middle finger on the left hand. Yeah, it looks bad, but it's actually not so bad. It's a bit overkill from the physios, I have to say. The boys have given me quite a bit of stick already for milking it. But there's a little fracture there, but I don't think it'll be long, JMO.
Sure. That's good news, because you've been in good form this year as Amir comes in and bowls, and that just comes back a fraction at Vince, who squeezes that out behind square on the leg side. They will get a single. Total moves on to 224 for 2 now, and Vince moves on to 78. So was it, how did you do it? Was it in the slips?
Yeah, it was in the slips last week. Obviously took a couple and shelled a couple, and it was one of the ones that I shelled was a little bit sore, and didn't necessarily think instantly that it was bad, but it sort of materialised to be quite bruised, battered in the second innings, wasn't right, and we got it scanned, and it was fractured. So
did you know in yourself that something was wrong? Is that difficult to tell sometimes? As Amir comes in and bowls, and that's whipped away by Organ down to fine leg. That should only be a single, and it is. And the total moves on to 225 for 2.
I find it really difficult to know. I mean, I had my ankle at Taunton a couple of years ago, and equally I didn't know then, and I sort of carried on. And I think with muscle injuries, you might think you know instantly, but with bone injuries, it's kind of like we take so many blows that you don't actually know if it's just sore and you just try and get through that game, and then when the dust settles, I guess you have a scan and you obviously hope for the best. But yeah, sometimes there are fractures, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I must admit, I was surprised when I heard the news yesterday, and here's Amir bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I mean, I have to say, I know, listen, everybody drops catches, of course they do. You've taken some good ones this year, but it happens. I thought you'd been taken out because they said, oh, Joe, you've got to come out the slips now, but it wasn't that.
Do you know what? When I moved out, I thought, I know how this looks. But trust me, I'm hurting. But I know, get Wedley out of there. Dropped the two bloke that got runs in a tight, low-scoring game, and Wedley's out just like drifting at deep square with one hand. So I did think that when I went out, but I promise it wasn't the case.
Of course it wasn't. No, you've taken some good ones this year, that's for sure. Oh, he's back on the pad. That looks close. Oh, and he's gone. That's nipped back at James Vince, and I have to say, even from up here at a slight angle, that looked mightily close. Every now and then, Amir gets one to come back. And I don't know, is that pitched outside leg stump? It's close either way. Vince goes for 78, Amir picks up his second wicket. What's your thoughts, Joe?
Yeah, it does look pretty close. I think the question is whether Amir has brought that back, or he's obviously over the wicket. I don't think he's swung too many today, and from that angle he'd need to bring it back. We're just seeing on the replay again. Yeah, it's close, isn't it? We saw Gubbins' one was also close. That was maybe hitting leg stump. I think that's maybe similar, maybe pitched on line, maybe hitting leg stump. I wouldn't say it's hitting middle halfway up. And Vincey will be disappointed because we know how quickly Vincey scores when he's in. He's actually taken his time today, which is actually rare and a sign you know how much he wants it in the first innings when Vincey's taking his time. But that's a real shame, because I think the game was set up, 12 overs before the new ball for Vincey to get to his three figures, and for Felix and Vincey to really put on a massive partnership. But that can happen. It's obviously an important phase of the game now with a new batter. As I say, just 12 overs before the new ball. Gloucester will be thinking to get a couple of new batters in for that new ball if it is to do anything. But that's a shame.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, 78 James Vince gone for, and they put on 100. That you think he's in this for a biggie, isn't he?
Definitely. I think when Vincey takes his time. I think it was the same. I batted with him at the Oval this year, I think first or second innings, and when he just takes those first 20-30 balls and he's leaving balls outside the off stump, and he's just got that look in his eye, you think Vincey wants a big one here, and normally he's hitting balls that you and I would dream of hitting for four. So that's a real shame. Yeah, definitely.
All right, the new batter is Liam Dawson, but he's at the non-striker's end because that completed an over for Mohamed Amir. He's 15 overs, 2 for 40, the left-arm seamer. And here's Ryan Higgins to start a new over from our commentary end. Right arm over, and bowls to Organ, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. Now look, before your injury, it's going pretty good for you, Joe, wasn't it, this season? Career best 168 in the first game here against Somerset, 87 second innings against Surrey, which of course not easy getting runs in a game where you've been well beaten. It's gone well, hasn't it? Yeah,
I enjoyed it. I think all of our batters have got runs at different stages, which has certainly been pleasing. It's often a good place to bat here at the Ageas Bowl.
Here's Higgins again, who's playing a missing outside the off stump, just getting that ball to wobble a fraction here, Higgins.
I think I don't know if there's been a tangible shift from above, but we have played on better wickets this year, like early stages. Obviously, this looks pretty good, and our batters have enjoyed it. You know, I think all of us really have scored 100 maybe now, maybe apart from me and Holland, who's got an 80, which is, as a batting group, you know, we know the bowling group we've got. If we can get enough runs consistently, that's going to put us in really good stead.
Higgins again, bowls forward is Organ out into the covers.
You know, we got so close last year in September, and you know, that definitely took a while to get over. But look, I think the team's in a really good place. The core bunch, you know, you've got the likes of Brad Wheel and Mason Crane missing out. Felix, you know, is such a great team player to have, because he's doing this role, loves it, such a good team player, and is doing well.
Higgins in again, bowls, that's well left outside the off stump, once more by Felix Organ. It's I've got a question here actually. I just saw it just before you came on, so just let me. My computer keeps turning itself off from time to time. It is a question from Joe from Ian East at Solent Sport. I noticed with his batting this season that he was better at turning good balls into runs. Is that something that Joe's worked on over the last few months?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Just let deep square go out.
Yeah, is there going to be a short ball to Felix Organ? Higgins did let him have a couple of short ones early on. That's way down the leg side. Good diving stop from Bracey.
I think definitely. I think I took a few learnings from the white ball stuff last year in terms of maybe just looking to score a little bit more. The pitches have been tricky at times over the last few years, and I think as an opening batter, you've got to look to score. Otherwise, in bowling sort of friendly conditions, you've got nothing really. So I've certainly tried to be a little bit more positive.
Higgins again to Organ. He's angled that in, and Organ works it away on the leg side where there's a gap. He moves on to 103 now, and the Hampshire total to 226 for 3.
And yeah, just turning, sort of looking for more scoring options whilst also trusting defence. I think that's what good top order batters do, obviously. And you know, it helps playing on better wickets. But I think I told you early season, Jem, I put a lot of work into my red ball game, and that's part of the frustration of this hand injury. Whilst it might only be brief, was I felt like I was sort of trending upwards in that regard. So, look, I think there's plenty of cricket left this summer, but certainly I felt in a decent place early season.
How long have they sort of said that you might be missing?
So typically they say a fracture is 6 weeks, but in 3 weeks it's healed a pretty decent way, and the 3 week mark is the Somerset game, so that may be touch and go. It's lucky we've got the week off next week.
Amir bowls, and that's flicked away by Organ down towards fine leg. It's gone quite quickly. Just a single, 104 now for Organ. It's 227 for 3. So yeah, Somerset of Taunton, which starts on the 19th.
Yeah, so that will be 3 weeks. That will be maybe a push, and then the Blast is the week after that. So in a lot of ways, it's quite fortunate that we've got the week off next week. I think it's come at a really good time for us. We've put a lot in these early season games, some tough games, the Lancs game, the Surrey game, and Somerset are always quite tough, I think, at Taunton. So that'll be a big game for us before the Blast. So I think next week's week off comes at a good time.
Yeah. Here's Amir then. Bowls, and Dawson leaves that one alone outside of off stumps. Just going back to sort of, you know, technique-wise, you were saying about scoring runs, and that question from Ian Easton. I mean, you know, I think it's generally reckoned that your technique is pretty good, isn't it? I mean, I think that's fair enough. And do you think sometimes it can be a case of you almost trying to perfect your technique too much to negate these early season pitches to the detriment of actually doing what, at the end of the day, it's all about is scoring? Definitely.
I think it has been challenging at the top of the order, but it's almost going back to basics. As you know, what is batting? It's defending the good ones and hitting the bad ones.
Here's Amir bowls. He's wrapped on the pad. That certainly looks as though it's going down the leg side. They'll come through for a leg bye. Just wait for the umpire to signal, or does he? Yes, he does. So it's a leg bye, 228. It's
interesting here. I think they've found a bit of movement after tea. I don't know if it's reversing or swinging, but I haven't watched loads today. But certainly that ball to Dawson has swung back. I noticed Higgins swung one back to Organ in the last over. Yeah, I mean, it's been the talk of the town, top order batting and 4-day cricket and all of that stuff. I think Nick Gubbins has been a really good influence on our changing room as a whole and the batting group.
Amir in again, and that's just dabbed nicely down towards third man by Felix Organ. Organ played that quite late, moves on to 105. 228 for 3.
He's brought a real positivity, and actually Nick, I'd say a few years ago, was playing Lions cricket and was really trending upwards in terms of playing for England, and then he's had a few years where he's battled, and I think he's come through that now, and he looks like he's really, we saw last week, just really knows his game inside out, and has almost gone full circle as that opening or top 3 batter, and seems to know his game really well. And I think he's helped me in a lot of in a lot of ways, just as he's just those couple of years older, just have that confidence, I guess.
Dawson facing Amir, full. He's gone for the Yorker there. Dawson works that up towards mid-off. He's gone for that swinging full delivery again there, Amir. That's quite interesting. I'll tell you what, I know it's easy to say this about somebody that's scoring runs, but Gubbins at the crease now just looks a more confident. I don't know, there's something about him in the middle now than there probably wasn't there even last year, and even when he got that 100 at Cheltenham. There's something about him this year. And
I think the county schedule, you know it better than anyone, JMO. It's one of those, when you're going well, the game comes so thick and fast that you just bounce from game to game, and when you're confident, there's no better place to be. Likewise, if you're struggling, games come thick and fast, and you can battle. That's just the nature of it. But Gubbins playing beautifully at the moment.
He is. Round the wicket, Amir has got a man just there, actually, where Dawson's prodded it to, who's literally about where Amir finishes on his follow-through on the offside. That's George Scott, who's rubbing the ball at the end of that over. 229 for 3. Organ has 105. Dawson, the new batter, has faced 4 balls and yet to get off the mark. Joe Weatherly, Hampshire's injured opening batter, is alongside us for a little while. It's always good when you get the odd player comes up and just has a chat. So I know you haven't played on this pitch, but generally you're saying that pitches at the start of the season you think have been better. I
think so. We want to play on good pitches. We were a bit concerned. I think a couple of days out, this was looking a little bit green, a little bit soft. And as I say, we want to play on good pitches. And Simon, the groundsman, I know with AD Birrell's input, really wanted to get the moisture out of it, to play on better wickets, because we feel we're a good team. We feel we're competing to win the championship, and we want to play on good wickets and back our team to beat anyone. Last week against Lancashire, 2 brilliant teams going at it, and we want to have that battle. Sure. And we feel playing on these kind of pitches will have success more times than not.
But then Dominic Goodman comes up. There's 10 overs, by the way, to the second new ball. Here's Goodman bowling to Organ. That's outside off stump, and that's left alone. The first hour, though, it was hard work last week, wasn't it? We didn't see the same here. Now, is that the bowling? Is it the pitch, or what?
It's a good question. Last week was tough. When Vincey won the toss and batted, I think I gave him a bit of 20 minutes with Jimmy at the top of his mark in cloudy conditions. But yeah, it's a funny one. Pitches with moisture here can be new ball wickets, but the life seems to go out of it with the softer ball.
Here's Goodman, right arm over, bowls. Organ just defends out on the offside.
As we actually saw last week, it was tough with the new ball, and then at times it looked quite flat when Gubbo and Brownie were going, even when Salt and Bailey were going. It's not an exact science, is it, wickets? And I guess the risk is, like, this one looks pretty docile, that you still want to be able to take 20 wickets, and it's fine if you bat first and you have scoreboard pressure, but this looks particularly sort of slow and flat.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks a goodie, that's for sure, at this stage, as Goodman bowls outside the off stump and left alone. But any team that can take 20 wickets at Canterbury can take 20 wickets on anything.
J-Mo, I don't know about you, but I think that was the flattest wicket I've played first-class cricket on. I mean, you probably didn't get as close as we did, but just the feeling at slip when the first couple of balls went by Mohammed Abbas that sort of rolled to Brownie, it was like, oh my word, this is going to be a... And they felt there was more in that wicket than the week before at Lancs, which was remarkable.
That's scary. Outside the off stump, and that's
which, because we knew looking at that game that it was going to be an attritional tough 4 days, and for them to say that they felt there was more in it against us than there was against Lancashire the week before, but that just shows, we just stuck at it that 4th day. At times we maybe didn't think that it was going to happen, but we stuck to our I guess our metrics, and as I say, we got a quality bowling attack, and we managed to find a way through. Just would have loved to have seen Lancs under pressure last week.
Yeah, Goodman again it's outside of stump, and Organ's not tempted. Well, Lancashire got 506 the week before to Canterbury, so they obviously got nowhere near enough in terms of if that was a flatter wicket.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, I'd be interested to know what you think, Jem. I think we've had a pretty good start. We seem to struggle going to the Oval for whatever reason that is. That was a really disappointing week, but if we can find a way to get a win here, I think we're in a pretty good position.
Yeah, I know. I think you're right. I mean, listen, it's not my job to dissect why going to the Oval doesn't seem to be working at the moment, but it does happen. It's a length ball there, and Organ plays in behind that one, and that's the end of the over. 2:29 for 3. I mean, obviously there are people paid to work out why things don't go quite well at the Oval, but I mean, they happen from time to time, and next year you'll go up there and you'll smash it. I mean, it's just the way it is, isn't it? Sometimes there's no logic, although analysts and people do try and find some logic. Sometimes there just isn't. But I think, yeah, on the whole, you guys do look a good side, and you know, when you go around the country and around the grounds, you know, everybody says, oh, you know, Hampshire are there, and Lancashire, and probably Surrey, who should be there every year, but seem to sort of...
And I think we're starting to believe that. Although we didn't get over the line last year, I think there's a real confidence. The team is pretty settled, and we're starting to have a real confidence in ourselves and actually concentrate on ourselves rather than the opposition, and almost focus on what we're doing well across 4 days.
Well, Amir didn't come on long, but he did his job. He got rid of Vince. LBW for 78, and there's Ajit Singh Dale. Now, interesting, you would have played alongside Ajit when he was around for a couple of seasons, made his debut in that COVID year of 2020, and it's nice to see him carrying on with his first-class career. I'll ask you, you haven't seen him bowl today, have you? Actually, I was just going to say what you thought so far. That's short outside the off-stump, and Organ guides that down to third man. Hasn't quite come out the middle of the bat, so there's only 2. Tom Lace running back and picking up that one. 231 for 3. So it's Dawson, isn't it? Sorry, apologies. Yeah, I wasn't sure what didn't know what to make of him actually in 2020. I think he's one of those. He was at a time when you think, well, is he going to kick on or isn't he? I don't know. I think Hampshire were probably forced into letting him go. And I mean, he's been okay here today.
He's done really well. He's done really well this year. I think he's a great kid, very popular guy, and we were definitely sad to see him go. But it's always great when they get opportunities elsewhere and you see them do well, and then you catch up with them, and it's really nice.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Comes in and bowls. That's outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Dawson. Another one, yeah, a little bit of shape there. But I think another one that seems to have just looks as though he's a bit more confident out there, because sometimes players can not look as though they belong out there, and I think he might have been one in a way, but it was too early in his career. But I think, you know, out there today, I think looks like he believes, which is
I
what
think
it's all about,
it can be daunting, obviously, coming into the first team environment. I mean, second team is one thing, and that's where, you know, younger guys learn their trade. But I guess until you play and get that confidence and success, I think that can be hard to come by. But actually, definitely looks like he's a little bit more confident.
Yeah, definitely. From the pavilion end, comes in again and bowls outside the off stump, bit of bounce, and Dawson leaves that one alone. Shall I let you do some commentary at the end of this over, for the next over? Yeah?
Go on then, yeah.
I know you'd like to. Because last time you were with us, I think it was way back at
Isle of Wight, wasn't it?
Yeah,
yeah, remember that?
Yes,
that was a great week, wasn't it?
Fantastic.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, we loved that. Notts, hot weather, Isle of Wight, perfect combination.
Is there a 50 over fixture?
Yeah, there's a 50.
Yeah.
Northants, I think it is this year. So
that'd be great. That was a really good. That was a really good week. A couple of years ago, they put on a great week for us.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. I think it's the first time I've ever gone to a game on a bus. Just picked up the bus, and quite easy from Newport down to the ground there. He's even got the chief exec to do that as well on one of the days, as Dawson pushes out to extra cover. The chief executive getting a bog standard public bus to the ground.
No comment.
231 for 3 then, Hampshire. You know, in terms of just going back to the wicket side of things, I mean, this looks as though it's going to be hard, isn't it? Hampshire have to bat.
But I think what we've got is definitely we'll try and bat once. I think what we've got is obviously 3 quality seam bowlers. We've got Ian Holland, we've got James Fuller, we've got 2 spinners. I mean, you couldn't wish to have, you know, add in Mason Crane to the squad. You couldn't wish to have a more rounded attack.
Sure. Dale bowls outside the off stump, and Dawson leaves that one alone.
And I think what we've got is, you know, James Fuller with an old ball can make things happen. Keith Barker can create some rough for Felix Organ. We saw that at Canterbury out of nowhere. You know, something started to happen. So I think we'll definitely back ourselves to take the 20 wickets, but we obviously need to bat long, bat once, and into, you know, sessions 4 and 5 tomorrow.
Yeah. See, Tom Alsop got 100 today for Sussex.
Brilliant. Yeah.
One of several Hampshire players out on loan at the moment. It's coming out of their ears at the moment with Hampshire players on loan. Here's Dale. Dawson off the back foot, almost got it through the gap. That's a good stop at point. And, they very nearly sneaked through as Marcus Harris, the Australian, there. And yeah, come off, pinged off the middle of the bat. So Tom Alsop got 100 for Sussex. I saw Mason Crane got a couple of wickets last week. He's on loan at Sussex as well. There's also Lewis McManus up at Northants. God, who's the next one out on loan? Wow.
We miss them. It's strange. We've got a little corner in the changing room, sort of out of the main changing room. There's a little, we call it the annex, that Tom Alsop changed in, Lewis McManus changed in, Mason Crane changed in.
Oh no!
And it's me and Gubbo, and it's pretty quiet around the corner. Right then, am I going to give this a crack? So Dom Goodman, who's a tall, fast bowler, right arm runs in, slightly back of a length, and Felix Organ plays that really well down to backward point for 1.
Of course, the other side of that is that if you're in the annex and 3 out of 5 have already gone out on loan.
Yeah, there's there's a bit. Me and Gubbo were sort of looking at each other like, you know, and it's definitely quieter around that little corner. But no, it's really good to see them doing well. Obviously, Mason and Tom together. Lewis at Northants. I think it just shows the quality of the squad, JMO. You know, that we've got guys that maybe aren't playing, but they're producing, you know, really good performances in first-class cricket. It's awesome. So Goodman to Dawson. There's a cover, 2 slips in the mid-wicket. He's in and bowls a good length, and Dawson just blocks that to the offside to cover for no run.
I quite like this bowler. I quite like it. I didn't like him as a batter last year when he blocked it out, but I mean, we
played against these guys in pre-season, and Mason Crane was bowling to Dom Goodman, and he said he had PTSD after bowling to him last year, trying to get the 20th wicket, and he blocked it out. And he came on to bowl in pre-season and couldn't get it through his wall of a defence. And he's in and bowls, and that's a good length again, and Dawson leaves it alone. There's definitely a bit of movement after tea. I don't know if it's reverse or seemingly the conditions haven't changed too much, but there's a little bit of swing before the new ball. 8 overs to go.
There was nothing between lunch and tea, hardly anything to speak of. But you're right, it's definitely noticeable. There's just enough, isn't it?
No, it's strange. It's definitely strange. Just on Goodman, I know he's John Turner's friend. He goes to Exeter Uni,
right,
so they're good pals. So I think they've been playing for Exeter together. As he's in and bowls, and that's full. Dawson drives straight back to him. Can't get it through the gap, and Goodman throws it back to Bracey behind the stump. Yeah,
John Turner, who's fast bowler on the Middlesex staff. Hampshire staff. Is he full time or is he?
He's at uni full time, and then comes to us as and when. Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of him. He's a really exciting prospect, actually. We've got a few young fast bowlers: him, Josh Kroom, Ben Huntley, Harry Petrie, Scott Curry. It's really nice to see a crop coming through. As Goodwin's in and bowls, and Dawes tries to flick that away on the onside for no run, finds mid-wicket.
It's nice to hear, actually, isn't it? Because that's something that Hampshire have. Well, it's not quite worked, is it, in terms of quick bowlers?
No, but I think we can definitely see it happening now. With I think Charlie Freest and James Tomlinson have worked really hard at getting younger bowlers through, and now Graham Welsh has come in. I can definitely see in the next few years guys breaking in. As Goodman's into Dawson, that's a ball on a good length, top of off, and Liam Dawson just boxed that back, and that's the end of the over. 232 for 3.
Well, Gloucestershire have had a good period here, haven't they, since tea. James Vince LBW to Amir for 78. The 1 wicket has fallen to tea, but the run rate has just slowed a fraction. Maybe as Hampshire sort of build again here, even though Felix Organ is still there with 106, but that was quite a big session for Hampshire. 142 runs as well between lunch and tea. Gloucestershire perhaps not sort of keeping hold of the game perhaps as well as they might have. They had a little bit of a iffy 20 minutes or so, not long after lunch, but they seem to have tightened up here, helped by that little bit of shape on the ball, Joe, that you mentioned. Do you want to do another one?
No, you have to.
Okay, I'll do this one then. Ajit Dale then, right arm over with a second slip, really. Not a first slip, it's quite wide. He's going to take a quick single up to mid-off. Throw comes in at the bowler's end, but Dawson. Sorry, Felix Organ has to jump out of the way. I think they must have changed
the ball, Jamie.
Do you think so?
They must have done, because either we've missed something or there's definite movement there.
I agree, because there was nothing from the... Because they did change the ball at 76 for 2, and it did absolutely zilch. So maybe around that sort of just after tea break, maybe they have, but
they're definitely going out of shape. We tried to change it a couple of times last week and didn't have much luck.
Yeah, tried several times.
Yeah.
Both teams actually, didn't they? When minute there wasn't a wicket for a few overs, it's like, oh, let's change the ball. Here's Ageas Bowl. Length ball, Dawson in behind that one, punches that up towards mid-off. I think last year somebody told me, or a couple of people said, oh, it's not a great batch of balls this year. Are you finding the same?
Every year. It was funny last week, actually, we tried to change the ball and we picked, or the umpires picked one that they felt was right, but it was a Readers. It was like a second grade ball, and we'd say, well, we can't bowl with that. That's not a proper Duke's ball, for goodness sake. But yeah, no, that last week they definitely went out of shape quite a bit.
Yeah. So you can change makes then, even if you change balls. Can you do that? I didn't know that actually. Here's Ageas Bowl again. Dawson punches that into the gap through the covers. Lovely shot, just leant into that one. Didn't try and hit it too hard. It's almost gone to the rope, but not quite. It is quite a big boundary away to our right. And Dawson picks up a comfortable 3, and he moves on to 8, and it's 239 for 3. It's quite frustrating though, isn't it? Was there one time, I can't remember if it was Lancashire or you guys, where it seemed like you must have gone through the whole box of balls before everybody agreed to it?
And they got to a point where we changed so many old balls that there were only good balls left. So I think that was even more motivation to change the ball, because there are only good balls left. So it's like trying to get this ball out of shape, because all the balls are pretty new now. So Nick Cook cottoned onto it quite quickly, I think.
Dale bowls, it's short, it's flicked up in the air by Organ, it's going down towards fine leg, and Dominic Goodman's underneath it, and he's got it. Good catch. And it's a shortish delivery there, and Organ just got a top edge on that one, and it went high in the air. Good catch there down at fine leg. Organ goes for 107. Nice from Ageas Bowl, actually. Just gave him a little pat on the back, and one or two of the others in the Gloucestershire side also give Organ a pat on the back. As he makes his way back to the pavilion, he's out for 107, and it's 236 now for 4.
No, brilliant, Felix. Felix played so well. Him and Ageas, I know, are really good friends, so that was a nice touch from Ageas to just to say well played, because he has played absolutely beautifully. The team will be really pleased for him. As I said earlier, he's such a good guy, real team player, and obviously stepped up to opening the batting and scored a brilliant 100 today. He's trudging off now, but I think he'll be chuffed when he puts his feet up tonight. But yeah, we're going through a little period here. I don't know if it's me, J-Mo, on the comms or that change of ball, but obviously lost a couple of quick wickets. But Brownie's a class player. He's made such a big difference this season already, coming in at 6. A player of his quality is just absolutely fantastic to have. So he'll be looking to pick off where he left off last week, because he played beautifully. Yes, he did. Yeah, looks a real. I mean, listen, I don't think Lewis McManus did too much wrong, but Ben Brown's, I think, has lifted the middle order to a slightly different level. I'll tell you what, I was just walking around at lunchtime by the nursery ground there, and Dale Bankenstein walked across. Have you had a chat with Banky? Yeah, definitely. Banky's really friendly with all of us. Obviously, fond memories when he was here. He's a really great guy, and when he left, I think we were all a little bit sad. It was all a bit emotional. He was sort of going back, and so to see him kind of back at the Ageas is a little bit strange. But I think a lot of us still keep in touch. So he's a really good guy, and fingers crossed he has a good little period at Gloucester. But obviously his lad Luke's at Essex, I think.
Oh right.
Yeah. So he's on the staff. So
yeah, it was nice to bump into him. He's still good value, isn't he? He was great value here. Enjoyed his company, and always in the thick of everything. Here's Ageas Bowl, just like he was when he played. So that's a length ball. Ben Brown just plays that out quietly on the leg side. Ben Brown, as Joe Weatherly was saying, having a good season this year. 72 in the second innings here against Lancashire. A couple of big partnerships, weren't there, towards the end of day one there he was involved with. 157 in that, well, in the end, the only innings that Hampshire had at Canterbury on that very, very flat wicket, but it's still 171. It wasn't quite a career best. He was within just a few runs.
No, but his first 100 for Hampshire, and that was awesome to be a part of.
That's for sure. Length ball, which Ben Brown's in behind and plays that up towards mid-wicket. End of the over, 236 for 4 Hampshire. They've lost 2 wickets since tea, and what looked like Well, I mean, I suppose you always wish that the innings would sort of take the way that you think it will at 212 for 2, and you think, well, surely Vince will keep going and Felix will, but of course it doesn't always work like that. I think Hampshire still would take 236 for 4, but it could have been better. Yeah,
I think we said, this little period now, 6 overs before the new ball, it's definitely a period that we're going to have to manage, because, Liam Dawson, Ben Brown, two obviously quality players. We want to keep these batters in for that new ball and manage the rest of the day. So it's going to be Goodman to continue from the hotel end. Yep.
Definitely.
Hotel end, yeah. So he's in and bowls. That's good length. There's definitely a bit of shape there away from the right-hander, and Dawson leaves that alone. Tell you what, it was a mission getting up here, Jomo. Getting up the top. I was a little bit late because I got lost.
Well, there's that, and then of course the lifts are locked at times, and then various things. I mean, you got to remember, I've been coming over here for about 6 or 7 years, and it's only recently that I've mastered it.
It's a great view, though. It's obviously a view we don't get to see very much looking back at the pavilion, but it's a cracking view. It's Goodman to Dawson. Oh, and there's definite movement away from the back there. I thought he edged that for a minute, Dawes. Just back of a length, tried to back foot punch, classical Dawson style back foot punch, but he's just missed out.
Good shape on the ball there from Goodman. It's a different game than the afternoon session here, isn't it? There's a little bit more thinking to do as a batter. A little bit more respect to show to one or two of these balls, because there is definitely some more shape on the ball than we saw a little earlier.
Goodman's in and bowls to Dawson. I think that's the other one, the straight one or the innie, that Dawson manages really well to clip up to mid-on for one. There's obviously these two at Canterbury that put on a huge partnership. Was it a record partnership for the 6th wicket or something? But it was a pleasure to watch. They're quite similar, these two. They go about their business in a kind of a nuggety way that is an absolute pleasure to watch from the dressing room. And I think they played together at age group level 19s, and I think they get the best out of each other. So it's a nice little combination to have in the middle order. Obviously two absolute quality players. So Goodman to Brown. That's again outside the off stump, and Brown leaves alone.
Yeah, that's. I've always enjoyed watching Ben Brown, even when he was on the opposition at Sussex. Always a gritty batter, wasn't he? But I mean, he's a better than that. Gritty suggests that he's limited. He's not.
He's one of those that has been or is a nightmare to play against, and when he's on your team, it's just, it's a relief. It's brilliant. He's obviously a quality operator behind the stumps as well.
Yeah.
So it's Goodman, and this is a good length, and Brown could have been tempted to drive it, but it's rare that Brownie gets on the front foot and really looks to dominate. He looks to sort of play off the back foot. That's where he gets his runs, sort of cuts and pulls really strong off the back foot. So Goodman would do well to push it up that little bit fuller, but Brown is obviously aware to that challenge.
Mike Martin has tweeted a question for you here, Joe. I'll come to it after this delivery.
Yep, so last ball of the over. Goodman's in and bowls. That is full, and Brown does drive this time, but finds the man at point. Can't quite get it through. That's the over. 237 for 4 with 5 overs to go before that new ball.
Mike says, can you ask Joe how much he's seen of Tom Prest, and will he play first-class cricket this year?
Prest is brilliant. I think when you see a young player, pretty early on of someone of Prest's calibre. We saw him play in the Blast last year, at such a young age. The innings that really sticks out is that quarter-final at Notts. For someone, I think 19, it's quite a daunting big quarter-final, and he just takes it all in his stride. He's a really, really fine prospect, and I think he's going to play a lot for Hampshire. Whether he plays this year, it's obviously a strong team to break into, but I certainly hope so.
Here's Dale from the pavilion end, bowls. Dawson drives through the cap, through the covers. Not quite a half volley, but he's played that nicely, timed it nicely, and it goes for 4. Beautiful shot, Liam Dawson on the front foot there.
And he's a great kid as well. He's definitely he's had a lot of success early. He's obviously did really well with the 19s, but it just, as I say, takes it really within his strides. He's a really natural striker with the ball, and I think we know that he's going to play a lot for Hampshire, and as I say, hopefully it's sooner rather than later.
Good lad, captain the England under-19s in the winter. As Dale bowls. Got 2 slips here. Bowls. Dawson drives up towards mid-off. And there's no run. 2:41 for 4 here, Hampshire, and we have 4 overs after this until the second new ball. Are you right? How long do you want to stick around? Till 1:30 or just before?
I'm all good.
I'm just thinking because I've got to do a quick 30-second update at 1:30, but if I come off, I've got to come back on in 15 minutes. I don't know if you want to do a quick bit with Melissa or with Ed.
I'm easy.
I'm
easy.
Melissa, do you want to do a little bit with Joe at the end of this over? I'll just do 15 minutes with Melissa. TMS is Melissa. You'll get a proper commentator alongside you. 2:41. Oh, sorry, you got a cup of tea? I'll get Ed on then. Ed can come on instead. No? Oh, Melissa's keen. She's very keen. Here comes... I'll put you on the spot there. You're right. Here comes Ajit Dale. Leg foot always kept a little bit low as Dawson pushes that out on the onside. I'll have to come back on and I'll pass anyway. So.
I bet you're looking forward to your week off, Jomo.
Yeah, I am. Although I've got a couple of Vipers games to do. Yeah, which I quite enjoy, I must admit I do. Well, I think I've got Vipers games next week. But I am. Listen, I enjoy talking about you guys. Sometimes I do get fed up on my own voice, which I'm sure you guys do if you listen from time to time. You think, oh, that JMO's on again.
Try to avoid it, JMO.
I know. You're not the first person who said that. But, yeah, sometimes... Actually, I've got a bit of a cold at the moment. You can probably hear it in my voice. And actually now, as we get towards the end of the day, it's starting to get a bit croaky. As Dawson drives up to mid-off, and there is no run. So next week, that's right, so you guys have got a week off. There is a Sri Lankan development game here, isn't there, against which I presume, well, I know you'll have the time off anyway, because you're in, but there is a Vipers game at Hove on the Saturday.
Yeah, so I think they'll use that Sri Lanka game to maybe play someone like Tom Prest. So I think that's a really good opportunity for some of those second 11 guys, Fletcher, Middleton, Scott Curry, John Turner, so that'll be great actually for the fans to look out for.
I agree. I think they're playing a few games this Sri Lankan Development 11. I think I've gone around to a couple of counties. Let's play back to the bowler by Dawson. I think they've got a few games over the next few weeks. I've seen on the fixture list, so they're a pretty good tour for them. And the score's remaining here at 2:41 for 4. Joe's going to continue commentating from this end, at this near end. So, Melissa's nervous, I can tell. She doesn't get nervous very often. Not when I'm on anyway, that's for sure. Here comes Ajit Dale. Comes in and bowls again, and Dawson drives, and it's well stopped at mid-wicket. And there is no run. What about the crowds this year? What are your thoughts on crowds generally so far from what you've seen?
Oh, well, firstly, it's great to have them back. Obviously, the last few years have been difficult. I think they've been pretty, particularly on weekends. I remember that Saturday last week when Gubbo got his 100. That was a particularly healthy crowd. But you know, we obviously love having them in, and it makes a big difference, particularly in the T20s.
Certainly doesn't it? I remember the early part of last year when it was like, that was a nice pull shot there from Liam Dawson. That's 4 runs. Got on it nice and early, just sort of rocked on the back foot and just pulled that through mid-wicket. That is 4 runs, 247 for 4. Dawson moves on to 14. Another word from Joe Weatherly, and then alongside him will be Melissa Story, former Vipers Academy all-rounder, and from TMS.
Nice one, JMO. So it's 247 for 4, just 4 overs to go before the new ball. Brown yet to get off the mark. It's Goodman to continue. I imagine they'll save up Ryan Higgins and Mohammed Amir for the new ball. As we said, they've found a little bit of movement after tea, which has obviously accounted for a couple of wickets, but obviously 4 overs to go before that new ball. So Brownie and Dawes will be looking to navigate that successfully. So as I say, it's Goodman to bowl from the hotel end, and that's trademark Brownie to get off the mark, just back of a length, just tucked around the corner, off the back foot to fine leg.
Has it been
hello, Melissa.
Oh, hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I was going to ask, has it been strange, obviously, having Brown coming out into the camp from the enemy territory?
It was a little bit strange initially, but you've only got to spend 5 minutes with Brownie just to realise just what a quality operator he is and how good a bloke he is. He's fitted in really well, as has a number of our Ross Whiteley as well, who obviously we're yet to see, but he's fitted in really well, and Nick Gubbins as well. So I think Giles and Adi have done a really good job of strengthening the changing room, and obviously quality players, but also great people off it. So Brownie's done really well, as as he would, as expected. You know, he's an awesome player, but it was slightly weird, obviously, from Sussex, a bit different. So they've got a short catching cover on the offside for Dorse here, as Goodman's getting a bit of shape from the right-hander. He's in and bowls, and he's obviously looking to bowl outside the off stump. He's got a 6-3 offside field, and as I say, before this new ball, they'll be just looking to kind of dry it up and hang it outside Dawson's off stump.
I mean, what do you think of the tactics Gloucestershire are using now? Put yourself in the shoes of a incredible fast bowler. Not that you could be. I've not seen you bowl, but
I'm not.
Okay, that's been confirmed. But what would you be doing in this situation?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Obviously, what they're doing now is in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump. They've definitely found some movement after tea. There's just a little bit of swing, and it definitely looks a little bit more threatening. I think we felt that we had them in that afternoon session. The scoreboard was sort of ticking over really nicely, but they've found a way to obviously stop the flow of runs and to grab a couple of wickets. But they're just looking to shut down one side of the field here and just really look to navigate these 3.5 overs. As Goodman's in and bowls, and that's full. It's a full toss. Dawson doesn't quite time it to extra cover. Obviously, there's two senior bowlers, the Higgins and Namir, so I guess they'll be the most threatening with that new ball. So it's just a case of, you know, dropping anchor and dotting Brownie and Dorse up until that stage.
You mentioned Ross Whiteley. This feels like an interrogation. I'm just throwing as many questions at you as possible.
As Goodman's in and bowls, and that's a bit straighter, almost a Yorker, but Dorsey plays that nicely to mid-on.
Because you mentioned Ross Whiteley, and of course this summer coming up you've got Southern Brave going to be with the 100 team. That must be exciting, of course, and it's interesting to see this Hampshire team almost morphing into quite a distinct red ball team and then quite a distinct white ball team. But as one of the players who's across the two, you must get quite an interesting perspective of what teams perhaps strong
for no run, and that's the over. 248 for 4, 77 overs gone. No, definitely. I think that's maybe a real strong sign of where we're at, is we've got identity in both red and white. I think this red ball side's been quite strong for a number of years now, and you know, we're, as I say to JMO, desperate to win that county championship with you know, those bowlers, Keith Barker, Mohammed Abbas and Kyle Abbott, really driving that. But then that white ball also found an identity last year, obviously getting to finals day. We had a tough start, but I think we found our way eventually, and I think the roles are a lot clearer now in that team, and you know, Ross is only going to add to that. He did really well in the 100, and can't wait to see him in a Hampshire shirt, because he's a ripping fella and a really good cricketer.
I mean, it was quite the comeback for Hampshire, of course, with that T20 season, as Dale to continue in full, driven to the offside, straight to the cover fielder for no run, because I was keeping an eye on it. And of course, as we say, you were a bit disadvantaged having all those away games at the start of the season, but when all those home games kind of everything just clicked for Hampshire, and that game against Glamorgan where you had to chase down the total, I think in 12 overs or something. We were at a game that day, all crowded around this tiny screen, just desperately trying to follow. But as you say, it goes to show the determination of this squad and the depth that they have in both white ball and red ball, when eyeing up multiple trophies this season. Dale bowls, and on the back foot is Brown.
Definitely, and I think there are a lot of good moments last year. You know, you mentioned those white ball, but there's also, you know, the red ball win at Cheltenham to get into Div 1. Obviously, that run we went on with the white ball side. You know, T20's just such a momentum game. You know, we got on that run and almost felt like we couldn't be beaten. And we'll definitely be looking to kind of replicate that this year and create moments like we did last year. Last year was such a great year, but ultimately we didn't win a trophy, and that's our aim. So that's what we'll be looking to do this year for sure.
Dale bowls, and on the back foot off a good length is Brown, defending back to the bowler. So there's a nice place in the pavilion where there's a gap in a trophy cabinet, just waiting for one or maybe two, preferably two, to come in from the season. And speaking from a purely selfish perspective, I would love for you guys to reach T20 finals day, because I got to witness the mascot race in person last year. And that's probably one of the best memories of my life.
That was a great day. just to see see those is it Harry the Hawk, Hawky the Hawk go round?
Yeah, one of the Hawks. Basically watching people who definitely aren't paid enough to run around in a costume in the sweltering heat, as that's edged, a thin edge from Brown. This is racing towards the boundary, and that will be 4 runs. A desperate attempt from the fielder down at a third man. It just ticks that Hampshire score along, 248 for 4. And a warm round of applause as that brings up Hampshire's 250 runs so far in this day. So despite that flurry of wickets after tea, it's still mainly and largely been Hampshire's day out there in the middle. Just the 4 wickets fallen. And Dale just searching again to replicate that outside edge, but this time into the hands of Miles Hammond in that slip cord, and as that's got a bit of extra bounce on that delivery outside the off stump and fended away by Dale. Oh, not by Dale, he's bowling by Brown. It's been a long day.
The sun's sort of just beginning to peep through. It's been cloudy most of the day. I was sort of wondering whether that was where that swing came from, but certainly looks like nice batting conditions now for Dorsey and Brownie.
Now, are you suspicious about how good the weather has been? Because this is a bit similar to, I think, the 2020 season, which obviously was a bit affected by COVID at the start of it, as Dale bowls, and this is a good length outside the off stump, punched off the back foot by Dawson for no run. Because I distinctly remember the lockdown walks in kind of March and April with such good weather, and same in 2021, really good weather at the start of the season, which descended into total chaos and rain just as all the games are starting to come into fruition in April and, well, more like June and July.
Yeah, no, it's obviously been a really good start to the summer, hasn't it? It was a shame, obviously, on Sunday, you know, we felt like we were in a really good position to put Lancashire under pressure in what was, you know, really big and important game, you know, 2 good sides. So it was really frustrating that the rain chose to come on that day, but you know, on the whole, it's been pretty good weather, and as I say, that's sort of helped to play on pretty good wickets. I know Gloucester have battled away on some pretty flat wickets, and the weather's probably contributed to that.
I'm not sure the Gloucestershire bowlers would be calling those good wickets after Surrey's 600 runs on the board, but I know what you mean. It's been beneficial at least to see so little rain affected matches, apart from, of course, that last round as a bowling change in place here.
Yeah, so Miles Hammond's coming on from the hotel end. He's got a sweeper out on both sides, just the part-time off spin. It's just tucked away by Brownie on the leg side for no run. We'll obviously be hoping that there's a little bit of spin for us to work with if we can get a big first innings score. You know, it'll be a big role for Dorsey and Felix to do a good job if we can get a bit of spin. But obviously Miles Hammond's just a part-time off spinner. He's in and bowls, and that's again slightly short. Brownie does well to just tuck that past mid wicket for 1 run.
Last week in the Hampshire-Lancashire game, of course, Lancashire left out Matt Parkinson. Hampshire with Mason Crane on loan to Sussex, and Gloucestershire here haven't opted really for that frontline spinner. Is this common? Have you seen when you've been playing at the Ageas Bowl as a batter? Do you actually think that wrist spin would probably make more of an impact on a wicket like this, where it's a bit low, it's a bit slow already?
Potentially, yeah. Just Gloucester have made just a fielding change over to the leg side. Again, just trying to shut the leg side down, but there's width there from Hammond, and Dorsey cuts that away. I don't think it's going to go to the boundary, but he'll pick up 3. I think definitely, you know, wrist spin's got a role to play. The wicket last week was slightly seam bowler friendly, and I think that was a big part of why Matt Parkinson sort of didn't play, because he's a big part of that team. But potentially would have enjoyed bowling on this wicket a little bit more. It looks a bit more batter friendly and looks particularly dry compared to the normal wickets. And you know, we've already had sort of 15-20 overs of spin today, so maybe a sign of things to come as that fielder from the leg sides move back over to point for Liam Dawson, as Miles Hammond comes in and bowls, and that's a good length, and Dorsey blocks that away to the leg side. And we've just got just over and over to the new ball. I think Jamo's going to take me off boring the listeners.
No, not at all. Unless you want to start.
No, it's fine. As Hammond's in and bowls, that's down the leg side, but flicked away by Dorsey for for no run.
It's because if they keep you on any longer, then you can legally ask to be paid. They're just avoiding here all the complications of you turning around and going, excuse me, where's my salary for that 1 hour of insightful commentary?
Zaman to Dawson, and that's again quite straight, and Dorsey flicks that away to 45 on the leg side for 1 run. And that's 4 off the over, just 1 over to go before the new ball, 257 for 4.
We were speaking earlier about fans' favourite grounds to go to. As a Hampshire away fan, I was just wondering, as a batter, if you've got a favourite ground, obviously apart from the Ageas Bowl, but a particular ground you like going to where you're used to scoring runs at?
Well, typically the Oval's obviously a good place to bat, but I was just saying to JMO earlier, we've struggled there, so potentially you know, other Test match grounds, you know, Warwickshire at Edgbaston or Old Trafford are particularly batting friendly grounds, but I'm trying to think if we're going there this year, but potentially not. But
looks
the Ageas Bowl is pretty good.
Quite a nice batting ground this year with the likes of Shan Masood's 2 double centuries so far, as Joe Everly will be taking a slight break from commentary. And we'll continue with Dale bowling from that pavilion end, of course, to Dawson. And that's slashed away outside the off stump, but straight into the hands of the fielder at cover. And Hampshire 257 for 4, of course. Kevin James rejoins us.
Hello.
A very timid hello.
Great having Joe on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Talks well, plays well.
Commentates well.
Oh, just true all-rounder. Multi-dimensional.
As Dale in again to Dawson, and full on the front foot, defended. Into the offside for no run. Things are starting to slow down a bit. We got that email in saying that Joe Weatherly had been a curse for the Hampshire batters with a few falling, but actually I think the curse is non-existent because things have just began to plateau just that bit more in these last few overs. As Joe said, the sun's shining over the ground now, so and that sense of stillness which the Ageas Bowl often brings in these evening sessions, just quite calm, peacefulness. Ed Seaborn is indicating to me a sleeping signal. He's ready to go to sleep as Dale in again, and looking to hit this into the leg side was Dawson, but actually miscued it back to the bowler.
He's worked hard today, hasn't he? Ed.
He's also trying to avoid the sun in fear of being sunburnt. As for anyone who's never seen Ed Seaborn in person, he's got very blonde hair, and as a blonde myself, these weather conditions are fatal.
Are they?
Absolutely dangerous. 10 more minutes in this and I'll be burnt to a crisp. And again, and left outside the off stump by Dawson with an extravagant leave, the bat over his head in some kind of dance, and it's a no ball. You know, I think that I've got an issue here.
Have you?
I'm not looking at the umpires, that's the problem.
Well, why should you?
And that's coming from the player himself. I'll take that advice from now on. When I get given out LBW, I just won't look at the umpire.
Well,
I'll just stay at the crease.
You have to.
No, but I'll say Kevin James has told me not to look at the umpire.
Yeah, but you'll know from the reaction of the players around you whether you've been given out or not.
Blissful ignorance.
Yeah.
I'll just close my eyes.
Got a slight delay here because Liam Dawson's been attended to by the square leg umpire. Was he something to do with his rubber around his bat handle? I'm not sure. That seemed to be the area that they were focusing on, but he's walked back to his almost to his position where he stands and waits to receive the ball, putting his gloves back on. We'll be shortly getting back underway. We're going to be late tonight. I think we're going to be 6:30 at least.
Got my training to get to, but I think that starts at 7, so timing should work out well. As in again is Dale, and that's wide and left outside the off stump, rightly so by Liam Dawson, and James Bracey behind the stumps there had to dive extravagantly to his side.
You won't have to be here till 6:30. Don't worry about that. Me and Ed will finish off, so don't worry.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we'll give you plenty of time.
Preferential treatment.
Because you've got about a 5-day walk to your car.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to pick up some water supplies for the trek over there. Maybe set up camp overnight just to get there halfway. So it's a long way away, my car.
It is.
I'll tell you that.
The other end of the site, almost.
As final ball then from Dale, and that's even wider, and Dawson was lucky to reach that. He slapped it away into the offside. The ball comes back into the keeper. A wayward throw as well here, and things just starting to look like they're falling apart maybe for Gloucestershire. It's weird, this game is working in ebbs and flows of things looking equal to Hampshire dominating, to Gloucestershire just looking a bit weaker here.
I'm going to do a quick 30-second update, and then I'm going to get Ed to come in alongside you, Melissa, and then do a little bit more, and then I'll finish off with Ed, and you can get to that all-important practice of yours.
It's very much needed.
Are you practicing catching tonight?
I should. I'll make myself practice that. As in again is Dale. Apologies, that wasn't last ball of the over, but this one has been scooped away off the hip by Brown. That's run away for 4. He moves on to 11. Hampshire 264 for 4.
16 overs left in the day's play. Hampshire still in their first innings, having won the toss this morning, elected to bat first. 264 for 4. Currently batting are Liam Dawson on 18 and Ben Brown on 11. That means we have lost since tea James Vince and Felix Organ. James Vince the first to go, LBW to the Pakistan left-arm seamer Mohammed Amir for 78. They put on 161, Organ and Vince, and then Organ went about 25 minutes later, caught off a skied pull down at fine leg off Ajit Dale for 107. So Hampshire still going well. They've lost a bit of momentum, 264 for 4. So what have we got here? The umpires are having a chat. There's another break. It's just prolonging everything. Melissa Story will continue, and alongside her for this next period of play will be from BBC Gloucestershire and BBC Radio Bristol, Ed Seymour.
An interesting statistic which I have found, which may point towards why Hampshire here in this innings, they found some success, and a lot of their batters are contributing, getting those big scores so far in this year's county championship. So just to take up a bit of time in this break. So across Division 1, batters are scoring at a strike rate on average of 49. Gloucestershire are scoring roughly around that average. Their batters are scoring at a strike rate of 46. Hampshire, on the other hand, they are scoring, well, the Hampshire batters, they've scored 2,038 runs at the start of this round, so it would have gone up a bit by now, but they were scoring those at a strike rate of 57.5, which is one of the highest across the teams in Div 1. So it just points towards how Hampshire, perhaps compared to some of those other teams, they're still scoring at that high rate. They've put on a lot of runs, but also the rate at which they score, it just allows them and enables them to go apply the pressure onto the opposition bowlers just that little bit quicker, and then suddenly may contribute to their success. Ed Seaborn, welcome back.
Hi, Melissa. Fancy seeing you here.
I know.
Well, do you do those stats yourself?
As all 21-year-olds would, I get a little help from my dad.
Ah, right.
I like the stats, but I'm not very good at maths. So as a combined team effort, we investigate and work out and calculate.
Well, that's lovely. No, I like that. I don't. If my dad's listening, he probably is. I'm not sure we're going to be doing that anytime soon, but
over the table at Christmas, just right.
Yeah.
This is the perfect time to assess Gloucestershire's
doesn't
strike
mind his
rate.
numbers, but I'm not sure really that would be necessarily what we would do. But you know, I absolutely admire that. Totally. I mean, magnificent. That's magnificent work.
It's one of the many ways we bond over cricket. The other way, of course, being him bowling very, very slow off spin at me in the net and me getting out all the time.
Ah, okay. I thought you were going to say whacking him all over the place.
Well, that's what happens in my head, in the dreamland, but unfortunately reality is so much more cruel. As that ball in from Higgins there, full leg stump line, flicked away from Dawson. He moves on to 18.
Yeah, they've taken the new ball straight away, Gloucestershire. No hesitation from Higgins and Gloucestershire. There was, in amongst all that delay, I think just whilst we were changing over, and there was a bit of confusion over that, there was a furious wave from umpire Saggers towards the scorers with it, so they have taken the new ball.
Higgins bowls, and that's past the outside edge of Brown's bat. I mean, we were discussing here, talking about team bonding, and they were changing the new balls. We missed quite an important detail there, but it's been interesting that there definitely seems to be a bit of dissatisfaction with the balls in this game. And the last one here at the Ageas Bowl as well, I think Hampshire changed the ball about 4 times, which we've spoken about. But a lot of pressure rests on selecting that new ball. Do you go for the darker one? Do you go for the one which you think would swing the most as Higgins in and off the hip from Brown into the leg side for no run? Do you know any of the technicalities in the process of selecting a new ball?
Nope, absolutely not. No, I was a spinner, so I would select the one that I thought was likely to be the worst.
The
so I got the ball sooner.
Ball.
Yes.
Used to be a spinner. I'm gonna drill you on that one. As Higgins in down the leg side, diving stop from Bracey. Was a spinner then, so no longer a spinner.
I'm afraid I'm the type of person that if I can't be good at something, I'm not interested. Why are you commentating then?
It feels like a comedy setup here this afternoon. As Higgins in and outside the off stump again from Brown, who's just on that front foot, prodding out on that 4th stump line. I feel the same way, but mine's arts and crafts. I have a very crafty family.
Okay.
And they're always like, oh, how about you paint something, enjoy joining with this craft, and I'll spend about 5 minutes doing it. And if I'm not perfect at it,
it's getting
straight in the bin. Yeah, straight back to the cricket stats. Higgins, final ball of the over, that's full and strikes the pads. A big appeal from the bowler here, but nothing from the umpire. I reckon Kevin James here has just suggested that was going down the leg side. Looking at this replay, there was some late movement there from Higgins, perhaps reverse swing almost in a sense, but if anything, it may have been umpire's call on that leg stump. But
yeah, I think it's swung quite late, and I think the reason Higgins thinks it's out is because it did what it did so late, and I think if it hadn't swung as late as it did, then I think that finger might well have been raised from umpire Saggers. But I think looking at the replay, I think it probably did just do a bit too much. We've got another look at it. It's not a bad shout, that's for sure. Whether height was an issue potentially as well, not sure. Anyway, given not out, that's all that matters. Mohammed Amir is going to take the new ball. Not too much of a surprise there. He's grabbed 2 wickets for 42 from his 16 overs. You couldn't ask for too much more really from Mohammed Amir. This is not really a surface where you're expecting to charge through a side and take 5 for 30. Amir is in and angled away by Dawson out to Tom Lace at backward point, and there is no run. Yes, well, I did bowl a lot at school level. Was quite good, relatively, bowling-wise. And then, just as I started to get older, I started to become terrible.
Suddenly the tees become the best part of the cricket, and then you know something's wrong.
Yeah, but you see, I was normally too nervous to eat tea during playing. As Amir is in and bowls, and Dawson covers up in defence, sends it up to mid-off, and there is no run.
So a number of factors were all pointing towards perhaps that premature retirement, just to sit back,
I think so.
Focus on the commentary.
Yeah,
maybe it was a sign from the
first,
heavens.
Actually, did a fair bit of scoring first.
With coloured pens?
Yep, sometimes. To be honest, most of the time I didn't bother, but I mean, you know, it looks sort of good, I suppose, but really get the numbers down, that's the important thing. In comes Amir and bowls wide of off stump, and Dawson has nothing to do with that one. Goes through to James Bracey. Yeah, I bowled leg spin, and I used to enjoy getting people out.
And then you start to progress through the age groups, I feel, and as the boys are getting a bit bigger who you're bowling at and a bit taller, and suddenly leg spin, then suddenly you're in the field next door searching for the ball you just bowled. And when that happens a few times in a game, then it can be a bit demoralising, I can understand.
Amir is in and dabbed away out to point, this time by Liam Dawson for no run again. So 4 dots to start this over now from Mohamed Amir. But yeah, I think one of the things was it got to the stage where I probably had to bowl a bit quicker because, like you say, because they're starting to get stronger and actually they could pick off the slower deliveries. I think it just got to the stage where I had to bowl quicker, and I couldn't really get my head around that too much. In comes Mohamed Amir, left arm over and bowls, and that's worked up to mid-on this time by Liam Dawson, and still no run off this over. Trying to build the pressure here, Mohamed Amir, with this second new ball towards the end of the day, and if Gloucestershire could nip out, say, 2 wickets with it, I think they'd feel pretty happy with the way that the day has gone. Obviously, this is a deep Hampshire batting lineup. You've got Keith Barker coming in at... Oh, Keith Barker's coming in at 8, Fuller in at 9. That is a deep old lineup. As Amir completes the over, bowls, and Dawson with a firm defensive shot back to the bowler in the end of the over. That's a maiden. Score remains 265 for 4. Dawson has 19 and Ben Brown has 11. But yeah, I mean, even one, just something to take with you. I think that what I'm imagining what they will say is those 2 wickets that they took before, well, roughly speaking, before the new ball, those wickets of Vince and Organ, they'll probably feel was reward for some tighter bowling in this evening session. So they'll say, right, we stuck at it well, got the rewards for it, but now with the new ball, you've got to strike.
Higgins bowls, and that's a straighter line delivery pushed into the leg side. I mean, it's been a pretty good day for batting across the whole of Div 1, because just to recap some of these scores across fixtures going on across the country of that Essex-Yorkshire game, Essex 230 for 3, so they were 56 for 2, and they've had a bit of a recovery with Sir Alistair Cook scoring another century. Is it too late to recall him into the Test side as Higgins in and pushed into the offside? Walter as well, not out on 85. Recently announced, was it Walter who said he would be retiring? Or was it Wheater?
Wheater, yeah.
Okay, I knew it was a W.
Well, you see, the thing is, they like that at Essex. It shows off the accent. You've got the likes of Walter, Wheater, Harmer, Porter, you know.
I dearly hope there's no Essex fans listening along to this.
Tender Scarter.
As Higgins in again and pushed off the back foot by Brown. A loud call of no to Dawson at the non-striker's end. You're going to be getting hate emails coming in now. Don't you dare say that again.
I'm not saying, I've not said for one moment that I don't like it. I say it just shows it off. It sounds, you know, the names for your county should sound like they're from your county. So they do.
Do you think the Gloucestershire names sound West Country then, as bowls and Higgins through to the keeper? That's a thin edge off the bat of Brown. And Higgins strikes with the new ball. The 5th wicket to fall for Hampshire. And just that little bit of shape caught the thinnest of edges on the outside edge of Ben Brown's bat. And the next wicket falls. A breakthrough for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it's pretty much the perfect delivery from Higgins. There's not too much you could say that Ben Brown should have done there. He had to play at it because, you know, that's what you know with Higgins anyway. You know that you're going to have to be asked to play. He hasn't got too far across his stumps or anything either. You can still just about see off stump there, so he knows exactly where off stump was. Just the perfect ball just outside off stump, had to play at it, found the edge. And that's what Ryan Higgins does. He's a terrific bowler who's not quite got the wickets that he would have wanted lately, but he's got one there, and this is what I mean, really. Now you've got the 5th wicket with the ball still very new, and you potentially, well, you've not potentially, you have got a lot more overs left with the ball still relatively new. I suspect it will probably get scuffed up relatively quickly on this surface, but at the same time, you should still have another decent period here where the ball's still going to be doing a fair amount, and now you can potentially, obviously, they can't, but supporters of Gloucestershire will start to get greedy and think about Hampshire being 7 or 8 down by the close now, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as that. It's just having got that, you know, they kind of did it not quite perfectly, because obviously they'd rather have had Hampshire more down than they were, but they got those wickets with the old ball, which was vital. New ball comes along, they've got one with it. Now is the time to press home the advantage with the new ball, and you've got somebody coming out who's not played a massive amount of championship cricket in recent times.
Of course, Nurin Donald to the crease for Hampshire. He's been out of the squad for a while, the first 11 squad, because of those ACL problems, but he's got some considerable scores so far this year for the Hampshire second 11, 109 off 73 versus Durham, and 143 off 117 versus Surrey. And he'll be on strike to Higgins, who bowls, and that's a leg stump line clipped off the pads by Donald, who takes a few steps down the pitch in enthusiasm and gets sent back as that's fielded by
Warner.
There's a lot of tall figures in this team. I was trying to identify.
Yes, there are, aren't there? You've got the tall fast bowling core with Goodman, Warner, Dale.
Higgins, final ball of the over to Nurin Donald, and that's down the leg side, flicked away by the new batter. This should trickle away for 4 runs, just waiting for that umpire signal. Leg buys, so off some part of Nurin Donald's body and goes down to the boundary. Apologies, that was another no ball as well. I saw it that time, roughly, only about 30 seconds too late.
You know what,
I'm
tend to
improving.
miss them. No, I tend to miss them sometimes as well. Unfortunately, it happens.
Final ball then from Higgins, and it's a shorter ball, just worked away into the vacant square leg region. And Donald off the mark in his first game back into this full Hampshire squad. That completes the over. Hampshire 272 for 5.
But I think one of the other reasons why, especially at Bristol, he says making excuses for himself, but at Bristol you're behind the window and you can't always hear the... here, I think just about every time I've heard the cry of no ball, but I think some of it is umpire specific as well. The effects microphone tends to pick up everything out of the middle at Bristol rather well. But I think some umpires are just better at shouting no ball than others.
Also, for me, I find the angle here at the Ageas Bowl, the score box, I believe, is almost to our right in the Shane Warne stand.
Yeah.
So sometimes when the umpires signal and stick their hand out, still facing forwards, you actually can't quite see the hand being stuck out. So I'm going to keep making petty excuses.
Well, I think, you know, the commentators' plights are not understood by enough people. Amir starts the next over, and Donald with a high elbow defending that away out into the cover region. There's no run. And the other plight I have, which I'm gonna get this out here now, is that I wish the bails weren't green, because 2 weeks ago at Old Trafford, in fact it could be the same here as well.
I think I can't actually see
yes,
them.
can you see the bails from here? I can't.
This is like exposing a Mandela effect almost. I genuinely cannot see the bails, and you've only just made me realise that, because why on earth would they use green bails on a green surrounding?
Here comes Amir and bowls, and there's a flowing drive attempted by Donald, but he's picked out Graham van Buren, the Gloucestershire skipper, at cover, and there won't be a run. So there was a dismissal 2 weeks ago at Old Trafford where both, I'm going to throw Scott Reed under the bus as well because he's not listening, Scott Reed and I both thought that Tom Lace was out caught behind. Turned out the off bail had just been flicked, just the off stump, well, just the off bail removed, not the leg bail, and the umpire had gone straight up to it and put the bail back on without us noticing as well. As Donald drives uppishly and is caught by Van Buren in the covers. And that's the 6th wicket. Donald's just maybe hanging around for a moment because it was quite low down, but I think he's walking off. I think it's just disappointment rather than anything else. And he tried to get that drive away the ball before, tried to repeat the dose, didn't keep it down, and Van Buren takes a good low catch in the covers, and Donald departs for 1. That's 3 wickets now for Mohammad Amir, who's rounding out his figures rather nicely. 3 for 42 he's got. Hampshire are 272 for 6.
Those fielding positions, which you spoke about as well, being one of those potential tactics Gloucestershire could employ. And we saw just with that delivery, perhaps And Nurin Donald, we mentioned his previous scores, they've all been of a strike rate over 100, so maybe just looking in this circumstance just to get off the mark a bit too quickly, score a bit too quickly, and it's not that kind of wicket. We've seen that batters have to be patient at the start of their innings and then the runs start to flow, as was the case of Felix Organ and James Vince, whilst Dawson, I mean, Dawson's got the right approach here. He's stranded there at the non-strikers end. He's 19 off 50. But he's really showing determination to survive that tricky period. But Nurin Donald there, just not the patience required for this wicket. But if anyone's going to come to the crease, it will be Hampshire Player of the Month, Keith Barker, local legend, fan favourite, commentator favourite.
Ah, there we go now. that was the key one. No, well, I agree entirely with your assessment as far as the fact that I don't think you are going to come out on this pitch and play a load of shots. And goodness knows, over the years, watching enough cricket at Bristol, I've seen enough surfaces like this one. And this one, at the moment, who knows, might look completely different when Gloucestershire go out and bat on it. But at the moment, it's just looking like one of those surfaces where it's, as long as you bowl tightly, you should be able to keep the scoring rate dry. It's just, are you going to be able to create enough opportunities to grab the wickets? And trying to kind of manufacture shots early on in your innings when you're not used to the pace of the pitch yet, I think is another thing that is tricky to do, and I think that dismissal proved it. So Barker, left-hander for Amir to bowl at. He's in over the wicket, and Barker's forward very calmly, almost nonchalantly, and defending the ball out into the covers.
He's just such a calm presence at the crease, but simultaneously creates mayhem when he came in. But I think something like after the first 3 rounds of the county championship in Div 1, he actually had the highest strike rate. We always say he comes in for a good time, not a long time. So whilst he's there just defending the balls, he looks so calm, so, secure at the crease, and then he'll whip out a reverse sweep instantly afterwards.
Amir in and bowls. Barker tries to drive, takes one hand off the bat, and that was a slightly suspicious looking shot. Maybe he should have brought out the reverse sweep. Maybe. I mean, it would have flown away to the boundary if he had, but the thing with Hampshire's tail, they do bat deep with Barker, followed by Fuller. Then you've even got Abbott who can come in, but they are very much the types that, on a pitch like this, I'm not sure that get to the crease, start playing shots straight away, as we said, is going to work. So these guys are really going to have to adapt their approach, which they would normally take to kind of this circumstance. Hampshire's still only got 272 on the board. They're going to aim for a lot higher than that. Amir to Barker, whipped away strongly. Oh, Higgins has misfielded. And, well, I suppose you could say possibly he's misfielded it to allow Keith Barker to be on strike for his next over, because that was the last ball of the over. But it was a terrific one from Mohamed Amir. It spoiled what would have been a wicket made, and I don't think Amir's going to care massively about the fact that it's not another one in the maidens column. And as I say, it does have the added advantage of meaning that Higgins will bowl the next over to Barker. But yeah, wicket in the over, potentially not quite how Gloucestershire would have drawn it up, but at the same time they'll more than take it after some of the things which happened earlier on. And the play and a miss as well towards the end of the over with Barker kind of out in front, reaching, looking to drive. That ought to encourage Gloucestershire as well, because I think, like you've been talking about, I think Gloucestershire will be quite happy to see Keith Barker playing a few shots here. Higgins, who of course misfielded off that last ball of the over. He's in again. That's a straighter delivery, and it's fended away by the left-handed Barker down to fine leg, who gets off strike immediately. And just to quickly continue running you through those Div 1 scores, Warwickshire are playing Lancashire this week. They batted first. They're 263 for 6, so a similar position to Hampshire here, with Dom Sibley has got 100 there for them. He's 117 not out. The final other fixture in this Div 1, apart from this one, was Surrey Northamptonshire. Surrey are 228 for 5, following that century from Burns. So it's been a good day to be a rejected England opener, as Higgins bowls, and down comes the wicket as Dawson and pushes to mid-on. Burns and Sibley with both hundreds. It feels like we've got into the
the DeLorean and gone back about 2 years.
Can we add Sir Alistair Cook to the list?
We'll go back a few more years to it.
Yeah, well, I said actually this morning about how that group hadn't really been getting runs. Well, there we go. They've got them now.
As Higgins passed the umpire and bowls on the front foot is Dawson pushing back to the bowler. And looking from those wicket columns, Essex have only lost 3, Warwickshire 6, Surrey 5. It's unusual almost to not have at least one fixture where one team has been completely decimated. But here actually it seems to be a very good batting day for these sides in Div 1. Maybe
to be honest, in Div 2 as well, for the most part. Leicestershire is 7 down, but still.
Higgins in again and pushed off the back foot by Dawson. You can run us through the Div 2 scores if you'd like. I'll give you the honour.
Well, Leicestershire are 260 for 7 against Glamorgan, so match so far which has produced the most wickets, and even there 260 for 7 is not the worst score. Marnus Labuschagne has taken 3 of the wickets.
Bowling
sure
spin or
WhatsApp group will be hearing about that.
As bowls does Higgins and flicked away to that fine leg by Dawson for another single. Because I mean he was bowling seam at the start of the season. Is this spin now his conventional spin, or is it a bit of both?
I'd have to look at the highlights there, but he's grabbed the wickets of Sam Evans, Vion Mulder, and Scott Steele. 3 wickets for him. Sussex are 337 for 6 now against Middlesex. That is a collapse. They were 225 for 1. Well, relatively speaking, a collapse.
Higgins bowls and defending off a length is Barker into the offside.
Pujara just 16, Rizwan 31. Both those dismissed now. George Garton is at the crease along with Ollie Robinson. Mark Stoneman got the wicket of Tom Alsop for 113. I'm sure he'll be pleased with that. So 1 wicket for... In fact, this is quite a fun thing. Middlesex have used 6 bowlers and they've all taken 1 wicket. Even Stoneman has bowled 9 overs and all 6 of them have 1 wicket. But a good comeback there from Middlesex, and the only other score is Durham 315 for 3 against Worcestershire. Century for Sean Dixon. Scott Borthwick is 76 not out, half centuries for Keegan Peterson and Beddingham as well. Amir continuing here and bowling to Dawson, who shoulders arms, and it goes through to Bracey behind the stumps. Kevin James is back along with me for the conclusion.
Been a good comeback this from Gloucestershire, isn't it? Melissa's off to practice with the Hersley ladies tonight. She's captain there. She says she doesn't know half the players this year, so she needs to spend a bit of time with them.
Practicing bleeding tactically onto the ball.
Yeah, it's been a good comeback, isn't it? Gloucestershire here. 4 wickets. 4 big wickets, certainly Vince and Organ, the 2 big ones.
Amir is in, and that's clipped away towards mid-wicket by Dawson. Should be a couple of runs here, and they will get them quite easily. Even Tom Lace with his speed across the... In fact, pardon me, it's not Tom Lace out there. It is Jared Warner. Yes, it's got to that stage of the day where I'm mixing up those players. Anyway, 277 for 6. But yeah, I think those wickets that they were able to buy with that old ball, particularly the one of Organ, to get rid of the set batter. As in comes Amir, and he bowls left by Dawson, continues to move further away from James Bracey as he dives away to his right to take the ball. Took a really good catch this morning, James Bracey. That was the first wicket to fall. Ian Holland caught behind off Higgins for 2, and at 3 for 1 in the 3rd over, you just wondered whether it might turn out actually to be a decent toss for Gloucestershire to lose. But Hampshire, courtesy of mostly Felix Organ and James Vince, but also a bit in Nick Gubbins as well, have I think shown that batting first was definitely the right call. Amir in and bowls. Forward goes Dawson and pokes the ball out into the cover point region. where it is fielded by Tom Lace, and there's no run.
Yeah, no, you're right. Those 2 wickets at the back end of the first ball has certainly made a difference. I'm looking at the sessions. The afternoon session, Hampshire added 142 without loss. So far this session, with what, just over 10 overs left, 65 for 4.
Yep. And it's, you know, it goes back to the fact that the board was being controlled. I know that's the way that they like to say it anyway, so it's the way I've I've picked up. Whether that's the kind of trendy term, I don't know, or a term that's guaranteed to make people's eyes roll more likely, probably. Amir round the wicket and bowls, and forward is Dawson in defence, knocking the ball up to mid-on for no run. But yeah, I think the wicket of Vince, of course, with Amir proving his worth with that old ball, I think that was obviously the key one to break the partnership. But then relatively quickly after that for one to bring 2, and it was a bit of a bonus really. Obviously you bowl the short ball hoping for something like that to happen, but for it to carry down to fine leg. As driving at this one is Dawson and misses it. He was looking for a fairly flamboyant drive through extra cover, and Amir round the wicket. Yeah, he just threatened to bring it back in on the angle, and then it just left him. And this is kind of the thing. It's still a new ball, and that was not really a shot that was in new ball mode, and that's why it's so critical to take wickets with the old ball and then get batters in against the new ball. That I'm not saying with Dawson's case necessarily, because he'll have been in early plenty of times, but you know, you get somebody like, without picking on him, somebody in like Donald against the newer ball, and maybe the game isn't quite as adapted.
Higgins round the wicket to Barker, who just prods that out just behind square on the offside. No, you're right. It's he just pushed at that alarming Donald, didn't he? Really, just pushed at that too hard, back too far away from his body, and unfortunately just paid the price. I've got an email here from Philip Wolf, whose son Ned is currently listening and watching, and he's at home recovering from an operation on a broken ankle and ligaments. He's hoping that Joe, who we had on earlier, Joe Weatherly, that's just prodded away behind square again once more by Keith Barker. He hopes Joe has a speedy recovery. We heard Joe Weatherly earlier say that hoping about 3 weeks, I think, to be back in action. I think he's targeting the Taunton game. And Ned's enjoying listening and watching the commentary, and see Hampshire's strong progress today. Well, it was strong. It's not quite so strong now, with Gloucestershire coming back into this, as that's whipped away by Keith Barker. That's through square leg for 4. A little bit too straight there from Ryan Higgins. Barker just swivelled round there and helped the ball square on the leg side. He does that a lot, Keith Barker. He moves on to 6, and it's 281 for 6. So get well, speedy recovery, I should say, then.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, sure.
He's a good lad. Yeah, he comes up here from time to time.
Ah, right. Well, Chris Dent, of course, suffering from an ankle ligament injury as well. That's keeping him out of this game. So
yeah,
he's not the only one.
There's a few injuries floating around, especially for you guys, isn't there? Really, 4 changes from Gloucestershire's last game as Barker prods forward up towards mid-off. Warner, Ajit Dale, George Scott, Dominic Goodman, all coming into the side for this game. Yeah,
3 enforced changes and 1 swap out. So, and I guess they could have gone with Jack Taylor. I think it was just a case of looking at the side and thinking maybe we need these extra seam options.
Here's Ryan Higgins again. That's worked to in front of square this time, but there is a fielder there, so no run.
And I think you with all due respect, you've got some young bowlers there, and you've got some never mind young. I think it's more important inexperienced. You've got Warner, Dale, Goodman, all with, I think I can count individually on 2 hands the number of first-class matches they've each played. Yeah. So, you can't necessarily pile all the pressure on them to have to bowl 15 to 20 overs in a day.
Over the wicket now, Higgins, and Parker works that to mid-wicket. End of the over, 281 for 6, 9 to do.
So, you know, Jack Taylor didn't even bat in the last match, so it's not as if he's done anything to kind of, you know, anything obvious to warrant being taken out. He bowled some leg breaks, and I'm sure he would have liked to have landed a few of them a bit better, but that's not why he's not playing. And he's still, you know, he's still in the process of trying to reinvent himself as a leg break bowler anyway. So I think it was purely, I would imagine, just a kind of a decision based around potentially a little bit also maybe what did happen at Old Trafford when the likes of Bohannon in particular and Villas managed to kind of knock Gloucestershire's seamers out of the attack. So I think that's probably the reason behind that extra change. As Amir continues and Dawson tries to work the ball leg side, it'll be a bit cross that he's managed to pick out mid-on, because that's the only fielder saving the single on the leg side. They've just got a deep forward square and a long leg out on the boundary as the sun continues to shine here, and I'm quite glad I've got this half of the table, I've got to say, because I can just creep over towards the right-hand side of it, and I can get out of the sun. I mean, Ian bowls very wide. It's left by Dawson. Well, obviously, were that a one-day game, then that would have been a wide, no question. But in this form of the game, it's almost got to be off the pitch for it to be called. Was that the case in your day as well?
Yeah, it's very similar. There's no difference really. No difference from that point of view.
Right. I only wondered because
if you can't reach it, you can't reach it. Don't matter what game it is.
Well, yeah, but then at the same time, if it's got to be completely off the cut strip, then it ends up being a no ball, doesn't it? So where's the line? Amir is in and bowls full and straight, looking for the on drive. Is Dawson, but he's not got it straight enough to get any runs for it, and it's picked up at mid on by Dale for no run.
He's been good, Amir, hasn't he, today? And I thought he was sort of just okay early on this morning, taking the new ball, but I think as the day's got on, he's got into his spells, got into the game almost, got into the innings, hasn't he? And he's been good, hasn't he? Been really good to watch. Yeah,
he's been very much value today. As Amir is in over the wicket to the right-handed Dawson, who's forward and prodding the ball into the covers, and there's no run. And he's just shown exactly what a quality Test match level bowler can do on a surface that isn't offering much. He's put the ball mostly in the right areas. He's tried quite a few things as well. He got Gubbins with that terrific Yorker. But then for me, the key spell was that one where he came back and got rid of James Vince with that LBW, and he started to get the ball to move again. And I think it must have been reverse swing, even though he was getting the ball to swing back to the right-handers, as Amir is in and bowls. Dawson looking for the single as he works the ball leg side, but once again he's picked out mid-on and there's no run.
There's no room for Dawson to find an angle. It's really good bowling.
Yeah, but they just brought deep forward square up to a mid-wicket kind of position as well, so they taken away some of the easy single scoring opportunities on that leg side, but for me, that's that is where Amir has really shown his worth, and like you say, for that first spell with the new ball probably wasn't his absolute best, as Amir is in and the bowls. Dawson pushes out to Van Buren at cover, and that's a maiden over from Amir, and his figures now read 20 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 45, which on this surface, that's terrific stuff. But if you're looking at it from a Hampshire point of view, you're saying, well, great, we've got Kyle Abbott, Mohammad Abbas, we've got Keith Barker, we've got a whole host of options who can do the same thing, and we're seeing here that wickets can be taken. Yeah,
that's for sure. Yeah, just every now and then, doesn't it? There's a little spell where the ball just seems to just wobble a little bit, and then it all goes dead. 281 for 6. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, is back on the tweets. Just sneezing there for a minute, sorry.
I wondered what that noise was.
Sorry about that. I thought I was going to sneeze a little while ago, and it's suddenly there. Anyway, I wasn't sure. Dave Allen has fortunately confirmed it. I might sneeze again in a minute as Higgins comes in. Barker drives it away, goes behind square on the leg side for a single. 282 for 6. That stand of 161 for the third wicket between James Vince and Felix Organ, Dave has confirmed that actually it is a new record for Hampshire against Gloucestershire here at the Ageas Bowl. So not all time, obviously. Yeah, just a ground record, yeah. Which I thought it might be, but I wasn't sure. But thank you, Dave, for confirming that. He's obviously been out today and he's just come in, so I didn't know, but thank you. Here's Higgins, length ball, which Dawson plays into the ground, and it goes out just in front of square on the offside, and there is no run. Gloucestershire have just been so much better since tea.
Yep.
Haven't they, really? Just look tighter. And they've stunted Hampshire's sort of. Well, they were looking at way over 300 at one stage, and possibly 400. But they're 282 for 6 here, and they don't want to be losing another wicket tonight. As Dawson plays forward, he gets wrapped on the pad, but he's well forward and probably outside the line as well.
Yep, still the odd bit happening out there though, and still Higgins and Amir, you'd think, would have a few more overs left up their sleeve, and then it's just a question of maybe who will bowl a couple of overs towards the end. Who knows? Yeah, Goodman would seem to be an obvious candidate the way he's bowled so far, very tight.
Just wonder if Amir's going to have a break actually as Dawson pushes that up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, good comeback from Gloucestershire here since the break. Otherwise they were really going to put themselves under pressure. I mean, if Hampshire can get to 320, 330, which no reason why they can't, because this ball, of course, doesn't always do something. But it could have been so much more at one stage. Here's Higgins. Gets wrapped on the pad there. I think there might have been an inside edge onto that one as it goes out on the leg side. But yeah, full credit to them. To be fair, I think Dale Blenkenstein will be fairly happy in the end. I think this afternoon he might have thought, don't know. But I think now it'll settle for this situation.
Yeah, I think so. I think, like you say, you've only got to look at the scoreboard really, and the scoreboard of the 3 sessions tells you everything in this instance.
Dawson just cannot find a gap at the moment as he turns that to forward of square leg. Again, he finds the fielder,
and that is a no ball.
Ooh. Scoring rate has definitely dropped a little bit in this last little while.
18 runs in no balls for the innings now as well. It's been a problem.
Yeah, that's a lot, isn't it? Higgins bowls another length ball. Again, Dawson cannot find another no ball. 2 in a row.
Well, that's as much as it's very easy for me to say, having never bowled a quick ball in my life, but you'd have to think twice in a row is something that oughtn't to happen.
No, you suddenly start thinking about it. Here comes Higgins again and bowls, and length ball to Dawson. Again, he can't find a gap as that goes up towards mid-off. End of the over. 7 overs left on day 1. 286 for 6. Barker has 17. Dawson has 22 off 73 deliveries.
Yeah, it's hard graft, this pitch, I think, and James Vince played a few really nice shots, but even Vince, 78 off 130, you'll see James Vince play far quicker innings than that. And when he did score, it was in that period where Gloucestershire just lost it a bit in the afternoon session. Things just got a little bit loose, and Vince put away some loose bowling, but too much width usually was the problem outside the off stump, and he put away some deliveries through the offside, but in controlled fashion. I think that was the key there. Amir starting a new over, and Barker tucks the ball away to Van Buren, fielding it short mid-wicket, and there is no run. But I think, in some ways it's been a little bit as Ajit Dale has gone, Gloucestershire have gone to some extent, because I think he bowled a really good spell with that old ball, and got the wicket of Organ to a dismissal which fast bowlers are perfectly entitled to get. Pull shot down the throat of fine leg. Amir bowls to Barker, who leaves through to Bracey. Good leave from Keith Barker there. But in the afternoon session, he was among, it was certainly by no means the only one, but, you know, 142 runs in that mid-session. Of course, it was a slightly longer session because I think, trying to think, what was it, 28 overs, something like that, I think we got in the morning session, somewhere around that area anyway. So it was a slightly longer session, but still the difference is marked.
It is.
In terms of number of runs scored. Amir in and bowls. Barker's forward and nudging it to cover. Picked up by Jared Warner there. Gloucestershire have used 7 bowlers, but there's been no bowling for George Scott in this innings today. And there was just a couple of points where I thought maybe they might turn to Scott and just really try to dry things up in terms of, you know, get the keeper up to the stumps, bowl stump to stump, really try and force Hampshire into something injudicious, but they haven't used George Scott. As Amir bowls, who's come wide of the crease there, and he's furious because he's only succeeded in spearing it into the pads of Barker, and that might go for 4 towards mid-wicket, and does. It's beaten Van Buren, and if it beats Van Buren, it's going to beat most people. So Amir letting out a loud cry of anger as he released, well, not as he released that ball, but as he saw it whistling away through mid-wicket for 4, 290 for 6.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too straight. He's gone for the full delivery, and it's sort of middle and leg. He was going more middle and off. That's why he was disappointed. Hampshire, with that boundary, have only scored 18 in the last half an hour or so, just under half an hour. So
yeah, they'll be pleased with the way they've used this new ball for sure, and I think they'll be pleased with the way they used the first one. Even though, as I say, I think Amir wasn't quite as potent in that spell as in others. As Barker's once more looking to turn the ball leg side, and Van Buren gets across to his left. It looks as if he was going to trip over his own feet there for a moment, Van Buren, but there's no run. I think sometimes with Van Buren, the feet can move so quickly. I think even he's not quite in control of them. Sometimes the feet can maybe have a mind of their own. Anyway, I think he's kept the energy up well.
He has, yeah.
In the field, and
Definitely.
that's certainly something that you can say about Van Buren's captaincy. He's going to go out to the boundary now, but it's only going to be for what, 1 ball. But again, even when they were leaking runs at one stage, the body language seldom was bad. Amir in, wide of the crease, and it's a no ball, so it's not wide. The last.
That was too wide.
Ball. It looked very close to a back foot no ball for sure.
Yeah, I think you'll probably find that he's come too wide of the crease there.
Yeah. So I suspect that is what it's been given for. I mean, live, it looked as if he must have been all over that return crease line, so I imagine that is what
he might have been,
for.
but just the angle he came in at, I thought, gosh, that's wide.
It was a good ball. It was just too wide of the crease, and it went fairly tight to Barker's stumps, and it was one of those ones where he did leave it, but might have had a think about playing at it. Amir then bowls, and Barker's turned round there, looking to work leg side, and it's just rolled away out into the cover point region, and there is no run. 290 for 6. There are 6 overs left in the day's play. We'll see whether Higgins continues. I can see George Scott is actually marking out his run. Whether he's going to bowl, I don't know. Actually, it looks like Van Buren's going to bowl.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. You were saying he has kept a good energy up, and I think that's helped his team as well. But I'm just looking at the over rate. Gloucestershire are 3 behind. Now, that's not the end of the world at the moment because we're not even halfway through the game. But as Hampshire found to their cost last week, thinking that they would play all of day 4, get a few spinners in and get the over rate up, they didn't because we didn't play. Now, I'm not suggesting that's going to happen here, but I think, you know, that the umpires are quite strict with the over rates this year. Hampshire have twice now been deducted points. And I suppose you always have to be mindful of that. You don't want to be dropping too far behind. 3's quite a lot at this stage.
Yep, definitely.
292 for 6 then, 6 to do as Van Buren with his left arm spin comes back into the attack, and that's a drive by Dawson. He's finally found a gap. And he moves on to 23, 293 for 6. Hampshire might just about get another bonus point tonight. But it's not the rate of progress that they thought they might have done the way the afternoon session was going.
And of course Gloucestershire with a bonus point for the 6th wicket as well, so a couple of bowling points.
I'll be very disappointed, although a Gloucestershire fan wouldn't be if they got another point tonight bowling wise, but you never know. We've seen stranger things.
Well, I think if that were to happen, it's probably quite likely that somebody has come charging down the pitch at Van Buren and ended up running past one or something like that, because I don't think Van Buren's going to be getting the ball to... I mean, he's not a big turner of the ball at the best of times. He's not going to be ripping the ball past anyone at this stage, I don't think.
No, there's nothing out there for him at the moment. And I don't think there will be loads anyway. This pitch isn't really like that. It's not in its nature. We've got a short leg in now. That's been the break in play. We're back underway as Van Buren was about to bowl over the wicket, but he stopped. Some shadows starting to go across the ground now as Van Buren comes in. Barker plays that into the ground, fielded at short leg. So 7 runs to get another bonus point tonight. You would think that's probably well within Hampshire's capabilities. Barker drives, not quite past mid-on, very nearly. Used his feet a bit there, Barker. Thought he'd found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, but not quite. Is that Marcus Harris at mid-on? I think it is, yep. He's been there most of the time, hasn't he? Barker prods forward out on the offside. And there's no run. Few of the crowd now have been, well, they've been starting to find the exits about the last half an hour. So I always think that 6 o'clock, no matter what happens, people say that mentally that's a cut-off. There's a sweep there from Barker. There's nobody on the sweep behind square on the leg side, and that'll be 4. 297 for 6. Barker moves on to 15.
Just too far down the leg side, really. And, well, I say too far down the leg side. He has taken quite a big step across there, Barker. So actually, I thought it was further down the leg side than it was. Got to give credit to Barker there for the way he's got across and then helped it on its way. But the one thing you tend to know with Van Buren is you're going to get a fair amount of pace to work with. And so far this over, I think he's been bowling noticeably a little bit quicker than he did in his first spell.
That's work on the leg side by Barker. There is a deep mid-wicket. It's gone quite quickly out to the fielder there, and that'll be the end of the over. Barker will keep the strike, 298 for 6. Got an email here from Jake Robbins, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, John in the Costa del Ventnor, that's on the Isle of Wight. He only says that because Ventnor, I think, has the most sunshine hours in the UK. I think that's why he said that. Thoroughly enjoyed today's play. Good contest between bat and ball. Is this the first time Felix Organ has opened in the batting for Hampshire? No, it's not. He did it a little bit in COVID year in 2020. But actually did it the second half of 2019, ironically, when Joe Weatherly was injured. At that time, he got injured at Somerset and missed the rest of the year. Felix Organ was promoted to open. As I say, did 2 or 3 games in 2020, but this is the first time he's opened since then.
Right, bowling change, and it's Jared Warner back into the attack. So thought we might get a few overs of Goodman, but Warner it is. So the onus is on, by the looks of things, Warner and Van Buren at least to keep things tight for the rest of the day if they can't pick up another wicket. We've got 5 overs left, and if Hampshire just add another, 20, 25 runs, that's quite different to if they only add 12 or 15. As Warner is into Barker with his first delivery, and Barker leaves languidly, and it goes through to James Bracey. So Amir out of the attack, 3 for 51 by the looks of things will be his final figures for the day. Warner 9 overs, 0 for 46. Got tucked into by James Vince in one spell in particular, but he's just got to make sure that he keeps that line tight. That's simple as that. That's all you need. 6 balls on that spot. Easy to say. Warner bowling to Barker, who works the ball into the leg side. It's picked up by Van Buren. That's short extra cover. No, short extra cover. Where on earth did I get that from? Forward square leg. Close. You see the yeah, oh dear. See the similarities. Anyway, Van Buren picks the ball up and there's no run.
Did Amir bowl 2 spells since tea, or was it all in one?
He must have bowled 2 because he bowled one with the old ball before.
Well, since
he
tea.
came back with the new ball.
Well, I'll come back to that.
Here comes Warner. round the wicket to Barker, whose forward defends to cover. This time, no run.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah, a bit with the odd ball, a bit with the new. So, actually, since tea, Ageas Bowl, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15.
Well, yeah, as I say, he's really proven his quality today, and in some ways, what Gloucestershire were missing up at Old Trafford, and you could also say what they were missing for the Yorkshire game at Bristol and the second innings of the Northamptonshire match in the first match of the season, just missing that real you hate to use the term X factor too often, but it's applicable, as Barker is up onto his toes this time and just pushing the ball behind square on the offside, and they have a fielder out at deep point, so that's an easy single, and it's 299 for 6 as Barker moves on to 17. Barker so far in his innings has struck the balance quite nicely between attack and defence. He's a positive player, but he's not, other than maybe there was that one shot quite early on in his innings, but he's just looked to work the ball about, and he kind of trusts his eye to be able to work the ball off the stumps, and he's done that a few times. Pick up runs, keep the board moving. Warner back over the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Dawson, who's on the drive, just a push drive into the gap at cover. They'll be able to come back for 2 runs here, and the applause is for the 300 for Hampshire, 301 for 6, so that is a 3rd batting point for Hampshire.
Yeah, well, it's been a little bit of a struggle, hasn't it, since tea. They were 225 for 2 at one stage, with Vince, Ian and Felix Organ going along nicely. It hasn't quite gone their way since then, but as I say, it's been a good Gloucestershire comeback here.
3 off the over so far, Warner to complete it. In now, bowls to Dawson, full and straight. Warner leaps up away to his right to stop the ball on the bump, as it were. And the end of the over. 301 for 6, and there are 4 overs left in the day's play.
Yep. And, what are you looking at? What, 20 to 7? Quarter to 7 nearly, I suppose, by the time we get done. Of course, Van Buren might get through his overs a little quicker, probably 10 minutes, those 4, maybe a little bit more. But the over rate, as I say, for Gloucestershire, they're 3 behind. And Van Buren has bowled 12 overs, so it's not like we've hardly seen any spin today. Sorry, he's into his 12. It's not like we've hardly seen any. It's a fair chunk. Barker pulls that away on the leg side, and short leg dive out of that way pretty quick. Just a single, because there is a deep mid wicket. That's Goodman out there away to our left in just this side of the tunnel. And it's 302 for 6. Barker is on 18.
Yeah, good luck with that, Tom Lace. Exactly not where you want to see the ball coming down if you're fielding a short leg.
Horrible. A little bit too short there from Van Buren. None for 44 he has so far, as Dawson's on the back foot, cuts that away, times it nicely, but finds the fielder, who does well.
I think it's Lace again, isn't it, with the shin pads on at backward point.
Looks like he's created a divot there, doesn't he, just off the square?
Yes.
Doesn't look like he's going to put it back. Here comes Van Buren again. Dawson works that into the gap on the leg side, a little bit too short again. Gave Dawson all the time in the world to pick his spot. And it's 304 for 6. Dawson moves on to 27 very patient runs. I think he's definitely eyeing a long haul tomorrow morning and get Hampshire somewhere back on track. That's a good thing about the Bowen here. Anybody that rolls anything across, you hear it, as that's driven straight to short mid wicket, and there is no anything with wheels, you can hear it just below us.
Cricket bags from the nursery ground.
Bags out of the hotel or anything. Outside the off stump and left alone. Barker. 303 for 6 then. 1 ball left of the 93rd over on day 1 here at the Ageas. Very sunny evening. It's pleasant. As again, that's outside the off stump, and again Barker happy to leave that one alone. End of the over. Barker has 18. Dawson 26.
It's kind of intriguing, this, because tomorrow morning you'd imagine it will be Higgins and Amir to open things up. There's almost an argument, actually, you could say, well, should I really play for the close? Because I've got a period of bowling here where I can actually be quite confident I can score some runs off. So should I try to be positive and try and score some runs, or I don't know. I can see why you might take that approach. I suspect, you know, the counter argument is, well, if you do get through that first period of Higgins and Amir tomorrow, then you can go really, really big and throw your wicket away. Warner continuing. Forward goes Dawson, looking for a quick single here, and that is a well-taken single. Amir, the fielder at mid-on, with the overs in his legs. He's bowled today. He wasn't going to be too quickly off the mark.
That's a dilemma faced countless times in these situations. You're right, you know, a fresh Amir and Higgins in the morning would pose a bit more of a threat than the bowlers who have been in the field all day. But it's tough when you know that this session basically belongs to Gloucestershire. So are you going to then risk it by letting them have another wicket?
Yeah.
So it's a tough one.
Warner round the wicket to the left-handed Barker, who flicks down to fine leg for a single. 305 for 6. Barker moving to 19. And yeah, do you want to give them that wicket to end the day on? Because it's a big difference, not just in terms of one more wicket on the board, but also in terms of, you'd imagine, the general mood of things in the camp, especially because it would be either Warner or Van Buren that would take it. So you've either got the skipper taking a wicket, or you've got one of the younger bowlers for Gloucestershire grabbing one at the end of the day, as Dawson leaves this one to go through to to James Bracey behind the stumps. Jared Warner's not bowling and keeping wicket. I don't think we're quite at that level. Bowling so slowly I can keep wicket off myself. I think I could probably have done that on some occasions. Yes. Anyway, it's a beautiful evening. I suppose if you were to continue on well past 6 o'clock on any evening, it's not a bad one to be doing so. It's not as if we're up here freezing away. As Warner is in and bowls. In behind that one is Dawson, thinking about the single again to Amir at mid-on, but this time it's not there.
It feels like one of those evenings we could keep going for a while yet. I'm glad we're not, but we could.
Yes, it's I suppose it's an evening for day-night cricket. That was good fun. I wish I'd managed to do a match of day. No, it was before my time as Gloucestershire commentator, so I didn't get to do the day-night matches. I think Gloucestershire's was at Northampton. Here comes Warner in and bowls, and that's turned away towards backward square leg by Dawson. Should be able to come back for 2 here. It's played it softly enough that there's nothing Goodman from long leg can do about it. 2 more runs, 307 for 6. Dawson moves on to 29. But obviously back then, now at Northampton, you're indoors again. They're in the skybox at the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre end of the ground.
What, the?
Another short end there.
Oh, right.
So yes, you're completely the opposite side now. No longer out on the balcony.
Oh, well, the commentaries?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Warner, last ball of the over, bowls. Rising up onto the back foot is Dawson to push the ball out into the covers, and that's the end of the over. 307 for 6, and just 2 overs left today.
So opposite to the pavilion then?
Yeah.
Oh, because we did the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy final last year, Vipers against the Diamonds, I think. So we were still in the old commentary boxes.
Right.
So they're gone now or something?
No, they're still there, but I think because of the kind of movement to and fro and that sort of thing, they've managed to switch it to the far end, and they're in the skybox.
Movement to and fro of what?
Well, movement to and fro of people making teas and coffees or whatever, people coming into the stand there. I don't know. That's that. I'm just going on what was said to me.
No, I'm just trying to work it out, because as I understand it, the commentaries were outside on the stand, which, I mean, I'm glad I never did one, because that would have driven me up the pole. But there was 2 commentary boxes that were behind that, which obviously they never used, or did they use?
I'm not sure.
Well,
I never did a game.
Oh, right. Well,
so.
there are commentary boxes. I mean, they're not the best, but they're not the worst. We've got a change of bowling here, haven't we? Hammond with his off-spin outside the off-stump left over Barker. I can never understand why nobody was ever happy using those commentary boxes, because we were straight in there for the Rachel Hayer. So obviously now somebody's decided that it's now at the far end. Oh, right, okay.
Well, yeah, because I think there's only one match that Sky are there for, so they might as well have the Sky box for the rest of the year.
That's interesting. Well, that might be all right over there. I've never done it over there. Barker turns that away square on the leg side. Dawson calls him through for a single. 308 for 6. Barker moves on to 20 now.
But either way, outdoors for the day-night match at Northampton, I can't imagine that was so much fun.
I used to see some pictures of the commentators in April there, and I used to think, what are you doing? Why are you outside? Ridiculous, but anyway. It wasn't my game, it wasn't my ground, it wasn't my club, so it didn't matter. And we weren't going there, so it didn't matter.
Because we didn't have a choice last year.
Scott Bowles, that's turned away to backward a square leg, no run there.
Yeah, so you're just lucky that you got Cheltenham last year rather than an early match at Bristol. It's still in the marquee out there, because obviously we weren't allowed into the pavilion.
No. So we're going to be back on the balcony?
Cheltenham, I'm not sure at the moment.
That'll be an interesting
Not sure.
To fathom out. Scott with his off spin, and Dawson just cuts that away to a deepish point for a single. Moves on to 30. Dawson's good at taking the sting out of a situation, which he has, with Hampshire losing those 4 wickets, which definitely got Gloucestershire's appetite up again. It's been their session, but Dawson's just quietened the game down again, and even though Hampshire are not making the progress they would have liked, it's just been quiet for the last 40 minutes or so, as Barker drives back to the bowler, who doesn't field cleanly, and it goes onto the stumps.
It doesn't take the bails off.
No, just dislodged a fraction. Umpire's just checking them, but you're right. They didn't fall to the ground. 7 balls to do, so the last ball of this penultimate over. Scott with his off-spin. Bowls, edge caught first slip. Oh, he's got one to turn. And Barker didn't do a lot wrong there, just prodded forward, and it caught the outside edge. And there's another wicket for Gloucestershire. 5 in this session now, and it's 309 for 7.
That's a really good low catch from Higgins. It is the kind of catch which you don't look great if you drop, but at the same time, he made it look quite easy straight into the breadbasket, but it was quite low down. And for Miles Hammond, that's his 6th first-class wicket and his first wicket of the season, and what a valuable one that is. And they've still got now 1 over left to bowl at the new batter. So getting rid of Barker, you know, he's somebody who so often plays those really annoying cameos of 30, 40 plus, sometimes well over that. Just when you think you might have got through into the bowlers, Barker comes out and plays that kind of cameo innings. And it's not a cameo where he's you know, playing tons of shots and smashing the ball all over the place, but he just finds a way to keep that board moving. And he did it here, even against the new ball as well. So what a bonus that is. And for Miles Hammond, he will be over the moon with that wicket there. He's only bowled 2 overs in this one, got through quite a lot more overs in each of the last 2 matches, but he gets a wicket with a classic bit of off-spin bowling to the left-hander.
Yeah. Sorry, did I say George Scott? Yeah, it is Miles Hammond. Apologies, everybody.
And it looks as if it may be Van Buren to bowl the last over, so potentially having just seen Miles Hammond get a wicket, Graham Van Buren's thinking, well, I'm going to have a go at this, not having you having more wickets than I am. So
5 wickets at 115 apiece, Miles Hammond.
It's down to 97 now. But yes, yeah, he's well documented, had issues with the yips, Miles Hammond. So he's back to bowling a bit more now. So Van Buren to bowl the last over of the day, and onto the back foot goes Dawson and defends back towards the bowler. So that 7th wicket, absolutely vital for Gloucestershire, and I think they'll be feeling relatively happy now. Or even at 6 down, I think they wouldn't have been too disappointed with the way the day's gone. So Van Buren's in, flighted delivery. Dawson drives out towards deep cover. There's a bit of hesitation. I don't think it was hesitation as far as should we take the single here. I think they were just making sure that it had got past Miles Hammond at extra cover. So a single to Dawson, 310 for 7. So Fuller will face And a few choice words from Liam Dawson with just the 4 deliveries left in the day for Fuller. Tom Lace will go into short leg. Higgins at slip. Those are the only 2 close catches. They do have a short extra and a short mid-wicket as well, though. So still on the catch. As Van Buren moves in and bowls to Fuller. Ooh, comes off the inside half of the bat. I don't think it was in the air for very long at all, but of course Gloucestershire are gonna make Fuller before wicket here, and in fact he's bowled him. He's bowled him, and that is a wicket with what will turn out to be the last ball of the day, and Graham Van Buren has his 100th first-class wicket. So congratulations to the Gloucestershire skipper, and he will be an overjoyed skipper at the end of that day. 2 absolute bonuses, but good bits of bowling, both of them. Hammond getting 1, and now Van Buren getting the other, and Fuller out for a duck, and Hampshire will close on 310 for 8.
Definitely Gloucestershire's session, isn't it? Big time. T was 212 for 2. So well done to Gloucestershire. Really, really good comeback there. Just shows, doesn't it, the benefit of just hanging in there, sticking in there, and you never know what's going to happen. Not a great afternoon session for the away side, but a much better evening session, and they will be the happier of the 2 teams walking back.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we said, didn't we, at the beginning of the day, probably Gloucestershire would be quite happy with anything under 350, and now they've got a great chance to. In fact, they'll be very disappointed, I think, not to limit Hampshire to less than 350 with just Abbott and Abbas to come tomorrow morning, and they can bring back potentially a well-rested Mohammad Amir, who'll be gunning potentially for a 5 for having taken 3 today. But yeah, it's been dogged stuff from Gloucestershire at times, and you'd expect nothing less from them as a side. It's what I think they would say. Perhaps they wouldn't put it quite in those terms, but one of their marks as a side. And they've shown that fighting spirit today with that terrific evening session, and like you say, they'll be thrilled walking off, having especially it being Hammond and Van Buren that got the 2 wickets at the end there. They'll be delighted with that. At the same time, Hampshire have got 310 runs on the board, and I don't think that's an amount of runs to be sniffed at.
98 for 6 in that session, so a much better session. Thank you, Ed. Thanks to Melissa earlier. They'll both be back tomorrow, as I will Kevin James, and I think we'll have a little bit more Joe Weatherly at some point as well. He said he'll be back tomorrow. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary, and we'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow.